A Key West Promise by Christy Summers. A prequel story for the Tides of Key West series available in the link below. Get the ebook of A Key West Promise free by signing up for the newsletter. Link in the description. The heat enveloped Ellie Harper like a wet wool blanket. The moment she stepped from the airplane onto the rolling metal stairs, the air, thick, salty, and heavy with the smell of fish and flowers, clung to her skin and sucked the breath from her lungs. It was a harsh slap, a stark, suffocating contrast to the cool, damp earth of her usual mornings back in Indiana. A baggage cart clattered on the tarmac, the intense, metallic banging echoing like the sound of her father's old barn roof peeling away like a tin can. Ellie flinched, her hand flying to her throat. Her heart hammered against her ribs like a frantic bird in a cage. Even here, 1,000 miles away, the sound of the wind screaming its freight train roar lived just beneath her skin. She forced her feet to move, following the handful of other passengers into the terminal of Key West International Airport. Palm frond-shaped fans turned lazily overhead, stirring the humid air without offering any actual relief. She spotted her two heavy, brown and scuffed suitcases and wrestled them from the carousel. They held everything she owned. Her denim skirt and simple cotton blouse, so practical back on the farm, were already sticking to her back. She navigated through the small crowd of happy couples and vacationing families. No one waited for her. No one waved. There would be no welcoming embrace here, no familiar face to break the crushing sense of dislocation. She pushed through the glass doors and stood at the curb, the relentless 1970s sun beating down on her dark hair. A line of taxis, varying shades of yellow and teal, sat waiting. She loaded her bags into the trunk of the first car. The driver, a man with skin like tanned leather, nodded with little interest. Ellie slid onto the sticky vinyl of the back seat. "The Pelican Nest Motel, please." The driver grunted in acknowledgement and pulled away from the curb, the tires humming on the hot pavement. Outside, the island rolled by, a chaotic, colorful blur. A travel guide she'd read had called it a modern Wild West town with palm trees, and she saw it now. Small, weather-beaten houses, some painted in bright pastel colors and others stripped bare to gray wood, crowded together. Rust-streaked bicycles leaned against fences draped in vibrant, flowering vines she couldn't name. The smell of diesel from a distant shrimp boat mixed with the sweet, heady perfume of jasmine. It was nothing like the orderly grid of her Indiana home. There, the land stretched flat and open, defined by cornfields and property lines. Here, everything tangled together, the land, the sea, the people. "First time?" the driver asked, his voice gravelly. "No," Ellie replied, her voice sounding weak to her own ears. "I mean, yes. It's been a long time. I came here as a kid. With my parents." The driver glanced at her in the rearview mirror, his eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses. "Place changes in some ways, and in some ways it doesn't." He gestured with his chin toward a dog slumbering in the middle of the quiet street. "Still, this is still the end of the line for some." The end of the line. The word settled over her, cold and heavy as an Indiana snowstorm. She turned her head to look out the window, watching this new world slide by. She had no plan, no car, no one at her side. Just the bags in the trunk and a checkbook in her purse, heavy with the money from the sale of her parents' farm. The money felt like a betrayal, a cold payment for losing everything she had ever known. The drive was short. After a few more turns, the taxi slowed and pulled into a gravel lot. "Here you go. Pelican Nest." Ellie paid the driver, her hands trembling slightly as she counted out the bills. He unloaded her suitcases onto the curb and drove away, leaving her alone in a cloud of dust and exhaust. She stood for a long moment, just looking. The motel before her seemed to sag under the weight of the sun. A wave of dizziness washed over her. "What have I done?" This was not the magical place she remembered from her childhood. The bright, cheerful motel where she had built sandcastles with her father? This place was a shadow of the fabulous motel she remembered. She grabbed the handles of her suitcases, the heavy weight like a ship anchor. She dragged them across the gravel and up the single concrete step into the office. The air inside was cooler, stirred by a rattling window air conditioner. The small room smelled of dust and burned coffee. There was a long counter separating her from a cluttered desk. It had a bell on the counter, but she didn't need to ring it. A woman with a cloud of white hair looked up from a large, open ledger. She seemed kind, her face a map of soft wrinkles, but the exhaustion in her eyes was deep. Beside her, a man with a matching set of worry lines on his face worked on the guts of a toaster, tiny screws scattered across a towel. "Can I help you, dear?" the woman asked, her voice gentle. I have a reservation," Ellie managed. "Eleanor Harper." The woman broke into a tired but genuine smile. "Miss Harper." "Yes, we have you." "Just for the week, you said?" "For now," Ellie said, non-committal. The lady slid a registration card across the counter. "I'm Marge, the old coot to my left is Art." As Ellie filled out the card, Art glanced up. "You picked a hot one to arrive on." "It's very different from Indiana," Ellie agreed. "Indiana?" Marge's smile widened a fraction. "My sister lives near Fort Wayne." "We were." She started, then corrected herself, the simple word a fresh pang. "I'm from near Lafayette." She finished the card and pushed it back. "I used to come here, actually. A long time ago. With my parents." The weariness in Marge's eyes lifted, replaced by a spark of genuine warmth. "Is that right?" "Well, I'll be." "Art, you hear that? Miss Harper is an old friend." Art grunted, giving Ellie a small smile. "Hope it lives up to the memory, miss. Things are, well, they're not what they used to be." He gestured with a screwdriver toward the flickering sign outside. "The entire island seems that way lately." "It's still a beautiful place," Ellie said, though her heart ached with the visible decay. "Well, you're in room 204, Marge said, handing her a key attached to a large wooden pelican. "Top floor, at the end. Best view in the house." Ellie thanked them, took the key, and grabbed her bags. The stairs were outside, solid concrete but stained along the edges with rust. She hauled the first suitcase up, her muscles straining, then went back for the second. By the time she reached the second-floor walkway, sweat trickled down the small of her back. Room 204. The key stuck in the lock, and she had to jiggle it hard until the tumblers clicked. The door swung open onto a room that was clean but dated. A large bed with a faded island floral print comforter dominated the space. The rattan furniture looked sturdy but old. A small kitchenette lined one wall, its small avocado green refrigerator thrummed. The room smelled of bleach and coconut oil. It was, in a word, exactly what she had paid for, a cheap room at the end of the world. She dropped her bags by the door and walked past the bed to the sliding glass door. It shuddered in its track, but with a little effort she forced it open. She stepped out onto a small private balcony. And she stopped. The view. Marge had been right. Below her, the sandy courtyard gave way to a small, neglected wooden pier, and then the ocean. It was a staggering, unbelievable expanse of turquoise and deep blue, stretching to a horizon so flat and empty it blurred the line between water and sky. The sound of the surf, a gentle, rhythmic shush and pull, filled the air. Ellie gripped the hot metal railing and stared at the water. The fragile composure she had maintained all day finally weakened. A dizzying emptiness opened inside her. This was her escape. She had run from the tornado that had ripped her world apart, from the hollowed-out silence of the farmhouse, from the sight of the twin caskets being lowered into the damp, gray earth. She had run from the hard decision to sell the land that her father had worked tirelessly all her life to build into a working, living farm. So she ran, and she ended up here. On a decaying balcony overlooking an endless ocean. She was completely, terrifyingly adrift. She closed her eyes, the sun hot on her face. With the ocean's rhythm the only sound, a steady, indifferent breath. In and out. In and out. It was the opposite of the storm. The storm screamed and took. The ocean just was. A tear escaped, then another, tracing hot, salty paths down her cheeks. She didn't wipe them away. There was no one to see. She stood there for minutes, maybe an hour, letting the grief she had held at bay for weeks finally wash over her. She had lost her past, and she had no future. There was only this empty, sun-drenched, terrifying present. She took a ragged breath, the salt from her own tears mixing with the salt in the air. She opened her eyes, ready to turn, to go back inside the stuffy room and collapse. That's when the silence was broken. A low-flying seaplane, its engine a deafening, stuttering roar, skimmed over the water, so close she could see the pilot's head in the cockpit. The sound was an assault on her senses, a jarring, mechanical rip in the quiet afternoon. Back home, the only sounds that broke the silence were the wind in the corn or the distant rumble of a tractor. Here, the world was loud, alive, and it was close. As the plane's roar faded, a new sound took its place, the deep, diesel thrum-thrum-thrum of a shrimp boat, its engines laboring as it chugged past the end of the motel's pier, heading for the channel. The smell of its exhaust, intense and oily, drifted to her on the wind. The plane, the boat, they were signs of life. Of a world that was moving, working, and continuing on, indifferent to her grief. Back in Indiana, the silence in what was left of the farmhouse had been a heavy, suffocating blanket, a world that had died with her parents. This was different. This was a world that was very much alive, and it did not care what she had lost. The sounds were not comforting, they were foreign, a reminder that she was an outsider, and that this place was not Indiana. She felt in that moment, more alone than she had in the empty, silent fields of home. Ellie woke to a sound she had never heard in Indiana, the deep, rhythmic breathing of the ocean. For a disoriented moment, she lay still, her eyes closed, listening to the gentle crash and pull of the surf. It was a constant, living music that had existed as a comforting background noise during her sleep, all night long. It was the opposite of the dead, heavy silence that had filled her farmhouse for weeks. A harsh, bright, relentless sun streamed through the gap in the faded floral curtains, cutting a bright, dusty stripe across the floor. This light was different, too. It lacked the soft, golden quality of a Midwest morning. This sun held a sharp, tropical intensity, already promising heat. She sat up, the thin sheet pulling around her waist. The sounds from yesterday returned, the plane, the boat, a brief echo in her mind. She listened, but the motel was quiet, save for the hum of her small refrigerator and the distant cry of a seagull. Her grief, which had washed over her on the balcony, had receded, leaving a dull emptiness in her chest. It was a weight she would carry, like a stone in her pocket. But the sun was up. The world continued. And she, for reasons she could not yet fathom, continued with it. She slid off the bed. Her bare feet met the cool tile of the floor. She unpacked one of her suitcases, unfolding a simple yellow sundress. As she pulled it on, her reflection in the spotted mirror over the dresser caught her eye. A pale, dark-haired woman with shadows under her eyes looked back at her. A stranger in a strange room. She looked away, tying her hair back with a simple ribbon, vowing she would not fall apart. She stepped out onto the concrete walkway. The morning air was already thick, but a steady breeze from the ocean carried the sharp, briny scent of salt and the fainter, sweeter smell of the jasmine she noticed yesterday. It was a potent combination, both foreign and invigorating. She walked down the open-air corridor, her sandals slapping softly on the concrete, and descended the stairs. The sandy courtyard below was empty. A few rattan lounge chairs, their bamboo webbing cracked and faded, sat scattered, as if thrown by a careless hand. She needed to move, to explore this place that held a precious spot in her memories. She walked past the office, giving a small wave to Art, who sat in the same spot, tinkering with another toaster. He nodded back, a screwdriver held between his teeth. She headed toward the water, past the small, empty swimming pool. The turquoise paint had peeled from its concrete bottom, and a few brown leaves floated in the inches of murky water that remained. The pier. She had such a clear, sun-drenched memory of this pier. She remembered her father, tall and strong in his swimming trunks, holding her hand as they walked its length. He had pointed out the small, silvery fish that darted in the shallows and the purple-blue shimmer of a jellyfish. The pier in front of her now was a skeleton. The wood, silvered and rotted by salt and sun, looked treacherous. Several planks were missing, leaving dark, gaping holes. The railing on one side listed at a dangerous angle. A sign, hand-painted and faded, read, "Pier closed. No fishing." Ellie stopped at its entrance, her hand hovering over the rough, splintered wood of the first post. The happy past made the grim present even more painful. This, more than the peeling paint, felt familiar. This was the look of giving up. She turned away from the pier and walked along the edge of the property, carrying her sandals and letting her feet sink into the soft, hot sand of the beach. The water looked clean and inviting, a clear, pale green near the shore that deepened to a stunning turquoise farther out. But the beach itself was narrow, cluttered with tangled lines of dark, brittle seaweed and the occasional piece of washed-up trash. This place, the Pelican Nest, was not just dated. It was dying. It was a place that had been forgotten. A sudden, sharp hunger knotted in her stomach. She had not eaten since a small bag of peanuts on the plane. She looked around. Next to the motel, sharing its gravel lot, stood a low, flat building with large windows. A simple sign, painted with a smiling cartoon fish, read, "The Beachside Diner." The travel guide she'd skimmed had mentioned a diner. This must be it. She brushed the sand from her ankles and walked across the lot. A small bell tinkled as she pushed the glass door open. The diner was a sudden, welcome shock of life. Dark coffee and the scent of frying bacon competed with the air conditioner's hum. The room was bright, clean, and filled with the low murmur of conversation and the clatter of plates. A long formica counter with spinning red vinyl stools ran the length of the room. At one end, a few men in work denim and heavy boots, who Ellie guessed were shrimpers, spoke in low voices. A woman behind the counter looked up as Ellie entered. She was perhaps a few years older than Ellie, with a warm, open face and a bright blue bandana holding back a riot of curly brown hair. "Morning, hon, sit anywhere you like," she called out, her voice cheerful. Ellie slid onto a stool at the counter, a little distance from the men. The woman wiped the counter in front of her, her movements quick and practiced. "Coffee?" "Yes, please." The woman poured a stream of dark, fragrant coffee into a thick white mug. "You're new. Haven't seen you in here before. You staying at the Nest?" "Yes. I got in yesterday," Ellie said, wrapping her hands around the warm mug. "Well, welcome to the neighborhood. I'm Doris." She gestured with her chin toward the back of the diner. "My husband, he's the cook. I'm everything else." As if on cue, a small cry came from a playpen set up in the corner by the kitchen pass-through. Doris's face softened instantly. And that is the real boss. She walked over, scooped up a chubby-legged baby in a simple white onesie, and settled him on her hip. The baby, who couldn't have been more than 6 months old, beamed at Ellie, her mouth open in a drooly, delighted smile. "She's beautiful," Ellie said, and a genuine, small smile touched her own lips. It was the first one that had reached her eyes in a very long time. "She's a handful," Doris said. "What can I get you?" "The special is 2 eggs, any style, with grits or potatoes." "That sounds perfect." "Scrambled, with potatoes, please." Doris relayed the order to the kitchen, never breaking rhythm. "So, what brings you to Key West?" "Just visiting?" The question was casual, friendly, but it made Ellie's stomach tighten. She stared down at her coffee, searching for an answer that was not a lie, but also not the truth. "I'm just getting away," she finally said, the words from the outline feeling right. "I needed a change of scenery." Doris nodded, her expression understanding. She had seen this before. Key West was full of people getting away. "Well, you picked the right place for it," Doris said warmly, her voice lowering a little. "This island, it's a good place to be, if you let it. It's not for everyone, but it's got a heart. You just have to find it." She gave Ellie a knowing look. "And you came at the right time. Before the real summer heat. You missed a little squall we had last week." "I'm from Indiana," Ellie said. "I'm used to storms." The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. The image of the dark, swirling funnel cloud filled her vision. Doris's keen eyes caught the flicker of pain, and her friendly smile softened with something like recognition. "Well, don't you worry, our storms are different. Lots of wind, lots of rain, but mostly they just wash things clean." She smiled, a kind, gentle expression. A fresh start. A plate clattered onto the pass-through, and Doris, with the baby still balanced expertly on her hip, retrieved it. The eggs were fluffy and yellow, the potatoes crisp and golden. "Enjoy, hon." Ellie ate, the hot food comforting. The diner filled a little more. A young couple in matching tie-dyed shirts, their hair long and tangled, came in, their bare feet sandy. They took a booth, and Doris greeted them with the same easy warmth. This was a community. A strange, mismatched collection of shrimpers and hippies and tourists, but it was a world that worked. Ellie watched Doris move, taking orders, refilling coffee, bouncing the baby, laughing with the shrimpers, and a small, painful pang of something like envy shot through her. Doris had a place. She had a purpose. Ellie finished her breakfast, paid her bill, and left a good tip. "You come back now, you hear?" Doris called as Ellie pushed the door open. "I will." "Thank you." She stepped back out into the tropical sunlight, the knot of hunger in her stomach replaced by the warm, solid weight of the meal. The brief, normal interaction had steadied her. She walked back to the motel, her steps a little lighter. She saw Marge in the office, watering a slightly droopy fern on the desk. Ellie paused, then went inside, drawn by the woman's kind eyes. "Good morning," Ellie said. Marge looked up, her face brightening. "Oh, good morning, dear. Did you sleep all right? The old air conditioner didn't give you trouble?" "It was fine, thank you. I just had breakfast at the diner." "Ah, Doris. She's a sweet girl. Works too hard, that one. Her family's been on this island for 100 years. A real conch, as they say." Ellie leaned against the counter. "I took a walk around the grounds this morning. The pier. I remember it differently." "Oh, the pier," Marge sighed, her shoulders slumping. She put the small watering can down. I remember my father, Ellie's voice caught, but she pushed on. I have a memory of my father holding my hand as we walked all the way to the end. He pointed out the parrotfish, the ones that look like they have painted faces. A film of tears filled Marge's eyes. She reached out and patted Ellie's hand on the counter. Oh, my. That's... Art and we haven't heard a story like that in a long time. It does my heart good to know someone remembers it that way. This motel was a magical place to a kid, Ellie said softly. It was, Marge agreed, her voice thick with a sudden, matching grief. Art built that pier with his own 2 hands. And his father built this motel. But now, she trailed off, wiping at her eye with the back of her hand. Ellie's heart ached for her. This was their life's work. Their family's legacy. And it was crumbling around them, just like her farm had. Well, Marge said, forcing a bright, brittle smile. It was just lovely of you to tell me that, dear. It really was. Ellie nodded, not knowing what else to say. She left the office and went back up to her room, the brief, shared moment of sadness weighing over her. She sat on the edge of her bed, the floral comforter bunched in her fists. The money. The money from the farm sale sat in her bank account in Lafayette, a huge number that terrified her. Her parents had been frugal. They had saved. The land was worth a fortune. And the payout for the farmhouse, the barns, the equipment, it all added up to a sum she could barely comprehend. It was not freedom. It was a burden, the price of her entire life, liquefied into dollars and cents. The money was the sound of the wind, the crash of the barn, the final, awful silence. She could not bring herself to touch it, to spend it. It was not hers. To her, it was blood money, a monument to her loss. She was just as trapped as Marge and Art, in her own way. A lack of money trapped them, a surplus of it trapped her. She was untethered, a shadow with a full bank account, drifting in a motel room at the end of the world. Later that afternoon, needing a drink from the soda machine near the office, she went back downstairs. She saw Marge was still at the desk. The older woman was not smiling. She held a small stack of mail. She was staring at one envelope in particular, her face pale, her knuckles white as she gripped it. It was a thick, cream-colored envelope with an embossed, professional-looking return address that Ellie couldn't read from the doorway. Marge sighed, a deep, shuddering sound that seemed to pull all the air from her lungs. She rubbed her temples, her eyes squeezed shut. "Marge?" Ellie asked, her voice quiet. "Are you all right?" Marge's eyes snapped open. She looked startled, as if caught in a private, painful moment. She tried to muster a smile, but it failed, crumbling at the edges. "Oh, Ellie, dear." She looked down at the letter in her hand, then back up at Ellie, her gaze filled with a profound, swimming sadness. Marge twisted the letter in her hands. "It's not the same place you remember, dear," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "We've been trying to hold the place together, but it's hard. And there are offers to take it off our hands."
Tom Lane rode the vibration. The '68 Triumph Bonneville, its black paint dusty from the mainland, was his only real possession. Its deep, purring engine had been the only steady heartbeat in his life for the past 72 hours, a rhythmic vibration that traveled from the handlebars up his arms and settled deep in his chest. It was the only thing that made sense. He had crossed the last bridge on a quay west not too long ago, leaving the lengthy, mesmerizing emptiness of the overseas highway behind. The island rose from the water, a chaotic tangle of greenery and bright, peeling paint. The air, thick and smelling of diesel, salt, and something sweet, was familiar. It smelled like every foreign port he'd ever pulled into, but at least this one had an American flag. He saw the sign, its neon pelican missing an eye. Pelican Nest Motel. He pulled the bike off the highway, the tires crunching on a gravel lot, and cut the engine. The silence that rushed in was immediate and heavy, louder than the roar of his engine. For 4 years, 2 months, and 10 days, a bell, a whistle, or a shouted order had dictated every minute of his life. Reveille. Chow. Engine checks. Watch duty. Taps. He lived and breathed the thundering, pulsing rhythm of a destroyer's engine room. He knew its sounds, its tempers, its needs. That massive, powerful heart of steel had been his purpose. Now, there was just silence. He checked his watch. 1,500 hours, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It meant nothing. He had no post, no orders, no one to report to. In Norfolk, he received an honorable discharge, a piece of paper in his hand, and weeks of unused leave pay. Money in his pocket, his Bonneville, and the open road. This was freedom. But freedom felt like a vacuum, a hollow space in his chest where a ship engine's thrum used to be. He swung his leg over the bike, his muscles stiff. He stood for a moment, stretching his back, a tall, lean man with sun-streaked brown hair and the quiet, watchful eyes of someone who has spent a lot of time alone. This was his first real vacation, ever. The other guys from his division, they talked about going home. They had mothers waiting, girlfriends, old cars in their parents' garages. Home for Tom was a rotating, fuzzy memory of foster houses, each with a different set of rules and a different smell. He'd joined the Navy at 18 to find a family, a place to belong. And he'd found a tribe of grease-stained engineers aboard ship. Now that tribe was gone, and he was alone again. He had no family to go home to. So he pulled out a map in a Virginia diner, traced the highway south with his finger until the road stopped, until it ran out of land, and there was nothing left but the ocean. The ocean. That at least he understood. It still felt like his only home. He'd found a motel's name in a tattered phone book. When he called from a payphone in Miami, a tired-sounding man had quoted him $10 a night. Cheap. By the water. Good enough for him. He unstrapped his single olive-drab duffel bag from the sissy bar and walked into the office. The rattling wall unit air conditioner hit him with a wave of cool, damp air. An older man with a face like a worn-out boot looked up from a disassembled toaster. Checking in, Tom said, his voice gravelly from the road. Name's Tom Lane. The man squinted at him. He looked at Tom, then through the window at the motorcycle, then back. He'd seen this type before. Young, no roots, running from something or to nothing. Got you for the week. Room 205. Just a week for now, Tom said. He pulled a small roll of cash from his jeans pocket and laid a few bills on the counter. Art took the money and pushed a registration card forward. Top floor. Into the hall, next to the other new arrival. He grunted, picking up a tiny screwdriver. We're filling up. Must be something in the water. As Tom scrawled his name, the phone on the desk gave a shrill, jarring ring. Art sighed, wiped his hands on his pants, and picked up the receiver. Pelican Nest. Tom finished the card and slid it back, his attention caught by the conversation. Art listened, his brow furrowed. Well, John, what did you expect? Sounds like the alternator's shot, he said into the phone. He paused again, his patience clearly wearing thin. Look, just bring a part. No, that won't work. He closed his eyes, rubbing the bridge of his nose. The threading may be stripped. We'll have to rebuild the whole assembly. Tom's ears perked up. Rebuild the whole assembly. A mechanic's phrase about engines. He hadn't expected it from the old man. He gave a small, almost imperceptible nod of respect. Art hung up the phone with a clatter and slid a key across the counter. It hung from a large Pelican. Here you go. Thanks. Tom pocketed the key and hefted his bag. Good luck with the rebuild. Art looked up, surprised. You know engines? A little, Tom said. He turned and walked out, the office bell tinkling behind him. He took the concrete stairs 2 at a time. The second-floor walkway was hot, the air still. Room 205. The lock was sticky, but he jimmied it, and the door opened. The room was clean. A bed, a shower, and a lock that worked. In the Navy, he'd shared berthing with 40 other men, the air thick with the smell of sweat, diesel, bodies, and stale coffee. This was a palace. and the silence was amazing. He tossed his duffel bag onto the faded floral comforter. It landed with a soft, dull thump. He unzipped it. His entire life lay inside. 3 rolled t-shirts, 2 pairs of jeans, a handful of socks and underwear, and an almost new copy of Slaughterhouse-Five, a razor and a bar of soap, and of course the stiff, important-looking manila envelope that held his discharge papers. He stood for a long moment, staring at the meager collection. He was unmoored, a ship without an anchor, without a rudder, and without a destination. He shoved the thoughts down. He learned a long time ago that thinking about the past or the future only got in the way of the present. For now, he needed a shower and food, and eventually he would need a purpose. He'd spent the rest of the afternoon and evening in a fog. After he'd showered, he rode to a biker bar that he'd passed on the way in and had a beer and burger at the small counter, anonymous and silent. Then he returned to his room, read a few chapters of his book, and fallen into a deep, heavy, dreamless sleep, the first real sleep he'd had since leaving the service. He woke with a jolt, his heart hammering. No bell, no alarm. Bright tropical light filled the room. He looked at his watch. 8 o'clock. He'd slept for 10 hours. He was late. He was late for nothing. The realization settled on him, cold and heavy. He was adrift. He sat up, scrubbing his hands over his face. The only sounds were the high, distant cry of a seagull and the low, rhythmic sigh of the ocean. He'd heard it all night, a background noise that had soothed his restless, coiled nerves. He stood, pulled on a pair of jeans, and crossed to the sliding glass door. It shuddered in its track, the metal scraping, but he forced it open and stepped out onto the balcony. The salt air hit him, clean and familiar. He leaned his forearms on the hot metal railing and let out a long, slow breath. Below him, the courtyard was sandy and dotted with struggling palms. Beyond it, the ocean stretched out, a vast, glittering expanse of turquoise and deep blue. The ocean he understood, the power, the size, and the absolute, relentless indifference of it. It was the only thing that had ever made him feel small in a way that was comforting. The water was a force you couldn't fight, only navigate. It was his home. He let his eyes trace the line of the beach, his gaze settling on the ruined skeleton of the pier. And then he saw her. She was standing at the edge of the beach, just looking at the ruined pier. A woman, alone. Dark hair pulled back from her face, wearing a simple yellow sundress. She was still, but it was the stillness of a held breath, not of relaxation. Even from a distance, he could see the tension in her shoulders, the way she held her hands clasped in front of her. She looked lost. He'd seen a lot of women in a lot of ports. Women who were laughing or were angry. Women who were looking for a good time or a free drink. But he'd never seen a woman who looked so completely, profoundly lost, as if she'd been dropped onto this beach from foreign land and did not know which way to turn. A sudden, surprising pull of interest jolted him. It wasn't just that she was pretty, because it was the aloneness. He recognized it. It was a mirror of the hollow, adrift space inside his own chest. He straightened up, his jaw tightening. He pushed back from the railing, a cold caution washing over him. No, he was not here for that. He was here to be alone, to empty his head, to figure out what a man with no family, no home, and a very limited set of skills did with the rest of his life. A woman? Especially a woman who looked like she carried her own heavy, invisible baggage? That was a complication he didn't need. That was an anchor that pulled you down. And he was a man who had just slipped his own moorings. He had nothing to offer her. He was like the seaweed, floating on the tide. After he turned his back on the ocean and the girl, he stepped back into his room, fighting the sticky door until it groaned shut, blocking out the sound of the surf. He was here to rest, and then he was here to move on. That was the plan. Tom shut his motel room door and stood for a moment on the hot concrete walkway, the key heavy in his hand. The silence of the motel, which he had craved, now seemed to press in on him. It was an empty silence. He needed noise. He needed to do something. He needed breakfast. His heavy boots clomped as he walked down the concrete stairs. His motorcycle, parked near the office, gleamed in the morning sun. He ran his hand over the cool, black metal of the gas tank. The touch was reassuring. He could get on it, turn the key, and be gone. He could be in Miami by lunch, in Georgia by morning. The thought was a temptation, a siren call to keep moving. Not yet, he told himself. You paid for the week. He turned his back on the bike and walked across the gravel lot. The beachside diner was already humming. Unlike the Pelican Nest, which seemed to be in a state of terminal life support, the diner radiated life. He could hear the low mix of voices and the sharp clatter of plates before he even reached the door. The smell of frying bacon and strong, dark coffee cut through the salty air. A small bell tinkled as he pushed the door open. The blast of cool air and the wall of sound and smell hit him at once. The place was bright, clean, and full. A long formica counter dominated the room, its red vinyl stools occupied by a half-dozen men. Tom recognized their type. Shrimpers and fishermen, their skin baked to a deep brown, their hands thick and calloused. They hunched over their plates, their conversation blending together. In a booth by the window, a young couple with long hair, headbands, and tie-dye shared a plate of pancakes, their bare feet tucked up on the vinyl. And behind the counter, a woman moved like a whirlwind. She had a cloud of curly brown hair held back by a blue bandana and, to Tom's surprise, a small baby balanced carefully on one hip. Pouring coffee, taking an order, all while bouncing the baby, she moved with ease. She was the undisputed center of the room, the axle around which this chaotic wheel turned. She looked up as he entered, her smile broad and genuine. "Morning, Han. Grab a seat anywhere you like." Tom wanted no part of the boisterous group at the counter. He saw a single empty stool, separated from the others by a small gap. He slid onto it, placing himself on the fringe. An observer. Doris, as he'd heard the men call her, was in front of him in a second, a coffee pot in one hand. "Coffee. Black, please," he said. She poured the steaming dark liquid into a thick white mug. "You're the Nest, right? Saw you pull in yesterday on that Triumph." "She's a beauty." Tom's head came up with a small flicker of surprise. "She knew bikes?" "My brother's got a 65 Panhead," she explained, seeing his look. "Always working on it. What can I get you?" "2 eggs, over easy. Potatoes and bacon." "You've got it." She turned, settled the baby more comfortably on her hip, and called the order through a small window to the kitchen. "Order up. 2 over taters, side of bacon." Tom wrapped his hands around the warm mug. The coffee was strong, hot, and blessedly bitter. With a long drink, he let the caffeine cut through the last of his sleep fog. He focused on the mug, on the sounds of the kitchen, and on the low hum of the air conditioner. He was here for food, not for conversation. His eyes stayed on his mug, but he couldn't block out the sound. At the end of the counter, a man was not eating, just sitting, his broad shoulders slumped. He wore a faded blue shirt, stained with grease, and a look of utter, soul-deep exhaustion. Grizzled, his dark hair and beard shot through with gray, and his face a map of sun-baked lines. He stared at his own full coffee mug as if it held all the bad news in the world. Doris finished refilling the other men's cups and stopped in front of the hunched man. She leaned a hip against the counter. Even from the other end of the counter, Tom could hear her voice was full of genuine concern. "Sal, you've been sitting there for an hour. You haven't touched your coffee. You got to eat something." The man, Sal, shook his head, a slow, heavy movement. "Can't, Doris. I just see it come back up. It's your boat, isn't it? That squall last week." Sal finally looked up, and Tom saw the raw, bleak panic in his eyes. This was a man staring into a deep, dark hole, and Tom knew exactly what that felt like. "She's done, Doris," Sal said, his voice a low, gravelly rasp. "She's finished. I'm ruined." "Oh, Sal, don't you say that," Doris said, her hand coming to rest on his forearm. "You've been through worse. Remember the '66 hurricane? This is worse," Sal said, his voice cracking. He pulled his hand away, not in anger, but in a gesture of complete despair, and scrubbed it over his face. "This is worse because it's my fault. I thought it was just the bilge. I thought I had time, but she took on too much water. I tried to start her up yesterday to clear the gunk, and—" He choked on the words, squeezing his eyes shut. "The sound she made, Dory. The sound." Tom's plate clattered onto the counter in front of him. "Here you go, hon," Doris said, her cheerful waitress voice a thin veil over her concern for Sal. Tom nodded, his attention fixed against his will on the man. "What did it sound like, Sal?" Doris asked as she returned, her voice gentle. Like a bag of gravel in a blender," Sal whispered. "A sick grinding and a crack. I cut the engine as fast as I could, but I knew. I checked the oil. Gray sludge, Doris. Water in the oil. The block's cracked. She's fried. My whole engine is a 2-ton boat anchor." Tom froze. His fork, loaded with potatoes, stopped halfway to his mouth. Gray sludge. Water in the oil. A crack. His Navy engineman ears, trained for 4 years to listen for the slightest change in pitch, the smallest sign of mechanical distress, pricked up. His mind, faster than he could stop it, worked through the facts. A charter boat. That size for deep-sea fishing? It would be a Detroit diesel. A 6-71, 2-stroke, inline 6. A beautiful, simple, powerful workhorse. He knew that engine like he knew the back of his own hand. He could disassemble and reassemble one in the dark. And the sound Sal described, he could hear it in his head. It was the sound of a piston seizing, of a connecting rod shattering, of a head gasket blown to kingdom come. "I'm done," Sal repeated, his voice hollow. He dropped his head into his hands. "The Neptune's queen. She's my whole life. And I've got the big Henderson party booked for next week. A 2-day tarpon trip. They paid a deposit, Dory. A big one. If I lose them, I can't make the bank payment. Then the bank takes the boat. I'm 45 years old. What am I going to do? Go work for the new guys cleaning fish? Haul ice." The desperation rolling off the man was like a tidal wave. Tom could taste it. It was the bitter, metallic tang of fear. Tom took a bite of his perfectly cooked eggs. He kept his head down. He bit off a piece of his bacon and forced himself to chew. "Not your problem." He repeated the words in his head, a mantra. "Is not your problem. You are on vacation and not here to fix this. You are here to rest, just passing through." His hands, however, were not listening. His right hand, the one holding the fork, felt an itch in the palm. It was the phantom feeling of a half-inch wrench. He could see the engine room in his mind. The heat, the cramped space, that beautiful olive green engine block. He knew the first 5 things he would check. Pull the injectors. Check the compression. Get the head off, and check for a warp. It might not be the block. A cracked block was bad, but Sal was panicking. It was probably the head gasket. Or maybe a cracked liner. Fixable. All of it fixable. He could walk over there right now and say, "What kind of engine? A 6-71? Let me take a look." He could probably have her diagnosed in an hour, running in a day. He took another bite. No, he was done being the man who fixed things. He'd joined the Navy to find a place to belong, and he'd ended up in the hottest, loudest, dirtiest part of the ship. He'd found a purpose being a grease monkey, but not a home. The fixer, the guy they only called when something was broken. A useful tool, but not a son or a brother. He was not that guy anymore. Now he was a civilian, a nobody. He kept his mouth shut and forced himself to eat his breakfast, bite by mechanical bite. He kept his eyes on his plate and did not look at Sal or Doris. She was rubbing the man's slumped shoulders, her own face etched with worry. He finished his last piece of potato, pushed the plate away, and drained his coffee cup. "Another?" Doris asked, her voice strained. "No thanks. Just a check, please," Tom said. She scribbled on a small green pad and tore the sheet off, placing it face down on the counter. He laid a few bills on top of it, more than enough, and slid off the stool. His boots thudded on the linoleum as he walked toward the door. He could feel Sal's despair like a heavy, cold draft on his back, and he could feel his own uselessness. He was a man who knew how to fix engines. It was the only thing he had ever been good at. It was the only skill that made him valuable. And he was walking away, letting his hands stay idle and useless, while a man's life came apart just 3 feet away. This was the loneliness he'd been carrying. It wasn't just about being alone. It was about being unnecessary. In the Navy, he had been vital. The ship did not move without him. Here, he was just a customer, a ghost in a diner, leaving no trace. His hand was on the door. He was ready to push, to escape into the bright, hot, indifferent sunshine. And in other news, a tinny voice said, "We're tracking a new system in the Atlantic. Tom paused. In a corner, bolted to the wall, a small black-and-white television had been playing a morning game show, the volume low. Now a local news anchor had broken in. The diner, which had been humming with its own grief, went quiet. Even Sal lifted his head, his red-rimmed eyes tracking to the screen. The National Weather Center in Miami has issued a bulletin, the anchor said, his face serious. A tropical disturbance, which formed this morning several hundred miles east of the Lesser Antilles, is gathering strength and showing signs of organization. Current models show it tracking west-northwest. Tom's hand, still on the door, tensed. He knew that language. Gathering strength. Tracking west-northwest. He knew what it meant. It's still too early to predict a definitive path, the anchor continued, but residents in the Caribbean and the Florida Keys are advised to monitor this system closely. A disturbance. It was just a word, but Tom looked out the diner's front window at the bright, calm, sunny street. He looked at the palm trees, their fronds barely moving in the breeze. And a cold yet familiar pressure settled in his gut. He knew the ocean. He knew its quiet, beautiful, terrible power. And he knew what disturbance meant when you were standing on a tiny, low-lying piece of rock at the end of the line. A storm was coming.
The afternoon heat had settled over the Pelican Nest, a heavy, damp spirit that seemed to slow time. The sky remained a bright, beautiful blue, dotted with a few high, lazy clouds. Ellie had found a patch of shade on the motel's covered porch, just outside the office. She lounged in a white webbed deck chair, her bare feet propped up on the low railing. A half-read paperback lay open in her lap, but her eyes had strayed from the words. She'd been this way for an hour, watching the traffic on the highway, listening to the rattle and hum of the office air conditioner, the sea breeze drifting through the palms. The diner across the lot was quiet, caught in the lull between lunch and dinner. She thought about Marge's words from yesterday. There are offers. The haunted, hollow look in the older woman's eyes had stayed with Ellie, a familiar ache of shared loss. Marge and Art were losing their legacy, piece by piece, to time and neglect. Ellie had lost hers in a single, violent roar. She wondered which was worse. A book, a chair, a sliver of shade. This was her new routine. She was trying to be still, to let the shock of the past few weeks settle behind her, but the stillness was an illusion. Underneath, she was humming with a restless, unresolved energy, like a wire pulled too tight. The sound of an engine interrupted her thoughts, pulling her from her daze. It was not the rough growl of a shrimper's truck, nor the high-pitched whine of a motorcycle. This was a deep, expensive, and effortless purr. A car glided into the gravel lot, its tires crunching with a sound that seemed, somehow, disdainful. It was a Lincoln Continental, a long, sleek land boat painted a shade of white so bright it hurt her eyes. It was a spaceship, landed in a world of rust and peeling paint. The car, a symbol of a world Ellie had only ever seen in magazines, parked directly in front of the office. Once the engine cut off, the silence that followed felt charged, as if it was expecting something. The driver's door opened. A man unfolded himself from the white leather interior. He was tall, and his movements were as smooth as his car. He wore a cream-colored linen suit, a pale blue shirt unbuttoned a few buttons too many, and polished leather loafers. His blonde hair was perfectly combed, and as he adjusted his cuffs, Ellie caught the glint of a heavy gold watch. He looked like he had stepped off a yacht, untouched by the humid, gritty reality of the island. He was handsome, she supposed, in the way a movie star was handsome. He looked at the motel, his gaze sweeping over the flickering sign and the faded paint, and a small, unreadable smile touched his lips. The bell on the office door tinkled, and Marge stepped out, her hands twisting a small dish rag. Art followed, his face set in a grim, tight-lipped expression. He stood just behind his wife, his arms crossed. A silent and unhappy sentry. The man in the suit turned his smile on them. A smile that was like an 8x10 glossy photograph, all teeth and no warmth. Marge! Art! Good to see you, he said, his voice as smooth as his suit. It was a practiced, friendly baritone, the sound of a man who sold things. He walked toward them, his hand outstretched. Marge, after a moment's hesitation, wiped her own hand on her apron before placing it in his. He held it for just a moment too long. Mr. Peterson, Marge said, her voice thin. We weren't expecting you today. Vance, please, he said, his smile never wavering. We're friends, aren't we? He gestured to the motel, then back to them. I wanted to stop by, see how you two were holding up. Especially after that little storm last week. We're fine, Art said, his voice firm. We're toughing it out. Same as always. Toughing it out, Vance repeated, as if trying to understand the words. He chuckled, a dry, airy sound. Art, that's what I admire about you, he said, his tone laced with a light mocking edge. Must be that conch spirit. But let's be honest, spirit and grit don't pay the mortgage, do they? It doesn't fix a leaky roof, or a busted neon sign. Ellie, overlooked in her chair just 20 feet away, closed her book. Her stomach tightened. This man must be the offer. The man in the expensive car, here to pick at the bones of their dying dream. My offer is generous, Marge, Vance continued, his voice dropping to a more serious, confidential tone. He was still smiling, but the smile had become a tool, a sharp, polished lever. It's more than generous. It's a lifeline. But it won't last forever. Marge flinched, her gaze dropping to the gravel at her feet. Art's crossed arms tightened over his chest. We're still thinking, Marge stammered. It's a big decision. This place, it's our home. Of course it is, Vance said, his voice dripping with a false sympathy that felt grotesque. It's a wonderful home. But it's also a lot of work. With a lot of overhead. I'm offering you a way out, a chance to rest. You've earned it. Rest, Ellie hated the sound of that word. It was a cold, empty word, a corporate euphemism for destruction. He wasn't offering them a true rest, he was offering them an eviction, gift wrapped in a smile. It was at that exact moment that another sound joined the tense spectacle, the thud of a heavy boot on the concrete stairs. Ellie looked up to see the man from room 205 coming down from the second floor. She'd seen his motorcycle from the walkway. He wore a faded gray t-shirt that stretched across his broad shoulders, worn jeans, and the same heavy boots from yesterday. And he had a green duffel bag slung over one shoulder. He was on his way out, his face set in a neutral, unreadable expression. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, he stopped. He didn't say a word. But his gaze moved from the white Lincoln, to the slick man in the linen suit, to the stricken faces of Marge and Art. He took in the entire scene with a single comprehensive glance. His eyes, a clear, bright hazel, Ellie noted, missed nothing. He saw the tension. He saw the predator, and he saw the prey. Vance, annoyed by the interruption, glanced over at Tom. He appraised him in a split second, the bike, the faded clothes, the duffel bag. His smile faltered, replaced by a flicker of irritation. This was a drifter. A nobody. Vance dismissed him, turning his attention back to Marge. Now, as I was saying. But Ellie was no longer looking at Vance. She was looking at Tom. Tom's gaze had shifted. It slowly moved from assessing Vance and then it found her. His eyes locked with hers. It was the first time they had truly looked at each other. The world, for a single breath-held second, seemed to shrink to the 10 feet that separated them. She saw his face clearly for the first time. It was a strong face, all planes and angles, with a firm mouth and a jaw that held a shadow of stubble. But his eyes were what held her. There was no duplicity in them. No sales pitch. In that one long look, 1,000 words passed between them. It wasn't the stuff of storybooks, no spark of instant, fairy tale attraction. This was something more, raw and far more immediate. It was recognition. His eyes said, "You see this, too, don't you?" He saw the slick man, the terrified couple, the expensive car. And in her, he saw a fellow witness. He saw her distaste, and her concern for margin art. And she saw him. She saw the man who had ridden in on a motorcycle, a man with no roots. But she also saw the steady, quiet competence. She saw a man who was the absolute polar opposite of the one in the linen suit. This man was solid. He was real. And as they held that look, a clear, instant, and mutual wave of absolute distaste for Vance Peterson passed between them. It was a shared secret, a silent, instantaneous alliance. A small, invisible line had just been drawn in the sand, and they were, without question, on the same side. Tom gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. It was just a brief dip of his chin, but it felt as solid as a handshake. "I see it." Vance broke the moment. He had felt the shift, the loss of his audience. He turned, his smile now strained, and followed the eye line from Marge and Art to Tom, and finally, to Ellie. Then he saw her, for the first time. And just like that, his entire demeanor changed. The irritation vanished. The slick, practiced business charm evaporated, replaced by something else. A new, more focused, and vastly more personal charm. He had been selling to Marge. Now, he was performing for Ellie. He straightened his suit jacket and ran a hand through his perfect blonde hair. He turned his full, 100-watt attention from the old couple and the nomad, and beamed it all, directly, at her. He took a step toward the porch, toward her, deliberately positioning himself so that Tom was an irrelevant fixture in the background, just another piece of the rundown scenery. Tom, for his part, didn't move. The slimy developer's smile remained fixed, his hand outstretched, his blue eyes locked on Ellie. "And you are?" The question hung in the thick, hot air, an example of practiced charm. Ellie's hand tightened on the arm of her chair, her back pressed against the webbing. The silence stretched, amplifying the rattle of the office air conditioner and the distant, indifferent sigh of the surf. Tom stood by the stairs, a silent, unmoving statue, his duffel bag a heavy weight on his shoulder. His gaze was a steady line drawn from him to her, bypassing the man in the linen suit entirely. Marge twisted her dish rag, her eyes darting between Vance and Ellie, her expression one of helpless, absolute dread. She clearly wished Ellie would answer politely, keep the waters smooth. Ellie opened her mouth, though no words came. She could not name the cold, rising dislike she had for this man, for his smooth voice and his predatory sympathy. Before she could find an answer, a sound split the world. Beep. 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 It was a high, piercing, electronic shriek, a digital scream so alien to the lazy afternoon it made every person in the courtyard flinch. It blared from inside the office, from the small, black-and-white television Art had been watching from his desk. The soap opera music, which had been a low, dramatic whisper, was gone. The screen was no longer filled with actors in a hospital room. It was now a stark, white-on-black card. National Weather Service. Special Weather Bulletin. Vance's smile faltered, his hand lowering. He shot an annoyed glance toward the office door. A new voice filled the air, replacing the electronic shriek. It was a man, his tone deep, serious, and devoid of all emotion. "We interrupt this program for a special weather bulletin. The National Weather Service in Miami has issued a hurricane warning for the Florida Keys, from Key Largo to the Dry Tortugas." The word hung in the air. Hurricane. Marge made a small, wounded sound, her hand flying to her mouth. "Oh, Art, oh, no. This is not a drill," the announcer's voice continued, grave and insistent. "The system previously designated a tropical disturbance has rapidly intensified. It is now Hurricane Alma." "Alma," Art whispered, his voice hollow. He stepped out of the office to stand beside his wife, his face the color of wet ash. "Hurricane Alma has sustained winds of 90 miles per hour. It is tracking west-northwest and is expected to make landfall in the lower Keys within the next few hours. All residents are advised to secure their property and move to designated shelters. A mandatory evacuation has been issued for all non-residents," the television blared. Vance Peterson let out a short, scoffing laugh, though it sounded thin. He ran a hand through his hair. "Goodness. They get so dramatic about a little wind. These things always blow over." He turned back to Marge, his smile firmly replastered. "Now, Marge, as we were discussing. My offer." "Mr. Peterson," a new voice cut in, sharp and clear. Ellie stood up from her chair. The paperback fell, forgotten, onto the porch. Her earlier hesitation, her fog of grief, was gone. The announcer's voice, the warning, the sight of Marge's pale, trembling face, it had all converged into a single, intense point of focus. This she understood. This was a storm. It was not a memory, or a shadow from her past. It was an event on a map, with a name. This was an enemy she could fight. Her farm-bred resilience kicked in. It was muscle memory, born from seasons of drought, sudden blizzards, and the constant threat of a sky that could turn on you. The part of her that knew how to batten down, how to prepare, how to survive, took over. "Marge," Ellie said, her voice steady, all traces of the lost, adrift girl vanishing. "Where is your safest room?" "The lowest, most central room in the motel." Marge just stared at her, her eyes wide and blank with panic. "We've always used the linen closet. All the walls are concrete." "Good," Ellie said, nodding. "That will be our shelter." "Art," she said, turning to him, "we need to stock up on water. Buckets, pitchers, anything you have. We need to fill them from the tap before the water pressure goes." "And the windows," another voice said, this one a low, steady baritone. Tom. He had not left. He had simply dropped his duffel bag by the bottom step. The drifter persona evaporated. In his place stood a man who understood an order. His posture had changed. He was no longer observing, but assessing. His gaze swept over the motel, not as a guest, but as someone with experience. He saw the big, unprotected plate glass window of the office, the sliding glass doors on every unit. He saw the rattan lounge chairs in the courtyard, the trash cans, the loose, dead fronds on the palm trees. What he saw was not a motel, but a collection of projectiles. "Art," Tom said, his voice a mild command that still could cut straight through the rising wind. "Where is your plywood? Hammers? Nails? I'll help you board up the windows, the office first. Then, the ground floor rooms." Art, who had been frozen, blinked. He looked from the blaring television to this young, capable man. A command. A task. It was something he could understand. "We keep the plywood in the old maintenance shed. Back by the pool." "Show me," Tom said. Vance Peterson looked between Tom and Ellie, his mouth open, his smile finally gone. He was no longer in charge. He was not even part of the conversation. These two, this drifter and this girl, had taken over. "Now, wait just a minute," Vance said, holding up a hand. "Let's not be hasty. A little wind." I'm sure the structure can. The structure won't matter when that chair, Tom said, pointing to a lounger, comes through that window at 90 miles an hour. He looked at Vance, his eyes flat and cold. You're either here to help, or you're in the way. Which is it? Vance stared, speechless. The sheer competence thrown in his face was offensive. He looked at his cream-colored suit. He looked at the sky, which was no longer a bright, clear blue, but had shifted to a strange, sickly yellow-gray. The wind, just a breeze moments ago, now snapped at the hem of his jacket. He backed away, holding his hands up in surrender. This is madness. You're all overreacting. He fumbled in his pocket for his keys. I'll be in touch. After this inconvenience has passed. He hastened to his Lincoln. He got in, started the engine, and pulled out of the gravel lot, his tires spinning as he headed back toward the mainland. Tom watched him go. Good, he muttered. He turned back to Art. The shed. Art nodded, galvanized. This way. The world had shifted. The lazy afternoon was gone, replaced by a frantic ticking clock. A strange, oppressive silence fell, the eye before the eye, as the wind took a deep, collective breath. The air was hot, wet, and heavy. Ellie sprang into action. She herded Marge into the office. Marge, I need your help, she said, her voice firm but kind. You've been through this before, you know panicking is not a plan. Now, where are the flashlights? The batteries? Do you have a transistor radio? The practical questions seemed to steady Marge. A radio? Yes. On the desk. And flashlights. Good. Check them. All of them, Ellie ordered. I'm going to get water. She grabbed an ice bucket from the desk and went into the small private bathroom behind the counter. She turned on the tap. The water flowed, clear and strong, for now. She began filling the bucket, then a trash can, then every spare cup and pitcher she could find in the office kitchenette. With every gallon she secured, she felt a small, hard knot of her own fear dissolve. This was work. This was like the farm. You didn't waste time crying about the hail. You got the animals in the barn. Outside, the first fat, warm drops of rain fell. They hit the dusty gravel, leaving dark, quarter-sized splotches. The wind whistled, a high, thin sound that was rising in pitch. Tom and Art returned from the shed, each carrying a large 4x8 sheet of weathered, warped plywood. This is all they've got, Tom said to Ellie as they reached the office door. He didn't seem concerned, just stated it as a fact. 6 sheets. And a handful of rusty nails. It'll have to be enough, Ellie said, not missing a beat. The office first, like you said. Then any ground floor rooms with guests. Just us, you two, and the old-timers in 103, Art panted, his face red with exertion. I'm getting too old for this, he added with a grumble. Then 103 is next, Tom said. He and Art set the first board against the large office window. It was clumsy. The wind, playful now, kept catching the edge of the wood, trying to rip it from their grasp. It's like a sail! Art yelled, grabbing a corner. Ellie came out of the office, holding the door against the wind. She saw them struggling and didn't hesitate. She ran down the steps and grabbed the bottom corner of the plywood, bracing it with her shoulder and all her weight. I've got it, she shouted over the rising howl. Tom looked down, surprised. She was right there with him, her sandals digging into the gravel, her sundress already plastered to her legs by the spatters of rain. Her hair had been pulled free from its ribbon and whipped across her face, stinging her cheeks. But her eyes were clear and steady, her jaw set. She was not a guest or a tourist. She knew how and when to work. "Hold it flat!" Tom yelled. He raised the hammer. He drove the first nail, his movements fast and powerful. Thwack. 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 The rusty nail bit into the wooden window frame with a protesting squeal. He paused to get another nail, his arm muscles burning. He took a breath and looked at her. She kept the plywood steady with her shoulder pressed hard against the wood. She met his gaze, unflinching. He'd felt a quick jolt of attraction on the balcony and a flash of recognition in the courtyard. Now, it all coalesced into a new, sharp, and sudden respect. This woman, who had looked so lost on her balcony, was solid. And now, she was a rock. "You know what you're doing," he said, his voice calm but carrying over the wind. It was not a compliment, it was a statement of fact. Ellie looked up at him. She saw the sweat on his forehead, the confident, strong grip of his hand on the hammer, the absolute calm in his eyes. This was not the man from the motorcycle, the unreadable drifter. He was a man who fixed things. A man who faced the problem in front of him. A man who stayed. "So do you," she replied, her voice just as steady. The spark from the courtyard, the shared look of distaste, had been a prelude. This was the actual connection. It was a jolt of undiluted understanding. "I see you. You are like me. You are not afraid of hard work." An enormous sound shattered the moment. It was not a whistle or a howl. It was a roar. A wall of force hit the motel. It was a sudden, violent, physical blow, as if a giant hand had shoved the building. With it came the rain. It was no longer drops. It was a horizontal, blinding sheet of water that stung like needles. "Inside!" Tom yelled, grabbing her arm. "Art, get the door!" Art scrambled, pulling the office door open. Ellie stumbled in, Tom right behind her. He and Art put their shoulders to the door and shoved it shut against the screaming wind. Tom slammed the deadbolt home. The second the lock clicked, the first outer band of the hurricane hit. The concrete building shook. The unboarded windows in the back of the office bowed inward, the glass vibrating with a high agonizing hum. And the lights, which had been flickering, buzzed loudly, then died. Darkness, terrifying and howling, enveloped the office. The only sound was the wind. It was not a memory. It was the same deep, deafening, freight train roar from her nightmares, and it sounded as if it were trying to peel the roof from the building, one nail at a time. The darkness that fell over the office was not just the absence of light. It was thick, heavy, and terrifying. It was a void instantly filled by the sound of the world ending. The freight train. Ellie had used that phrase to describe the tornado that had flattened her life. She realized now how small that sound had been. This was a fleet of freight trains, an army of them all roaring at once, coming from every direction. The wind didn't just howl, it screamed. It was a deep, guttural, bass note roar that vibrated in her bones, a sound so loud it was almost like a pressure against her ears. "Marge! Art!" Ellie yelled, though she could barely hear her own voice. "In here! The linen closet!" A beam of light cut through the blackness. It wobbled, then steadied. Tom had grabbed a flashlight from Marge's desk, and he held it in a steady grip. He hadn't panicked, he was not even breathing hard. He looked like a man who had drilled for this. "Where?" he shouted back, his voice a calm vibration under the storm's shriek. "The door behind the desk." Ellie pointed. "Art, get your wife," Tom suggested. He swung the beam of light toward the desk, illuminating Marge. She stood frozen, with her wrinkled hands clamped over her ears. Art grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the back. Another, weaker beam of light joined Tom's. Ellie had grabbed a flashlight, too. Her hand shook, making the beam dance on the walls. "The old-timers!" Art yelled, his voice cracking with a new, sudden panic as he fumbled with the closet door. "Room 103. We left them. We have to get them." Tom put his hand on Art's shoulder, his grip firm. "No. It's too late. You'd never make it to their door. They're on the ground floor. They're safer in their room than they are trying to get across that courtyard." "But the windows, the glass," Art protested, his face a mask of guilt. "We can't help them now, Art," Tom said, his voice hard, but not unkind. "We can only help who's in this room. Get in." He guided Art, who was still pulling a resisting Marge, into the small, concrete-walled room. It was not really a closet, but a small, windowless storage space, its concrete block wall stacked floor to ceiling with faded, neatly folded towels and bed linens. It smelled of bleach and old soap. "Ellie. You're next," Tom said, shining the light at her feet. Ellie stumbled in, her heart hammering against her ribs so hard it hurt. She backed against the far wall, sinking down onto a stack of folded blankets. Marge and Art huddled on the floor opposite her, Marge gripping her husband's shoulder. Tom was the last one in. He stood in the doorway, his flashlight beam sweeping the outer office one last time. The back windows, the ones they hadn't boarded, were vibrating with a high-pitched, agonizing hum. As they watched, a small crack appeared in one pane and grew into a spiderweb of fractures. "That won't hold," Tom said, more to himself than to them. He stepped back into the linen closet and, bracing his feet, pulled the heavy, solid-core wooden door shut. The click of the latch was the loudest sound in the world. And then, the sound of the storm changed. The door muffled the high-pitched shriek of the wind, but the deep, bone-rattling roar intensified. The concrete floor under them vibrated. It was no longer a storm they were listening to. They were inside a living force of nature, in the belly of the beast. Tom did not sit. He stood by the door, his back pressed to it, one hand on the knob. He set his flashlight on a high shelf and aimed the beam at the white ceiling. It cast a diffused, sickly yellow glow over the small space, illuminating their four pale, frightened faces. Ellie drew her knees to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. She was shaking. Not from the cold, the small, windowless room was already stiflingly hot, the air thick and stuffy. The vibration of the storm had triggered a memory. She closed her eyes, and she was back in the farmhouse, in the small root cellar, her mother's hand clamped over her mouth, her father's arm braced against the heaving wooden door. The high, thin scream of the tornado. The sound of the house coming apart above them, the crack of beams, the shattering, tinkling rain of glass. With a gasp, her eyes flew open. She told herself she was not in Indiana anymore, she was in Key West. She was in a linen closet with two terrified old people and a man she had met less than an hour ago. Her gaze fixed on him. He stood by the door, a silent sentry. Unlike the rest of them, he was not trembling. He was a rock, a fixed point in a world that was tearing itself to pieces just outside the door. He was just there. His profile, lit by the single flashlight, was a portrait in grim calm. His jaw was set, his eyes focused on the door, as if he were listening to the storm. Art was staring at the floor, his hands limp at his sides, his face a mask of despair. She could see that the two of them were tired, they had given up. They were just waiting for the end. Ellie watched Tom. He stood there like a wall or a shield, like his very presence could keep the blind, screaming panic at bay. He glanced away from the door, his gaze sweeping the small room, checking on them. His eyes met Ellie's. In the dim yellow light, she saw no fear in them. She saw readiness. He was a man who had seen worse. This was just another problem to be managed. His calm was not a lack of fear, it was a surplus of competence. He saw her watching him. He saw the tremor in her hands, the wide, haunted look in her eyes. But he gave her a single small nod. The same nod he had given her in the courtyard. I see it. We're in this. A strange, powerful, and utterly terrifying sensation bloomed in Ellie's chest. It was a warmth that pushed back, just for a second, against the cold terror of the storm. It was a pull. A deep gravitational attraction toward this man. This solid, quiet, capable man. He was everything she was not. She was adrift, he was an anchor. She was a leaf in the wind, he was the tree. He was steady, strong. He was safe. During a hurricane, with the world screaming and the floor vibrating, she had found the first truly safe place she had been in since her parents died. And it was not the concrete-walled room, but the 4 feet of space that separated her from this man. She wanted to be closer to him, to lean against him, to feel that solid strength, to borrow it. For him to put his arm around her and tell her it would be all right. She, who had needed no one, who had prided herself on her farm girl independence, suddenly, desperately, wanted this man to protect her. And the thought horrified her. Her mind recoiled, slamming a door just as heavy as the one Tom leaned against. No. No. She was not here to find a man. Especially not this man. A drifter. A man with a motorcycle and a single duffel bag. Who was, in his own way, just as unmoored as she was. He was a temporary port in the storm, nothing more. He would be gone when the wind died down. Once the storm passed, he would get on his bike and ride away, and he would leave. Everyone leaves. Her parents had left. They had been torn from her, vanishing in a swirl of debris and a sound like a freight train. They had left her utterly, completely alone. The pain of that ultimate abandonment was still fresh. She could not, would not, open herself to that again. She would not tie her newly fragile self to a man who would inevitably walk away and leave her behind. The pull she had felt, that warm, desperate need for his strength, it had to be a weakness. It was a trap. It was a betrayal of the independence she needed to survive. She shut it down. She built a wall, right there in the hot, dark, roaring closet. Turning her gaze away from him, she fixed her attention on her knees. She would get through this storm. And she would get through it alone. She would not need him or rely on him. And under no circumstances would she allow herself to care about him. She would be her own anchor. A deep, rattling boom shook the foundation of the building, followed by a new sound, the high-pitched, unmistakable tinkle of shattering glass. It came from the outer office. The unboarded window. Marge yelped and buried her face in Art's chest. Ellie's head shot up, her eyes wide with a new, immediate terror. Her gaze flew, against her will, right back to Tom. He hadn't flinched. He was still watching her. "It's just the glass," he said, his voice a low rumble, barely audible. "It's all right. The door is solid. We're safe in here." Ellie stared at him. He was trying to reassure her, to be a rock. And in that moment, she both hated him and was desperately grateful for him. The single, battery-powered flashlight beam flickered, then wobbled from the vibration. The beam danced, then sputtered. And died. The world was gone. The darkness was absolute. And the only thing left in the universe was the sound of the storm, and the 4 of them, breathing in the black, stifling, concrete tomb.
The darkness was heavy, an absolute, a black, velvety vacuum that smothered every sense except for hearing and touch. Tom stood with his back to the door, his hand on the knob, his body acting like a human deadbolt. The wood vibrated against his spine. The sound. It was everything and everywhere. He had been through storms at sea, through typhoons in the Pacific that sent salty green water crashing over the bow of a 500-foot destroyer. But that was different. At sea, the ship was a metal sea creature, a steel beast that moved with the water, groaning and rolling, fighting to stay afloat. But this was more like a siege. A motel is an immovable object, and the storm was a relentless, mindless enemy determined to tear it apart. The wind didn't just howl, it screamed. A high-pitched, solid wall of sound, a constant, deafening shriek that seemed to come from inside his own skull. Underneath the shriek was a deep, bass-note roar, nature's freight train. The sound of true, unstoppable power. And as the building shuddered, the concrete floor beneath his boots vibrated. A rough, constant tremor, as if they were hiding inside a drum being beaten by a giant. In the blackness, he heard Art whisper, his voice a dry, papery rasp. "It's tearing the roof off." "It's just the wind, Art," Tom said. His voice rumbled, forcing a calm he did not entirely possess. He could hear the air. He could feel the pressure change. This building is a concrete block. It'll hold. He listened. He could hear Marge's nervous breathing and Art's shallow, rapid breaths. And he could hear the silence in the corner where Ellie sat. She made no sound at all. He'd seen her in the last moment before the flashlight died. He'd seen her head snap up, her eyes wide, her gaze flying straight to him as the office window imploded. She had been terrified, but it was a controlled terror. The terror of a warrior under fire, frozen but not broken. He remembered her, shoulder to shoulder with him in the rain, bracing the plywood. "You know what you're doing." Her words. "So do you?" The respect in her eyes. That jolt of connection. It had been as real as the hammer in his hand. Then he'd seen her recoil in the closet, just before the light died. He'd seen her pull into herself, saw the wall she'd built. It had been an obvious rejection. "You're a drifter. Stay away." The vibration of the door lessened almost imperceptibly. The high-pitched shriek dropped a note, the deep roar fading just a fraction. It was a lull, not the eye, just a gap between the bands of the storm. The air, thick and still, felt heavy with unspent pressure. The horizontal rain, however, continued a furious, nonstop drumming against the walls. "We can't just sit in the dark," Tom said into the void. Panic, he knew from his engine room drills, bred in the dark. It fed on the unknown. "Ellie, your flashlight. Does it still work?" A small, tense silence. Then a rustle of movement. A click. A weak, yellow beam of light cut the darkness. The circle of light danced a frantic pattern on the opposite wall as Ellie's hand shook. "Good," Tom said, his voice steady. "Sit on the high shelf where mine was. Aim it at the ceiling." The beam swung wildly, then moved up. It settled on the shelf, its light pointing upward. The small, white-painted ceiling reflected the glow, casting the room in a dim, diffused light. It was sufficient. They could see each other. For pale, sweat-streaked faces in a concrete box. Marge huddled in a ball, her eyes squeezed shut. Art stared at the floor, his face sullen. Ellie sat as she had before, her knees drawn to her chest, her back pressed against the wall. Her face was pale, her dark hair stuck to her damp forehead, but her eyes were open. They were clear, and they were watching him. "All right," Tom said, moving away from the door. "Let's make a plan. For now, we stay here and wait. Marge, Art, are you two doing okay?" Marge just shook her head, her face buried in her knees. "Let's get you a drink of water," Tom said, his voice taking on the clipped, efficient tone of an order. He moved to the corner where Ellie had stored the water and found the cups. The splashing sounded ridiculously loud in the small room as he poured 4 cups. He handed the first cup to Art. The man's hand trembled slightly as he took the cup. "Drink it." Tom gave the next cup to Marge. "Drink. It will help calm your nerves." She looked up, her eyes vacant, but she took the cup. Then he turned to Ellie. She sat just 3 feet away from him. He kneeled, holding the plastic cup out to her. The yellow light was kind to her. It softened the exhaustion on her face, but it highlighted the strength in her jaw. She was not crying or panicking. She was, he realized with a jolt, just like him, waiting, enduring. Here, he said. She looked at the cup, then at his hand. Her gaze followed his arm up to his face. Her eyes were deep, a dark, unreadable blue in the strange light. She was evaluating him. Thank you, she whispered, her voice hoarse. She reached out and took the cup. Their fingers brushed. The contact was electric. A tiny spark in the middle of a hurricane, but it sent a shock straight up his arm. Her skin was damp but warm, alive. A powerful, undeniable pull tugged at him, right from the center of his chest. He felt the same jolt on the balcony, the same recognition in the courtyard, and the same respect at the window. But this was deeper. This was the pull of a man, alone in a dark room, toward a woman who was just as alone. He studied her. He'd seen her resilience and quiet capability, and her kindness in her brief defense of Marge against Vance. The beauty that he'd tried so hard to ignore, a beauty that was all about strength and substance, not polish. She was resilient, she was kind, and she was beautiful. He wanted, more than anything, to sit down next to her on that stack of blankets, to put his arm around her, pull her solid warmth against his side, and just be. He wanted to tell her he wouldn't let the storm get in, that he would stand at that door until his legs gave out. He wanted to be the rock she had looked at just before she'd built her wall. And then, as fast as the feeling came, a wave of self-loathing, cold as the ocean, washed it away. And then what, Lane? A voice in his head sneered. What happens when a storm passes? He crushed the feeling with a wave of self-loathing and lurched to his feet, turning away from her, the moment of connection shattering. He was a nomad, a foster kid with no past and no future. A man with a motorcycle, a duffel bag, and a pocket full of cash that would last a few months. He was a grease monkey, a man who worked with his hands, who knew nothing but the inside of an engine. A woman like her. She was different. She came from a place, a family. He'd heard her talking to Marge. She had roots, even if they were torn. She was a woman who needed a home, a man who could build something, a man who stuck around. He was like seaweed, floating on the tide, drifting. He had nothing to offer her, nothing but a temporary shoulder in a storm. The second the sun came out, he'd be gone. He had to be. It was the only way he knew how to live. To get attached, to let that pull take root was cruel a lie. He couldn't be the anchor she needed. He was just a piece of debris floating through life. His mind replayed her recoil from just before the light died. She already knew. She'd looked at him and seen exactly what he was. Temporary. A man with no home. He was not enough. He was not what she needed. His rejection slammed down, a steel hatch locking into place. He was not a man who stayed or made connections. He fixed what was broken and then moved on. Right now, his job was to get these 3 people through the night. That was all. It was a self-assigned mission, but it had no future. He turned his back on her, focusing on the door. He put his hand on the knob again, retaking his post. The vibration of the storm was a familiar, if terrifying, comfort. This he understood. Nature trying to tear something apart. How long do these things last? Ellie's voice, small and tight, came from behind him. He didn't turn around. Hours, he said, his voice flat, all the warmth gone. This is just the beginning. It'll get worse before it gets better. This motel has survived several, so we should be okay. Art mumbled, his voice trying to be reassuring. Before Tom could answer, a new sound cut through the steady, deafening roar. It was a brief, sudden lull in the wind, a terrifying drop in pressure, as if the storm had taken a deep, sudden breath. And in that split second of near silence, a loud sound came from above them. It was not the office. It came from the second floor, from the area right over their heads. It was not the tinkle of a single window. It was a boom, a deep, explosive thud, as if a car had hit the building. It was followed by a sickening, rending screech of metal, and then the unmistakable, cascading, thunderous crash of an entire wall of glass imploding. Art scrambled to his feet. What in the world was that? Tom's blood ran cold. He stared at the ceiling, his hand tightening on the doorknob. That, he said, his voice grim, was the second floor. I'm guessing a sliding glass door. It's gone. Now the wind is inside the building.
The crash from the second floor was not merely a sound. It was a blow that traveled through the concrete floor and up their legs. The deep boom of the impact, followed by the cascading, thunderous shatter of glass, was a declaration of war. The storm was no longer just outside. Ellie, trapped in her own terror, felt a new, sharper, more immediate dread. She looked at Tom, her eyes wide in the single, dim, and trembling beam of her flashlight. Inside? Tom's face was a hard mask. He knew they had just heard a catastrophic failure. I mean the pressure. The wind gets in, he yelled over the din, and it's trying to find a way out. It'll tear the interior walls apart. That is how storms rip off roofs. He was already moving, his hand on the doorknob of the linen closet. Where are you going? Art yelled, grabbing his arm. You can't go out there. It's too dangerous. If we stay in here, Tom said, his voice flat and hard as he shook off Art's hand, the rain is going to pour onto the second floor. That much water will bring the ceiling down on top of us. Then the wind will do the rest. He looked at Art, his eyes void of all sympathy. We have to board it up, seal the breach. He looked at Ellie. Stay with them. Keep this door shut. Barricade it, if you can. He was going alone. Ellie watched him. She saw him grab the master curing Art had left on the shelf. She saw him check his belt, where his hammer still hung from tucked into his belt. He was going out there, into that roaring, black chaos, to fight the storm by himself. The wall she had meticulously constructed inside her, her vow to be her own anchor, to not rely on him, crumbled. It wasn't about relying on him. It was about who she was. She was not a person who hid in a closet while someone else fought for her. She was the girl who drove the tractor, who mended the fence, who got the animals in the barn. You can't, she said, her voice surprisingly steady. She was already pushing herself to her feet, the stack of blankets tumbling behind her. Tom paused, his hand on the door, and looked back at her. I have to. No, she said, grabbing her own flashlight. You can't. Not alone. How are you going to carry a 4x8 sheet of plywood down a hallway in a hurricane, hold it against the wind, and nail it in place? You need 2 people. It's too dangerous. Stay here. I'm the only other person in this room who can do it. You know I can. I did it before, she said, her voice rising, sharp and clear. Tom stared at her for a long, hard second. The faint yellow light illuminated her set jaw, the absolute, stubborn, and terrified resolve in her eyes. She was not panicking. And she was right. He couldn't do it alone. It was a 3-handed job at least. He gave a single, grim nod. The argument was over. All right. Stay right behind me. Don't stop. Don't hesitate. And whatever you do, do not let go of the railing on the stairs. Understood? Understood, she breathed, her heart hammering. Art, Tom barked, turning to the older man. You push that linen cart against this door. You sit on the floor, and you brace it with your feet. Do not open it. Not for any reason. We will knock 3 times when we get back. 3 times. You hear me? Art could only nod. Tom took a deep breath. Ready? He asked Ellie. She nodded. He cracked the door. The sound that hit them was a physical shock. The outer office was no longer a room. It was a wind tunnel. The unboarded back window had not just broken, it was gone. The entire frame had been ripped from the wall. A horizontal, blinding spray of rain and debris, leaves, sand, pieces of what looked like shingles from someone's roof, blasted through the room. The air was a screaming, wet, chaotic soup. "Go! Go! Go!" Tom yelled, pushing Ellie forward. She ran, stumbling over an overturned chair. The water on the office floor was already a few inches deep. Tom was right behind her. He grabbed the front door, the one they had bolted. It took all his strength to yank the deadbolt back and pull the door open inward against the pressure. The second it opened, the storm tried to rip it from his hands. "Push!" he roared. Together, they shoved their way out into the courtyard, into the heart of the hurricane. It was not dark. The sky was strange, a sickly greenish-black, lit by an ambient electrical glow. But they were no longer in the courtyard. They were in a river. The wind, hitting them with the force of a solid wall, was a constant 70-mile-per-hour shove. The rain was not falling, it was a horizontal, stinging blast, a million tiny needles that hit their skin. "The stairs!" Tom bellowed, his voice almost ripped from his throat. He grabbed her hand, his grip like a steel trap. "Hold on!" He dragged her toward the concrete stairs. The wind fought them for every step. It was a living, malicious force, an invisible giant that tried to pick them up and throw them across the parking lot. They reached the stairwell. It was, mercifully, slightly sheltered from the direct blast. But the wind held down the concrete chute, turning it into a vortex. Tom went first, his body shielding her. "The railing!" he yelled. "Grab the railing!" Ellie gripped the cold, wet metal. Her other hand, holding the flashlight, clamped onto Tom's. He pulled her up, one step at a time. She felt her foot slip on the flooded concrete. She was back in the tornado. The sound, the scream, the feeling of the world coming apart, it was all here. She wanted to close her eyes, to curl up, to vanish. No. She focused on the dark, solid shape of Tom's back. He was a rock in this roaring river. She would not let him down. She would not let go. They reached the second-floor walkway. It was worse. It was 1,000 times worse. The wind, no longer baffled by the lower walls, hit them with its full, screaming, unrestrained fury. It was a solid, moving wall of water and air. The wind immediately flattened Ellie against the building's stucco wall, knocking the breath from her lungs. "We have to move." Tom's face was inches from hers, his voice a raw shout. Water streamed from his hair, his face a grim mask in the eerie light. "The closet! End of the hall!" He put his shoulder against the wind and leaned. He was literally walking at a 45-degree angle, holding her hand and pulling her with him. They fought their way down the walkway. It was not walking. It was a brawl. They passed her room, 204. They passed his, 205. The doors were shuddering in their frames. Down the hall, they saw it, room 207, the room above the office. The door was flapping violently on a single screaming hinge, ripped from its latch by the pressure. "The closet!" Tom yelled, pointing just past the ruined door. "Here!" It was a simple, painted wooden door. A utility closet. Tom let go of her hand and fumbled with the master key. The lock clicked, but the door wouldn't open. The pressure. "Back!" he yelled. He put his shoulder to it and shoved. The door flew open with an explosive pop, slamming against the inside wall. Ellie shone her light inside. Mops. Buckets. And leaning against the back wall, one warped 4x8 sheet of plywood. An emergency stash. Grab it! Tom roared. They pulled it out into the hallway. The second the board cleared the doorframe, the wind caught it. Hold on! Ellie screamed, remembering the sail. It was a beast. It was a living, angry thing, a wing that wanted to fly, and it wanted to take them with it. The board slammed Tom back against the railing, the metal groaning in protest. Into the room, he bellowed. Shove it in! As a team, they moved perfectly and with desperation. They didn't try to speak, just moved. They tried to anticipate the gusts, they braced, they shoved. It was a drunken, staggering, violent dance. They reached the flapping door of 207. Tom kicked what was left of the door open. It ripped off its last hinge and vanished into the darkness of the room. Ellie shone her light inside. It was hell. This was not a room anymore. It was a void. The sliding glass door at the far end was a gaping, black, rectangular maw, a hole that had swallowed the wall and let the storm inside. The wind howled and swirled, creating a vortex. It looked as if a giant's fist had smashed the furniture into pieces against the far wall. The shredded curtains flew horizontally, their ends whipping with a sound like gunshots. The sound. It was not a roar but a high-pitched, deafening, physical shriek. It was the sound of the wind, trapped and furious. Ellie froze. This was it, the sound from the cellar, the belly of the beast. This was the thing that had killed her parents. Ellie! Tom's voice cut through the fog of her terror. He grabbed her, his hands hard on her shoulders. Look at me! She did. His eyes were wild, but focused. We can do this. Now. Help me push the board. His words were an anchor. The terror did not vanish, but the adrenaline surged over it. She nodded, her teeth gritted. On 3, he yelled. 1, 2, 3. They shoved the plywood sheet into the room. Against the opening, he screamed. Push! Lean into it! They staggered back across the room, the board acting as a shield. The wind fought them, a physical, shoving hand. They reached the gaping hole where the sliding door had been. The suction was unbelievable. It was a giant, invisible mouth, trying to pull them out into the black, churning night. Hold it! Tom yelled. He had the hammer in his hand. I can't nail and hold. Hold it! Brace it! Ellie didn't think. She acted. She shoved her back and shoulder against the rough, wet wood, just as she had in the courtyard. But the force was 1,000 times greater. The wind pushed, and the suction pulled. The board vibrated so hard it rattled her teeth. Plant your feet, he yelled. She jammed her sandals against the soaked carpet, her leg muscles screaming. She used every ounce of her farm-bred strength, her entire body bracing against the storm. Nail it! Nail it now, Tom! Thwack! Tom's first blow. The sound was small against the roar. He drove a nail into the wood, into the concrete frame. The board held, but the bottom corner flapped wildly. Thwack! 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 He was a machine trying to hammer everywhere at once. He drove nails, one after another, his movements desperate yet powerful. Ellie held on, her muscles on fire, her body screaming. The wind found a small gap and whistled, a high, thin, terrible sound. Thwack! More! The top, she screamed, feeling the board bow inward. He was there hammering. He sealed the top, then the sides, and then the bottom. Thwack! 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 The final nail. He drove it home. And the sound changed. The high-pitched internal shriek stopped, as if someone had pulled a plug. The room was suddenly, shockingly, quiet. No, not quiet. But the roar was outside again. The pressure was gone. The room was just a room, dark and wet and destroyed. They both stood there, leaning against the board, their chests heaving, their bodies trembling. The adrenaline, having no more work to do, left them shaking, their legs weak. It's done," Ellie gasped, the words tasting strange. Tom just nodded. His head was down, his hands braced on his knees. He was breathing in deep, ragged gulps. His gray t-shirt was soaked, clinging to his back and chest and outlining the hard muscles of his shoulders. "We have to get back to the safe room," he said, his voice a raw, hoarse whisper. He pushed off the wall and grabbed her arm. She was shaking so hard she could barely stand. He half-dragged, half-carried her out of the ruined room, back onto the second-floor walkway. The hallway was still a nightmare, the wind still a solid, shoving force. But it was nothing compared to the room. They had been inside the monster, and they had walked back out. They fought their way back to the stairwell. The concrete enclosure, which had seemed so violent before, now felt like a sanctuary. They huddled at the top of the stairs, out of the direct path of the wind, under the concrete roof. The roar of the storm was all around them, but in this one small pocket, they could breathe. They were soaked to the bone and streaked with grime. They were shaking, not from the cold, but from the violent, electric high of survival. Ellie still held her flashlight. Its weak, yellow beam pointed at the flooded concrete floor, creating a small, dancing circle of light. They stood, pressed close together against the wall, shielded from the wind. They had to stand that close. The space was small. But now, the closeness was not just a function of space. Ellie looked up at him. Her heart was hammering, a frantic, wild drumbeat against her ribs. It was not just the exertion. It was him. The dim light of her own flashlight reflected off the water on his face. She saw the drops clinging to his eyelashes, tracking down the hard plane of his cheek, dripping from his square, stubborn jaw. His hair was plastered to his forehead. His eyes, in the shadow, were dark, intense, and focused entirely on her. He looked down at her and saw the woman who had, without question, followed him into hell. He saw the grime on her cheek, the way her dark hair was stuck in wet tangles to her face. She had a strength in her, a thing as solid as the plywood they had just nailed. She was shaking from head to foot, but her eyes were huge, luminous, and shining with a bright and vigorous energy. The walls were gone. Her fear of being left, his fear of not being good enough, the hurricane had blown them away as if they were pieces of paper. There was only this. The two of them, alone, in the dark. The roar of the wind was the only sound in the world, a deep, primal bass note to the sudden, sharp, and frantic rhythm of their own breathing. They were alive. They were together. The air between them, which had been filled with wind and rain, was now something else. It was a tangible, electric thing. It was the spark from the courtyard, the jolt of respect at the window, all of it supercharged by adrenaline and the raw, unadorned intimacy of survival. He was intensely aware of her. Of the small, fierce space she occupied. Of the water dripping from her hair. And of the rapid rise and fall of her chest. She was sharply aware of him. Of his size. Of his solid, warm presence, which felt like a furnace next to her. And of the strength in the hand that, just moments ago, had been wrapped around hers. He lifted his hand, the one that wasn't holding the hammer. It moved slowly, as though the air were thick. He meant to, he didn't know what. Push the wet hair from her face? Touch her cheek, to make sure she was real? His fingers, calloused and rough, brushed her temple. Ellie's breath hitched. She stopped breathing. The touch was electric, a jolt that was entirely separate from the storm. He froze. His hand hovered inches from her face. They just stared at each other, trapped. The world had shrunk to this one small, dark, roaring space, and the few inches of charged air that separated them. When Tom's hand froze, inches from her face, the world snapped back into focus. The high, adrenalized energy that had pulsed between them and the stairwell vanished, replaced by a sudden, stark awareness of their situation. Around them, the wind roared, a constant, deafening reminder. The air was chilly, the rain a horizontal spray. "We have to go," Tom said, his voice dropping, his hand pulling back. The brief, intense connection shattered. "They'll be panicking." He turned and plunged down the stairs, not waiting for her. Ellie followed, her legs weak and shaking. The courtyard, which had been a river before, was now a churning, waist-deep lake. The wind, funneled between the buildings, tried to rip her from her feet. Tom forged ahead of her in the churning, watery chaos. He reached the office door and pounded on it, a heavy, rhythmic thud-thud-thud. "Art! Marge! It's us," he roared. The door remained closed. "They can't hear us," Ellie yelled, grabbing his arm. The wind was a solid wall of noise, a freight train that never passed. Tom pounded again, using the butt of his hammer. "Art! Open the door!" The deadbolt slid back. The door opened a crack, held by the wind's pressure. Tom put his shoulder to it, and they spilled inside, falling onto the office floor in a heap of soaking, chilled limbs. Art and Tom shoved the door shut, the click of the deadbolt a tiny, finite sound in the vast, inhuman roar. Ellie lay in the water on the tile floor for a second, the breath knocked from her. The office was pitch black. The only light was her own trembling flashlight beam, which now pointed at the ceiling, illuminating a scene of chaos. Wind and rain blasted through where the back window had been. "In the closet! Now!" Tom bellowed, grabbing her arm and hauling her to her feet. Marge and Art were already scrambling back into a concrete-walled linen room, their wrinkled faces pale. Ellie stumbled in after them, collapsing onto the same stack of blankets she had left what felt like a lifetime ago. Tom was the last one in. He looked at the back office, at the wind and rain pouring in. "It'll flood the entire ground floor," he said, his voice grim. "But we can't, there's nothing left to board it with." He stepped back into the linen closet, his broad shoulders filling the doorway. He pulled the heavy door shut. The click of the door latch was the sound of a tomb being sealed. The high-pitched shriek of the wind from the outer office was muffled, but the deep, bone-rattling roar of the storm, the part that vibrated in the floor and in their teeth, seemed to intensify. It was stiflingly hot in the small, windowless room, the air thick with the smell of bleach and old soap. And now with the metallic tang of their own sweat and fear. The yellow beam of Ellie's flashlight cut the dark. She set it on the high shelf, just as she had before, aiming it at the ceiling. The dim light illuminated their small, miserable world. Marge and Art were a single, huddled shape in the corner. Marge had her head buried in her husband's shoulder. Art just stared at the floor, his hands limp, his face a mask of despair. Ellie sat opposite them, her back pressed against the concrete blocks. Her entire body trembled, a deep, uncontrollable shudder. The adrenaline from the fight on the second floor was gone, leaving a bone-deep, aching exhaustion in its wake. She was cold, soaked to the skin, and her muscles screamed in protest. Tom stood by the door for a long moment, his hand on the knob, just listening. He was a sentinel, his back to them, his shoulders rigid. Finally, he seemed to accept that the door would hold. He let out a long, slow breath that was almost a sigh. He turned. The small room left him no options. The only place left to sit was on the floor, on a low stack of folded towels, right next to Ellie. He sank down, his movements stiff. The wall was at his back, and his shoulder was a scant 6 inches from hers. The heat coming off his body was noticeable, a solid, living warmth in the damp, close air. All 4 of them sat in silence. The only sound was the constant, deafening, bass-note roar of the hurricane, a sound that was no longer just heard but was all around them, a vibration that seemed to shake the island's very foundations. Soon, the rhythmic, heavy breathing of exhaustion came from Art and Margie's corner. They had fallen asleep, or at least into a stupor, their bodies finally succumbing to the terror and the hour. Now it was only Tom and Ellie. They sat for a very long time, saying nothing. The air between them, which had crackled with electricity in the stairwell, was now a heavy, shared silence. They were allies, survivors. They were 2 people trapped in a concrete box while the world tried to tear itself apart. Finally, Tom spoke. His voice was a low rumble, barely audible over the storm. "You okay?" Ellie started, as if pulled from a trance. She had been staring at her own knees, watching her hands shake. "Yes," she whispered, though her chattering teeth betrayed her. "You're cold," he stated. It was a simple fact. He reached for a thick, folded blanket on the shelf above their heads and pulled it down. He didn't offer or ask, he simply opened the folded, musty-smelling wool and draped it over her shoulders. His fingers brushed her neck. The calloused, rough skin of his knuckles grazed her cold, wet skin. It was not the electric, hesitant touch from the stairwell. It was a practical, impersonal contact. But it made her stop breathing all the same. "Thank you," she whispered, pulling the heavy, dry wool around her. The simple warmth was a shocking comfort. Another long silence. The storm roared. "You were good," he said, his voice still low, directed at the wall in front of him. "Up there. On the walkway. You didn't panic." Ellie looked at his profile in the dim light. His jaw was tight, his gaze distant. He was just stating a fact. "I wanted to," she admitted, her voice small. "But you didn't. You grabbed the board and held it. You've done that before. Braced against a force." She looked down, her hand smoothing the rough wool. "I'm from Indiana. We had a farm. Lots of storms up there." He turned his head then, looking at her. The movement was slight, but it felt significant. "A farm," he repeated. The word sounded foreign in his mouth, as if he were describing a place from a storybook. "My whole life," Ellie said, the words coming easily, as if the dark, roaring closet had given her permission to speak. "My dad had me driving a tractor by the time I was 10. I've mended fences in blizzards, gotten a herd in before a hailstorm. So I know what it's like. When the sky turns ugly. You don't think. You just do the work." She did not talk about the tornado, the root cellar, or the sound, or the loss. Instead, she talked about the work by describing the smell of fresh-cut hay, the deep, satisfying rumble of the John Deere tractor, the warmth of the cows in the milking barn. She painted a picture of a life that was hard, and real, and rooted in the earth. A life that was gone. Tom listened. He did not interrupt. He watched her face as she spoke, saw the way her eyes, haunted just moments before, warmed with the memory. And he saw the strength in her. The strength of roots. The strength of a person who knew, without question, where she came from. When she finished, her voice trailed off, leaving the silence of the farm to be swallowed by the roar of the ocean. "I'm the opposite," he said, his voice rough. He turned his gaze back to the wall. "I grew up all over. Foster homes. Never in one place for more than a year or two." Ellie turned, looking at him. His wall, the one he'd had on the balcony and in the diner, was down. He was offering his own quiet confession. "I joined the Navy as soon as I could," he went on, his hands resting on his knees. "Figured it was a good place to be. A job." "What did you do in the Navy?" she asked softly. "I was an engineman. On a destroyer." He leaned his head back against the concrete wall, his eyes half closing. "It's hot down in the engine room. Over 100 degrees. And loud. So loud it's like this." He gestured to the wall, to the storm. "It shakes your bones. 1,000 moving parts, all trying to tear themselves apart, all at the same time." He was not talking about the loneliness. He was, like her, talking about the work. "But you learn to listen," he said, his voice dropping, becoming almost intimate. "You learn to hear it, to know the sound of every valve, every piston. You know when something is wrong, even before the gauges do. And you can feel it in your feet. It's like a living thing, the ship. It has a heart. And you're the one who keeps it beating." He fell silent. He had described his home. Not a house, not a farm. A hot, thundering, steel room, miles out to sea. "You know how to fix things," Ellie said, putting all her new understanding of him into one simple sentence. Tom turned his head. His eyes, clear and deep in the dim light, met hers. The 6 inches between them felt charged, but it was not the frantic energy of the stairwell. This was something else. It was a low, slow, steady hum. It was a connection building, layer by layer. "And you," he said, his voice a low vibration, "know how to step up and do what's needed." A small, genuine smile touched her lips. "I guess we do." They sat side by side, with the wall at their backs, the blanket shared between them now, his shoulder and hers nearly touching. The forced proximity in the small room had become a shared space. They were no longer a drifter and a tourist. But Tom and Ellie, the two who had fought the storm together. The hours passed. The roar of the hurricane did not lessen. It was a constant, mind-numbing, omnipresent roar, the sound of a world being unmade. The flashlight on the shelf dimmed, its yellow beam fading to a weak orange. Ellie's eyes grew heavy. The bone-deep exhaustion, held at bay by the conversation, returned with a vengeance. Her head nodded once, twice. She fought it, but the weight of the last 24 hours was too much. Her head slumped, resting against the hard concrete wall. Tom watched her. He saw her fight sleep, and he saw her lose. He, too, was exhausted, his limbs heavy as lead. But he did not move. He just sat, his shoulder a few inches from hers, a silent, steady presence in the dark. Ellie drifted. She slumped sideways, her head slipping from the wall, and came to rest, with a soft, unconscious sigh, on his shoulder. Tom froze. He sat perfectly still, his muscles rigid. Her hair, still damp and smelling faintly of the ocean, tickled his neck. Her breathing was a slow, even puff of warmth against his shirt. She was asleep. On him. This small, solid, incredibly strong woman was leaning on him. Trusting him. His entire being, every instinct he had, focused on one simple command: do not move. Do not wake her. He let his own eyes drift shut. He let his head rest back against the concrete. The roar of the storm was the engine. The heat of the room was the engine room. And the small, warm weight on his shoulder, that was his anchor. He fell asleep, not as a drifter, but as a man on watch. He woke with a shock. To silence. A thick, heavy, pressing, absolute silence. The roar was gone. He snapped awake, his head jerking up, his muscles screaming. Ellie, disturbed by the sudden movement, stirred, lifting her head from his shoulder with a small, confused sound. "What is it?" she whispered, her voice thick with sleep. "It's over," he said. His voice was a raw croak. "The storm. It's stopped." The silence was deafening. Marge and Art stirred in their corner. "Is it morning?" Marge's voice was a papery rasp. A thin, gray, watery light leaked under the bottom of the closet door. Tom scrambled to his feet, his body stiff and aching. He felt 100 years old. He stepped over Ellie's legs and put his hand on the doorknob. "Tom," Art said, his voice trembling. "Be careful. The pressure." Tom just nodded. He turned the knob and pulled the heavy door open. The office was a swamp with 6 inches of water, a still, murky, brown pool. The back window was a gaping black hole. And the wind, it seemed, had blown all the office furniture, the desk, the chairs, the file cabinets, into a jumbled, sodden pile against the far wall. But the air was still. Ellie came to stand beside him, her hand gripping his arm. They waded through the flooded office, the cold water soaking their shoes and pants. They reached the front door, the one they had barricaded. Tom fumbled with the deadbolt. It didn't move, jammed by the waterlogged doorframe. He put his shoulder to it and shoved. The lock gave way with a groan. He pulled the door open. The light that hit them was blinding. A brilliant, white, tropical sun beat down from a sky washed clean, a sky of impossible, aching blue. The air was hot, wet, and perfectly, shockingly still. Tom stepped out onto the porch, Ellie right behind him. They stopped, their hands rising to shield their eyes. And they stared. The world was gone. It was not the Pelican Nest. It was a vision of absolute sun-drenched devastation. The courtyard was now a deep, brown lake. The "No Vacancy" sign was gone, its metal pole bent to the ground. And all the palm trees were naked, stripped of every frond. Even the heavy lounge chairs were gone. Vanished. A small, blue fishing boat, ripped from its mooring somewhere, sat in the middle of the ruined, flooded swimming pool. Ellie's gaze went, instinctively, to the ocean. To the pier. The pier was gone. Like it had never existed. Just a few splintered pilings sticking up from the churning, brown water like broken teeth. Ellie's hand came up to her mouth. A small, horrified sound escaped. "Son of," Tom whispered, his voice a raw sound of awe and disbelief. The hurricane had not just passed over. It had scoured the world clean. The sunlight hit like a brutal, high-decibel shout. After the dark, stifling confines of the linen closet, the bright, silent world was an assault on the senses. Ellie stood on the porch, her hand still gripping Tom's arm, and stared. Her mind struggled to connect this new reality with the one that had existed 12 hours ago. The world was washed clean, but cleaned like a scrubbed pot, stripped bare down to its essential, damaged metal. The sky was an impossible, aching blue, filled with air that was hot, wet, and so still it felt as if the island was holding its breath. All the wind, all the sound in the world, had been used up by the storm, leaving this strange, echo-filled vacuum. And the smell. It was not the fresh, clean scent of a world after a rainstorm. It was a thick, green, organic soup, the smell of 10,000 shredded leaves, of salt, of upturned earth, wet sand, and a harsh chemical tang of diesel fuel from somewhere offshore. The old-timers, Art said, his voice a papery rasp. He stumbled past them, off the porch, into the knee-deep water of the courtyard. Room 103. He began wading, pushing through the brown, swirling water, his hands outstretched. Art, wait! Tom yelled, but the man was deaf with panic. Tom dropped Ellie's arm and plunged into the water after him. He grabbed the older man by the shoulder, spinning him around. Art struggled, his face a mask of terror. We left them. We left them in there. Panicking won't help them, Tom said, his voice a hard, sharp slap. Stay here. Let me look. He turned and waited, his movements strong, pushing against the heavy water. He reached the half-submerged door to room 103. The window beside it was a gaping black hole, the glass gone. Hey! Tom yelled, poking his head through where the window used to be. Anyone in there? Silence. Ellie's heart seized. She held her breath, her hands still at her mouth. Tom didn't hesitate. He put his shoulder to the door, bracing his feet on the flooded sidewalk. The door, swollen and warped, didn't budge. He hit it again, a solid, full-body blow. The frame splintered, and the door scraped open with a sickening, sucking sound. Tom vanished inside the dark, flooded room. Tom! Ellie yelled, taking a step into the water herself. Stay back, he yelled from inside, his voice muffled. It's clear. They're not here. He re-emerged a moment later, his face a grim mask, his gray t-shirt soaked and streaked with mud. They're gone. The room's empty. Beds not even slept in. They must have left before the storm. Art sagged, relief and shock making his knees buckle. He would have fallen if Tom hadn't grabbed him. They're okay, he said, his face crumbling. They got out, Tom confirmed, hauling Art back toward the porch. Come on. Let's get you inside. They all huddled back in the flooded office, the bright, terrible sunlight streaming in through the open door. Tom waded to the front door, looking out at the highway. The road was a river of brown, swirling water. The rushing water had pushed a car sideways, blocking both lanes. Downed power lines lay submerged in the water. We're not going anywhere, Tom said, his voice flat. The road's gone. The bridges are probably out. We're on our own, stuck here. The finality of his words settled over the room, a new kind of trap. Marge, who had been a silent, shaking statue, finally moved. She saw the devastation in the courtyard, the water pouring from her husband's clothes, the final, hopeless reality of their situation. The dam of her shock broke. She sank onto a wet chair and sobbed, not in fear, but in deep and final grief. It's over, Art, she wept, her voice raw. It's all over. We're ruined. Art, his face pale, could only pat her shoulder, his own eyes vacant. They were broken. The storm had taken their motel, and with it, their last scrap of will. Ellie looked at them, her heart aching with a familiar pain. She saw her own grief mirrored in their faces, the emptiness, the shock, the awful, hollow question, what now? The storm high, the adrenalized, electric connection she had felt with Tom in the dark, evaporated. It was a dream from another life. This was the reality. The grim, sun-drenched, flooded, and broken now. Marge and Art sat like stunned birds in the wreckage of their office. They had given up. Ellie looked at Tom. He was not looking at her but at the sobbing couple, his face grim. He, too, was stuck. His motorcycle was half submerged in brown water. He was a man with no way to leave. Finally, Ellie moved. She found a trash can, dumped its soggy contents on the floor, and waded into the small back bathroom. She began filling it with water from the tap. Tom looked at her, confused. "What are you doing?" "Luckily, there is still water pressure," she said, her voice rough. "We need clean water. Then we start cleaning." "This isn't your mess, Ellie," Art mumbled from his chair. You should go. When you can." Ellie stopped, the water roaring into the can. She looked at the old man, his kindness still intact even in his despair. "Where I come from, Art," she said, her voice soft but firm, "when the storm passes, you don't just fix your own fence. You walk to your neighbor's place. And if their barn is down, you pick up a hammer." She looked at the ruined office, the mud, the despair. "This is what people do. We're stuck here. For now, we are part of a community. And right now, this community needs everyone to stand up." Her words hung in the air. Tom looked at her. He saw the strength in her simple, unshakable ethics. "This is what people do." He gave a sharp, decisive nod. "She's right. This water's a sewer. It'll breed disease. We have to find the drains and clear the debris." The rest of the morning was a blur of hard, wet, filthy work. Tom and Ellie fell into a new, unspoken rhythm. They were no longer allies in terror, they were a cleanup crew. "The drains are in the pool," Art suggested. "And in the center of the courtyard." They worked. The two of them waded through the chest-high water in the pool, pushed the small fishing boat aside, and found the main drain. Tom pulled the grate free, and the water receded with a low, gurgling suck. They did the same in the courtyard, finding the drain under a mass of shredded palm fronds and what looked like part of someone's roof. They were a silent, efficient team who didn't need to talk. They just did. He would point to a heavy, waterlogged branch, she would grab the other end. She would spot a piece of dangerous, broken glass, he would wade over and carefully retrieve it. Ellie worked with a kind of numb, focused fury. Her yellow sundress got ruined, stained with mud and snagged on debris. Her hair was a tangled, wet mass. She worked until her muscles burned and her hands were raw. It was the only thing she knew how to do. When the tornado hit, the neighbors had been at their farm within an hour, with chainsaws and tractors, even though their own roofs were damaged. "You didn't cry, you mended the fence and cleared the field." And as she worked, she watched him. The man from the night before, the one who had shared his past in the dark, was gone. This was a different Tom. He was efficient, capable, but distant. He was kind to Marge when he waded back in to check on her, his voice gentle. But with Ellie, he was nothing. He was a co-worker. He was polite, remote, and focused. He was a stranger. The attraction, the startling magnetic pull she had felt in the dark, was still there, a low, inconvenient hum beneath her exhaustion. But the connection, the shared vulnerability, the "I see you" of the closet, was gone. He was a drifter again. The thought, which she had used as a shield, now returned as a sad, inevitable truth. He was simply a man passing through. The intimacy of the closet? That was just a storm fling, a moment of shared humanity in the dark. The sun was out now. And in the bright, harsh light of day, he was already gone, pulling back into himself. Everyone leaves. The refrain echoed in her head, a cold, hard, familiar ache. She had been a fool to let her guard down, to feel that pull, to rest her head on his shoulder. It was the same old story. She let her guard down, and the world, or the person, vanished. She had been weak and stupid. Her wall, the one that had crumbled on the second floor, went back up. This time, fear did not build it. She built it out of cold, hard, and necessary resolve. She would not make that mistake again and let herself lean on him. From now on, she had to be her own anchor. Late in the afternoon, the water had finally receded, leaving a thick, stinking layer of brown sludge and debris over everything. Ellie was on the porch, using a push broom Margie had brought her, shoving the worst of the mud and leaves into the dead, sandy grass. Tom was on the other side of the courtyard. He had his head under the hood of Art's ancient, waterlogged pickup truck, which had been parked near the shed. She saw he was already trying to fix it. A man who fixes things. She paused, leaning on the broom, her arms aching. She watched him. His back was to her, his shoulders broad under the filthy, damp t-shirt. He was so capable. He was a man of action, a man of purpose. And then she saw him stop. He pulled his head out from under the hood and stood up straight. He was not looking at the truck or at the motel. His gaze was fixed beyond the road, on the line of charter boats docked at the small marina across the highway. His expression was not from the grim focus of the cleanup. It was something else. A look of longing. Of belonging. He was a man of the sea. An engine man. That was his world over there. The docks, the boats, the engines. Not here. Not this broken, landlocked motel. He was just a drifter, and he was already looking for his next port. Ellie's resolve hardened. Her fear, which had been a shield, now became a certainty. He would leave. Of course he would leave. She turned her back on him, her grip tightening on the broom. She shoved the mud, the movement violent and angry. He was temporary. He would be gone in a day, maybe two. And she, who had just lost everything, could not afford to lose one more thing. She would not let him in. She would not.
Tom moved with a restless, coiled energy. The sun was high, beating down with a relentless, humid heat that seemed to suck the air from his lungs. The work was done for now. They had cleaned the courtyard free of the sea of stinking, brown-gray sludge, and the standing water had finally receded. The drains were clear. He stood on the porch, his hands, raw and blistered, hanging useless at his sides. He was filthy, his gray t-shirt stained with mud and slime, his jeans soaked, and his boots squelched with every step. He looked at Ellie. She was at the other end of the porch, her back to him, still shoving mud with the push broom. Her movements were slow, her shoulders slumped with an exhaustion that mirrored his own. He remembered with a sharp clarity the feeling of her head on his shoulder in the dark, the small, warm weight of her, the unconscious trust. He remembered the jolt of her hand in his as he'd pulled her up the stairs. You know how to do what's needed. The memory of their conversation in the closet, that brief connection, felt dangerous. It was an intimacy forged in chaos. And in the bright, harsh light of day, it was a complication he could not afford. He had felt her wall go up. He had his own. She was a woman who needed roots. He had none. He needed to move and put distance between them. He'd seen her watching him when he was looking at the docks. That look of longing, of belonging. That was his world. Not this. I'm going to check the road again, he said. Ellie paused, her broom still. She did not turn around. Tom, you saw it. It's a river. The lines are down. Just going to look, he said. He didn't want to talk, just walk. He stepped off the porch, his boots sinking into the muck, and waded through the sludge toward the highway. As he reached the edge of the road, or what was left of it, he saw she was right. The highway was still a fast-moving brown river. The car he'd seen was still there, now with debris piled high against its upstream side. Downed, dead power lines lay across the road. There was no way off this island. Not by land. He looked at his motorcycle, half submerged near the office. The engine would be flooded. The tank, too, probably. More work. Another engine to fix. His gaze, as it had before, drifted to the docks. The small charter marina was a graveyard of broken masts and splintered wood. The storm had been merciless. Boats had been ripped from their moorings, smashed against the concrete seawall. One large, expensive-looking sport fisher was high and dry, sitting absurdly on top of the dock itself. And then he saw it. At the far end of the pier, or what remained of it, was a boat he had heard about from the diner. The Neptune's Queen. Sal's boat. It was not a wreck, not like the others. It was just wrong. She was low in the water. Dangerously low. Her stern had almost completely submerged, and her bow pointed up at the sky at a sick, desperate angle. She was not smashed. She was sinking. Without a conscious thought, Tom crossed the flooded road, the brown water swirling around his thighs. He was an engine man, and he was looking at a dying ship. He reached the dock. The wooden planks were slick with mud and seaweed. He walked slowly, his boots thudding, his eyes fixed on the sinking boat. Sal sat at the end of the pier, just feet from the Queen's stern. He was sitting on the edge of the dock, his legs dangling over the side, with his back to Tom. He was not moving. Tom stopped 20 feet away. He said nothing, only stood and watched. He listened. The only sounds were the high, lonely cry of a seagull and the gentle, lapping slap of the brown water against the hull. The Neptune's Queen was a workhorse, a 38-foot Bertram built for deep water. She was old, her white paint faded, her bright work dull, but she was a good, sturdy boat. Or she had been. Now, she was a tragedy. The storm surge had poured water into her faster than the bilge pumps, if they were even working, could handle. The weight of the water had settled in her stern, in the engine room, drowning the very part of her that kept her alive. Sal did not move. He just sat, his broad shoulders slumped, his head bowed. He looked like a man praying at a casket. Tom felt it then, a sharp, powerful pang of empathy that cut straight through his own exhaustion, his own carefully constructed walls. This was not just a piece of property or a vehicle. This was a man's life. Sal had said it in the diner. She's my whole life. Tom knew that feeling. He'd had it on his old ship. A ship was a living thing, a complex, breathing, demanding partner. And Sal's partner was dying, right in front of him, and he was helpless to stop it. Tom knew, with absolute, gut-wrenching certainty, that he could save her. He could, right now. He could find the intake, get a pump, get the water out of her. He could get down into that engine room, into that beautiful, terrible, flooded mess, and pull the injectors to clear the water from the cylinders. Then he could flush the oil, check the gaskets. The engine wasn't fried from the storm. It was drowned. That was the difference. Drowned was fixable. Drowned was salvageable. He could bring this boat back to life. He knew it in his bones. The itch in his palm, the phantom feeling of a wrench, returned with a vengeance. He could help to fix this, to give this man his life back. He took a step forward. Sal. His voice was a dry croak. Sal did not move. Tom stopped. His ironclad rule of non-involvement slammed down with the force of a physical blow. And then what? The voice in his head was cold, sneering. You can fix his boat. Maybe spend a week or two up to your elbows in grease and salt water. You become a hero. And then what? Getting involved, it meant staying. It meant putting down an anchor right here in this ruined port. If he fixed this boat, he would be tied to it. He would be tied to Sal, and he would be tied to her. He could see Ellie in his mind's eye, her face in the stairwell, her head on his shoulder. That soft, warm weight, the jolt of her hand. If he stayed, the pull he'd felt in the closet, that dangerous electric hum, would grow. He would see her every day, working across the road from her. He would sit at the diner counter and see her, and he would want. And he was not a man who could have things or people in his life. He was a man who left. He'd spent his entire life learning one hard lesson. Do not get attached. Do not need. Do not stay. Staying meant getting hurt. Staying meant watching people leave. Or worse, staying meant them watching you fail. He was a foster kid, temporary by nature. He was seaweed on the tide. He had to remember that he was just passing through. This was Sal's tragedy, not his. This was Ellie's cleanup, not his. He took a step back, the movement silent. He couldn't help. It was too dangerous. It was a trap. He turned, his boots scuffing on the slick, muddy dock. He would go back to the motel, fix his own engine, his motorcycle, and the second that road was clear, he would be gone. He had just made it to the head of the pier when he heard her voice. "Tom? Are you okay?" "Ellie." She stood at the edge of the flooded highway, her arms wrapped around her middle. She had waded through the sludge, carrying a glass of water in her hand, held out to him. He froze. He looked at her. She was filthy, her sundress torn at the hem and stained with mud. Her hair was a wild, tangled mess, and she was looking at him with the same steady, terrifying clarity he'd seen in the storm. "That, I see you look." And in that moment, he saw his choice. He could walk to her, take the water, and be the man from the closet. He could be Tom, the partner, or he could be Lane, the drifter. He had to be the drifter to keep her at a distance. He had to rebuild the wall she'd already seen, the one she had recoiled from, and prove to her that her instincts were right, that he was temporary, that he was not safe. He did not look at the water. He did not look at her face, but past her, back at the ruined motel, his expression hardening. His voice became cold, flat, and distant. The voice of a stranger. "Shouldn't you be helping Marge?" The words were harsh. He knew it as he said them, but he had to say it to keep her away. He watched the warmth, the concern, the connection in her eyes instantly vanish, as if a light had been switched off. He saw the hurt, a quick physical flinch, and then he saw it replaced. By the wall. Her own wall. The one he'd seen in the closet. It was back, higher and stronger than before. Her chin came up. Her hand, the one holding the water, dropped to her side. "Yes," she said, her voice just as cold, just as flat as his. "I suppose I should." She turned without another word and waded back through the sludge, her back straight, her shoulders rigid. He watched her go. He watched her walk away from him. Every step she took felt like a victory, and it felt like he was drowning. Tom stood on the flooded porch of the Pelican Nest and watched Ellie walk away, her back a rigid, straight line of rejection. He had done it, pushed her away, just as he'd planned. He had drawn the line, built the wall, and proven to her he was exactly the cold, temporary drifter she'd already suspected him of being. Every step she took, every foot of muddy ground that opened between them felt like a small, necessary victory. And the victory felt cheap, making him feel like a first-class jerk. He turned, his boots squelching in the muck, and waded back toward his own room. The sun, high and brutal, beat down on his shoulders. The smell of salt, mildew, and dead, shredded vegetation was overwhelming. He was a fool. He had been cruel to the one person who had stood shoulder to shoulder with him in the storm. But he'd done it for her good, he told himself. He'd done it to protect her, to save her the trouble of getting attached to a man who had nothing, who was nothing. But the excuse felt thin, even to him. He had done it to protect himself. He reached his motorcycle, which was half submerged in the brown water. His duffel bag, still soaked, lay where he'd dropped it by the stairs. He fished his small, waterproof tool roll from the bag. He needed work to distract him. He began the task of drying out his bike. He pulled the spark plugs, kicked the engine over to spit the water from the cylinders, drained the carburetor, and siphoned the gas tank. The work was simple, mindless. It was, he realized after an hour, completely unsatisfying. The bike was fine. A little water wouldn't hurt it. It was a small, easy problem, a distraction. And his eyes, against his will, kept drifting across the highway, to the docks. The Neptune's queen was still there, her stern low in the water, her bow pointing at the sky in a silent, desperate plea. And Sal was still there, a small, dark, still shape of despair, sitting cross-legged on the pier, a sentinel at a funeral. He had not moved for hours. Tom dried a spark plug on a rag, his hands tight. "Not your problem." He repeated the words, his mantra from the diner. "Is not your problem." But the words had lost their power. He thought of Sal in the diner, his voice cracking. "She's my whole life." He thought of Ellie, her face pale in the closet, her small, steady voice. "You know how to fix things." He was a man who fixed things. It was his only identity. And he was standing here, drying out a perfectly good motorcycle, while a man's life sank into the harbor just 100 yards away. He had been a coward, first running from Ellie, and now he was running from Sal. He was running from the one thing he was good at, all because he was afraid. Afraid of her. Afraid of connecting. The defense he had built, the wall of the drifter, suddenly seemed like the most childish, selfish, and cowardly thing he had ever done. He threw the rag onto the seat of his bike with a grunt of self-disgust and shoved his tools back into the roll. He stood up, his jaw set. This was not a commitment. He was not staying, but he was a man who knew engines. And he couldn't, in good conscience, let that boat die without at least looking. He waded back through the sludge of the courtyard, his boots heavy with mud, and the brown, receding water still swirling around his knees. He reached the dock. The wooden planks were slick with mud and seaweed. He walked slowly, his boots thudding, his eyes on Sal. The man had not moved. He was a statue of defeat. Tom stopped a few feet behind him. He cleared his throat. Sal. His voice was a dry croak. Sal didn't turn. He just lifted one hand in a weary, dismissive wave. Go away. I'm busy. You're not busy, Tom said, his voice stronger. You're sitting. Then I'm busy sitting, Sal rasped, his voice thick. Go on, kid. Leave me be. I've got nothing for you. Tom walked around and stood in front of him, blocking his view of the sinking boat. Sal, annoyed, finally looked up. His eyes were red-rimmed, bloodshot, and hollow. I heard you in the diner this morning, Tom said, his voice flat. You said the engine was fried. A cracked block. Yeah. So? Sal's voice was hostile. You here to rub it in? You a banker? Come and take my boat. No, Tom said. He pointed at the submerged stern. You're sure it's cracked? Did you check? Sal's face darkened. He scrambled to his feet, his exhaustion replaced by a sudden, protective fury. You don't know what you're talking about, kid. I know my engine. I heard her. She cracked. She's done. I'm done. Now get off my dock. You heard a sound, Tom said, his voice not rising, his calm a stark contrast to Sal's anger. You saw water in the oil. That doesn't mean the block is gone. It could be a gasket, a liner. Sal stared at him, his mouth open. Who the hell are you? I'm an engine man, Tom said. I know that engine. A Detroit 6 to 71, I'm guessing. I've rebuilt them at sea, in the dark, in the middle of typhoon. Sal's anger flickered, replaced by a tiny, fragile spark of something. He was too afraid to let it be hope. Your Navy? Was Tom said. I can take a look. He shoved his hands into his pockets. No promises, but I can look. It's better than this. He gestured to Sal, to the sitting. Sal looked from Tom to his sinking boat, then back to Tom. He was a drowning man, and Tom had just offered him a piece of straw. He seized it. How are you going to look? He stammered. She's half full of water, kid. Then the first thing we do, Tom said, the engine man taking over, the drifter vanishing, is get the water out. Where's your bilge pump? Fried, Sal said, his despair returning. Fine. Where's your neighbor's pump? Tom pointed at the sport fisher, the one sitting high and dry on top of the dock. That one's not using his. But we can. For the next 2 hours, Tom was no longer Tom. He was an engine man again. Sal, galvanized by this strange and suddenly authoritative young man, became his crew. They found a portable gas-powered pump and some hoses. With the pump running, a thick, brown, oily stream of water poured from the stern of the Neptune's Queen. The boat, her burden lessening, rose. It was a slow, agonizing process. But as the water level dropped, the Queen looked less like a casualty and more like a ship again. Finally, the pump coughed and sputtered, sucking air. That's it, Tom yelled. She's as empty as we can get her. He grabbed a flashlight and a wrench from Sal's dock box. He lifted the heavy engine hatch in the boat's cockpit. A thick, choking, hot smell of diesel, salt water, and mildew, the smell of a drowned machine, rolled out. Tom did not hesitate. He swung his legs through the hatch and dropped into the engine room. The bilge was still a foot deep in oily, brown water. But the engine block, the beautiful, massive, olive-green Detroit diesel, sat exposed. It was a mess, coated in a gray, slimy film. But it was there. Hand me that socket set. He called up to Sal, who was hovering like an anxious parent. Tom was home. This was his church, this cramped, hot, stinking metal-walled room. This was the only place in the world that made sense. There was no past, no future, no Ellie, and no loneliness. There was only the problem. He moved with a focused, confident grace. His hands, which had felt so useless and raw all morning, were now extensions of his mind. They knew this machine. He pulled the dipstick. Sal was right. It was a gray, milky sludge. Water in the oil. Bad, but not fatal. He pulled the injectors, his hands moving with practiced speed. He laid them out, in order, on a clean rag. Then he put his thumb over the first cylinder head. Sal, turn the key. Just bump it. Don't start it. Sal, his face pale, hit the key. The engine gave a sick, lurching whump. A geyser of brown, silted water shot out of the cylinder head, spraying Tom in the face. He grinned. He wiped the filth from his eyes and tasted salt and diesel. Gotcha! Again, he yelled. Whump. Another geyser. He moved down the line, clearing every cylinder. The engine wasn't cracked, only drowned. It was exactly as he'd suspected. It's not the block, he yelled up to Sal, who was practically vibrating on the dock. You didn't crack the block. You just flooded her. But the sound, Sal cried. I heard a crack. You heard the water, Tom said, his hands already on the cylinder head bolts. You can't compress water. When you try to start her, the piston slammed into a cylinder full of it. It's called hydraulic lock. Still, you're lucky you didn't throw a rod. He worked like a surgeon in a flooded, greasy operating room. He was filthy. He was sweating, and he was happier than he had been in months. The itch in his hands was finally, blessedly gone. He was fixing something. He was bringing the Queen back to life.
Shouldn't you be helping Marge? The words spoken in that cold, flat stranger's voice echoed in Ellie's head. They were a dismissal. They were so sharp, so cruel, that for a split second, she thought she must have misheard him. But the look on his face had confirmed it. The hard, distant set of his jaw. The coldness in his eyes. And the way he looked right past her, as if she were a mild inconvenience, a distraction. With her back stiff, she had turned and walked away. She had not let him see her flinch or let him see the hot, angry tears that pricked her eyes. She had poured every ounce of her focus into keeping her shoulders straight, into making her step steady as she waded back through the thick, gray sludge of the courtyard. It was not just the hurt, it was the humiliation. She, who had shared the dark with him, who had rested her head on his shoulder, who had fought the storm with him, side by side, she had followed him to the docks. She had seen his isolation, his lost look, and she had felt a pang of kinship. So she had brought him a glass of water, a simple, human offering. And he had thrown it back in her face. He had made her feel small. He had made her feel foolish. She reached the porch, her fingernails digging into her palms, her jaw aching from clenching it. She grabbed the push broom, its wooden handle still damp, and shoved the mud again, her movements no longer just tired, but violent. She was not just angry with him, but furious with herself. She had let him in. In the dark, in the terror, she had let her guard down. She had seen his quiet competence, his strength, and she had mistaken it for, what? For kindness? For connection? She had leaned on him. She had let herself feel that terrifying, magnetic pull. You were a fool, Ellie. The man in the closet, the one who had shared his past, who had spoken with a quiet vulnerability, who had shared the blanket with her, that had been a lie. A storm fling, as she'd thought before. A trick of the dark, an intimacy forged in shared terror. The man in the bright, harsh light of day, the one who had stared at the docks with such longing, the one who had just cut her down with a single, cold sentence, that was the real Tom Lane. He was a nomad, cold, a man who only knew how to leave. She had been right all along. Everyone leaves. She shoved the heavy, wet sludge off the porch, the scraping sound a rhythm to her anger. Never again. She would not be that weak, that stupid, or that vulnerable again. From now on, she would be her own anchor. She worked for an hour, her fury a burning, productive fuel. She cleared the entire porch, washing it down with buckets of fresh water from the office tap. Scrubbing the chairs, she worked until her arms burned and her back screamed, but the cold, hard knot of humiliation in her stomach remained. When the porch was clean, she found herself at a loss. The rest of the courtyard was a sea of mud that they couldn't fully clean until it dried. Tom was still gone. She had seen him from a distance, on the docks, talking to the grizzled man, Sal. He was in his own world, the world he belonged to. She needed another job. A hard one. She went back into the flooded office. The water level had dropped, but the floor was a slick, gray mess. Marge sat at her desk, her head in her hands. The phone was off the hook. "Marge?" Ellie asked, her voice rough. Marge looked up. Her eyes were red-rimmed and hollow. "The insurance, honey. They'll send an adjuster. Sometime next week. But they made no promises." Her voice cracked. "We don't have flood insurance. We're on our own." The quiet despair in Marge's voice hit Ellie harder than Tom's cruelty. This was real. This was like the farm all over again. Dealing with the bank, reading the fine print, the end of a legacy. "Marge," Ellie said, her own anger solidifying into a new, hard resolve. "Give me a job. Something hard. What's the worst hit room? The one you're most afraid to look at." "Oh, Ellie, no," Marge wept, shaking her head. "You've done too much. You and that young man, you saved us last night. This isn't your mess." "I need to work, Marge," Ellie said, her voice low and insistent. "I'm not good at sitting. And we can't leave. I'm not good at waiting either. Please. Put me to work." Marge nodded, a slow, grateful, and utterly defeated gesture. The ground floor, at the end. By the pool. Room 101. The water got in. "I can't bear to look." "Room 101, Ellie said. "It was a mission. Do you have a key? And I'll need a mop, bleach, and all the rags you can spare." 5 minutes later, Ellie stood in front of the door to room 101. The key turned, but the door was stuck, wedged tight in its frame by the water. Ellie put her shoulder to it, just as she had with the plywood. She shoved, hard. The wood scraped against the frame with a high, protesting groan, and the door flew open, slamming against the inside wall. Ellie stopped at the threshold. The smell hit her first. It was not the green organic soup of the courtyard. This was a thick, gagging, gross smell. It was the smell of salt, of mildew, of wet, hot, enclosed darkness. It was the smell of decay. She stepped inside. The room was a disaster. The water had not just seeped in, it had invaded. Under her feet, the old shag carpet was a sodden, stinking, gray mass. The water had soaked the heavy four-poster bed, making the mattress a giant, sagging sponge. The curtains, made of a thick, heavy tapestry, had been pulled from the wall and lay in a heap, their colors bled. And the air was so thick, so wet, she could almost drink it. Ellie's first instinct was to turn and leave, to shut the door on this tomb. No, this is the job. She went back to the office, found a pair of thick rubber work gloves, and tied her hair back with a piece of ribbon. When she returned, she took a deep breath and waded in. She was not just cleaning, this was an attack. She started with the bed. The mattress was too heavy to lift. She found a utility knife in her bucket of supplies and, with a grim, savage energy, sliced through the sodden ticking and the musty, yellowed cotton batting. She cut it into 3 pieces and, one by one, hauled the heavy, dripping sections out of the room, dumping them onto the muddy grass by the pool. The work was brutal, punishing, and deeply, deeply satisfying. Every pull, every rip, every grunt of exertion was a blow against Tom, against the storm, against her own grief. When the mattress was gone, she was left with the soaked box spring. She dragged that out, too. Then she ripped up the carpet. It came up in heavy, stinking strips, revealing a concrete floor covered in a layer of black, gritty slime. She worked for hours, not stopping. She scrubbed the walls with bleach water. Then, she mopped the concrete floor, her arms aching, her back a single, solid knot of pain. The work was mindless. It was physical, but it was honest. It was the only thing in this strange, broken world that made sense. Finally, the room was just a bare concrete box, streaked with bleach but clean. The only things left were the heavy, solid wood furniture, too heavy for her to move. A tall armoire. 2 nightstands. And a large, low, 9-drawer dresser. The dresser. It was a beautiful dark-wooded mid-century piece. It was not the cheap rattan of her own room. This was an original. It sat squat and heavy, and the dark water stain ran all around its base. Ellie kneeled, the concrete wet and cold against her knees. She had to clean underneath it. The smell of mildew was strongest here. She tried to shove the mop under the low clearance, but it wouldn't fit. It was dark. She retrieved her flashlight from the supply bucket and lay on her stomach, her cheek pressed to the cold, wet, clean floor. She shone the beam into the dark, dusty, cobweb-filled space. It was a graveyard of lost objects. A few coins, a single child's plastic cowboy. A thick, gray carpet of dust. Her beam traced the perimeter, and then, in the very back, wedged against the wall, it stopped. There was something else. A dark, rectangular shape. It was not trash. But it was large, maybe 1.5 feet long. It had been pushed, or had slid, deep into the recesses, and it looked like it had been there for a very, very long time. The dust under the dresser was thick and dry, as if the water hadn't been able to penetrate this far. But the object itself, it looked soaked. Warped. Her heart gave a strange, low thump. She was too tired to be curious, but she was too stubborn to leave it. She scrambled to her feet, grabbed the mop, and used the handle, jabbing it into the darkness. She pushed at the object. It was stuck. She jabbed again, harder. It scraped, a low, dragging sound, and slid out into the light. She dropped the mop and kneeled, her hands, still covered in the thick rubber gloves, hovering over it. It was a book. A large, thick, leather-bound book. The cover was a dark, deep-tooled burgundy, almost black with age and water. It was warped, the corners swollen and soft, the leather stiff and bubbled. A thick gray film of ancient dust covered it, as did a newer, lighter film of mildew. She looked from the book to the dresser. It had been under there for years. Forgotten. She reached out with her gloved fingers and carefully, reverently, turned it over. On the cover, embossed in faded, flaking gold leaf, she could just make out the elegant, swirling script. The Pelican Nest Motel. She ripped the gloves from her hands, her fingers suddenly numb. It was a guest book. An old one. A memory, sharp and sudden as a lightning strike, exploded behind her eyes. She was not in a dark, ruined room. She was standing in a bright, sun-filled office, sometime from her childhood. The paint was a fresh, bright blue. The man behind the counter, not Art, but another man, his father perhaps, was smiling. And her own father, tall and strong, his shoulders tan and his loud, booming laugh filling the room, was leaning over a large, dark book. A book just like this. He was writing, his familiar, strong handwriting flowing across the page. Have to let them know we were here, Ellie Bean, his voice echoed in her head, as clear as if he were standing beside her. Have to leave our mark. The memory was so sudden, so complete, it stole her breath. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she sat back on her heels, her hand pressed to her mouth. She was, for a split second, a 16-year-old girl again, her father's hand on her shoulder, the smell of coconut sunscreen in the air. She snatched the book off the floor. It was heavy. Heavier than it should be, its pages swollen with moisture. She cradled it to her chest, a single, desperate, impossible thought blooming in her mind. Is it the one? She scrambled to her feet. She ran from the dark, ruined room out into the blinding, sun-drenched day. The world was still a wreck of sludge and debris, but she saw none of it. Her entire universe had shrunk to the sodden, heavy object in her arms. She needed the sun. And it needed air. She found a patch of dry, sun-baked concrete on the walkway, a spot the storm had, by some miracle, missed. She laid the book down as if it were a sacred text. Her hands, stained with mud and bleach, hovered over the warped, bubbled cover. With a reverence she did not know she possessed, she pulled at the cover. It was stiff, the leather hardened, the cardboard beneath it pulped and soft. It opened with a low, tearing, papery sound, revealing the inside page. The first few pages were ruined. They were a solid, fused block of brown and green spotted paper, the ink from 100 forgotten names bled into a single, illegible watercolor of decay. The mildew was thick, the smell rising, sweet and rotten. Her heart, which had been leaping, sank like a stone. It's gone. It's all gone. Just like everything else. She felt the stupid, hot tears well again, a frustrated, hopeless grief. But she persisted. Her fingers, no longer trembling with memory but with a desperate, newfound need, picked at the edge of the fused block. She was gentle. So gentle. The paper was thick, high-quality linen stock, and as she got deeper into the book, the pages were no longer fused. They were just damp. Stiff. They turned. She turned a page. And another. The paper was fragile, but it held. The ink was faded, blue-black and sepia, the handwriting a parade of strangers from 1958. From 1959. The Andersons, Miami, Florida, a wonderful stay. We'll be back. Mr. and Mrs. John Klein, Toledo, Ohio. Caught a 90-pound tarpon. What a trip! Her hands were shaking. Not from cold. Not from exertion. They were shaking with fear. She was terrified of what she would find. And she was more terrified that she would find nothing. That her memory was a trick. That her father's hand, his voice, his laugh, was just another ghost. She took a deep, shuddering breath, the air hot and thick in her lungs. She looked up, just for a second, at the bright blue, indifferent sky. Please. She held her breath. And then, with one trembling, mud-stained finger, she turned the next damp, fragile page. Her fingers, still stained with mud and bleach, were clumsy against the fragile, dry-leaf pages. She kept going, separating the stiff, fused pages with the edge of her fingernail. The paper was thick, and it had held. She moved from 1959 into the new decade. January, 1960. The Millers, Augusta, Georgia, too cold. But the fishing was great. March, 1960. The DuPonts, New York, New York. A lovely, quiet week. The handwriting changed with every entry. Elegant, loopy cursive from the women. Sharp, angular script from the men. Each one was a small ghost of history, a happy, forgotten whisper from a time before everything. Before the world had gotten so complicated, so loud. Her heart beat a little faster. This was not a fool's errand. The book was real. The memories were real. She was looking for a specific time. Her 16th birthday. That was July. July 1960. 10 years ago. A perfect, round, impossible decade. She turned the pages more quickly, her breath held in her chest. April. May. The book was filling up. The motel had been popular then. It had been the bright, magical place she remembered. June. She turned the page to July, 1960. Her breath caught. Her hand, the one turning the page, froze. There. She did not even need to read the words. She would have known it anywhere. Halfway down the left-hand page, surrounded by the loopy, elegant script of other guests, was his handwriting. The writing, forceful and stark, leaned to the right with heavy strokes. It was the same handwriting that had filled out her report cards, that had signed the permission slips, that had written the checks for her 4-H dues. It was her father's hand. The Harpers, David, Mary, and Ellie. Lafayette, Indiana. Her fingers, shaking violently now, traced the familiar, strong loop of the H. He was here. He had been in this place. He had touched this book. Her past was not a dream. This was proof. A single, hot tear blurred her vision, falling from her cheek and splashing onto the faded blue ink of a Mrs. Elizabeth Tamson, Atlanta, Georgia. Ellie wiped her eyes, her hand trembling. She had to read the rest. Beneath the names, in the small space for comments, he had written a single, solid, perfect paragraph. Her trembling finger traced the words as she read them aloud, her voice a raw whisper in the quiet, golden hour light. Another perfect week at the Pelican Nest. Our third, and the best one yet. Mary caught a sunburn, and I caught a cold, but we've never been happier. Our girl, Ellie, had her 16th birthday. She says one day she'll live here. Ellie's breath hitched. She read the line again. She says one day she'll live here. The book fell from her lap, landing with a soft, dry thud on the concrete balcony. He had said that. She remembered it. She remembered standing on the pier, the original pier, the one that was now just a memory of broken teeth, at sunset. Her father's arm had been around her, a heavy, warm, safe weight on her shoulders. She had been 16 wearing a new, bright white sundress. She had looked at the impossible turquoise water, at the bright, clean, blue and white motel, at the families laughing in the pool. And she had turned to her father, her heart so full of 16-year-old, sun-drenched happiness it felt like it would burst. I'm going to live here one day, Daddy, she'd said, the promise as big and bright and sure as the sunset. I bet you will, Ellie Bean, he had laughed, his deep, booming laugh that had always made her feel safe. I bet you will. It had been a wish. A silly, girlish, impossible dream. And not only was she back, she was stuck here. The irony, the sheer cosmic, brutal cruelty of it, hit her like a physical blow. The promise, which had been so bright, had been fulfilled in the most terrible way. Her dream had come true, but the cost had been everything. Her parents were gone. The farm was gone. And the magical, perfect pelican nest from her childhood was now a ruined, flooded, bankrupt husk, a mirror of her own, hollowed-out life. The memory was not a comfort. It was a gut punch. It was a happy, heartbreaking, vicious joke. A sound, a low, wretched gasp, tore itself from her throat. It was not a cry. It was the sound of an old wound being ripped open. She sank. Her legs gave out, and she crumpled, sliding from the chair to the hard, gritty concrete of the balcony. She wrapped her arms around her stomach, as if she had been struck. And the tears came. They were not the sad, lonely tears of her first night. This was not the frustrated, angry crying from the closet. This was a storm of grief that she had been holding back, the grief she had stuffed down with farm work, with scrubbing, with cutting up mattresses, with not feeling. This was the tornado, finally, truly, hitting her. Sobbing, her body felt like a single, hard, aching knot of pain. She buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking, and cried for her father's laugh. She cried for her mother's hands, for the smell of the farmhouse kitchen. And she cried for the 16-year-old girl in the white dress, the girl who had believed in perfect, happy endings. And for the woman she was now, a 26-year-old shadow of herself, sitting in the wreckage of a life she had both lost and, somehow, found. She had no idea how long she sat there, her body heaving, lost in the sound, in the pain, in the hot, salty, endless flood of her own grief. She was so lost she did not hear the scrape of a door or the heavy, hesitant footsteps on the concrete walkway. "Ellie?" The voice was rough and close. Ellie's head shot up, her body rigid with a new, sharp, and totally different pain, embarrassment. "Tom." He stood in the opening of her sliding glass door. This was not the grease-covered man from the dock. He must have showered because he was clean, with his damp hair slicked back from his forehead. He wore a clean black t-shirt and faded jeans. Tom stood there, his hand on the doorframe, his face a mask of confusion and strong discomfort. He looked lost. "Go away," she whispered, her voice a thick, wet, unrecognizable croak. She turned her face away, scrubbing at her eyes, at the snot and tears, with the back of her hand. She was a mess. And she did not want him, of all people, to see this. Not after the smile. "Are you hurt?" he asked. He did not go away. Instead, he took a hesitant step into the room. He was in her space now. "Please," she sobbed, her humiliation making the tears come harder. "Just go." "No," he said, his voice flat. It was not an order. It was a statement. He was not leaving. He kneeled, his knees popping, his large, solid frame sinking down, bringing him level with her. "Ellie, what's wrong? What happened?" His eyes, clear and hazel and far too close, scanned the balcony, looking for the threat. He saw the overturned chair. He saw her, crumpled. And he saw the book. It lay open on the concrete, the pages fluttering in the new evening breeze. Ellie had no fight left. She had no walls. They were gone, washed away in the flood. She was too tired to hide, too broken to lie. Her arm, which felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, lifted. Her finger, still shaking, uncurled. She did not, could not, look at him. She just pointed at the book. I, she stammered. The entry. My father. Tom's gaze shifted from her face to the book. He saw the faded script and the date, 1960. He leaned closer, his brow furrowed, trying to read it in the dying light. Ellie, in a final, desperate act of vulnerability, of needing him to understand, to see the proof, reached for the book. She pulled it onto her lap. Her hand, shaking so hard she could barely control it, pointed to the entry. To her father's strong, dark script. "Here," she whispered. Tom leaned in. He was so close now, she could feel the heat from his shoulder. He was a living, breathing presence in her small, cold world of grief. His head was bent, his damp hair falling forward as he squinted, reading the words. He read the names. He read the first few lines. And then his eyes, moving with hers, hit the last sentence. She says one day she'll live here. Tom went still. He did not move for a full 10 seconds. He just read the line, and then his gaze lifted from the book to the ruined, flooded courtyard. To the bent sign. To the broken teeth of the pier. He took a long, slow breath. And he understood. He understood the 16-year-old girl's wish and the cosmic, brutal joke. He understood why this woman, this strong woman who had fought a hurricane without flinching, was now a sobbing wreck on her balcony floor. And he did not say, "I'm sorry for your loss," or "That's a crazy coincidence." He did not say, "It'll be okay." He did not offer any of the meaningless platitudes that people use to fill the vast, terrifying silence of real grief. Instead, he just sat. He let out a long, slow breath, and sat down on the hard, gritty concrete, his back against the metal railing, his long legs stretched out in front of him. He was a foot away from her, not touching her, or invading her space. But he was there, a solid, quiet presence, an anchor. He was a man who, faced with a pain he could not fix, with a grief he could not understand, did the one thing that mattered. He stayed, his hands resting on his knees, and he looked out at the ocean, his profile a firm line in the twilight. He was a sentry, a witness standing watch. Ellie, who had tensed for the words, for the awkward pat on the head, for the inevitable "I should go," felt the last of her defenses crumble. This simple, silent act of staying was the most kind, most deeply intimate thing she had ever experienced. He was not afraid of her grief. He was not running from her tears, just sitting with her. A new wave of sobs, different from the others, tore through her. This was not the sob of grief. It was the sob of release. It was the sound of a woman who had been alone for so long, in the root cellar, in the farmhouse, on the plain, and in this motel room, finally, letting go. And she cried. She cried until her throat was raw, until her eyes were swollen, until her stomach ached. She cried until she was empty. And Tom Lane just sat there, solid as the land, silent as the stars, and he let her. He sat with her, his presence a comfort, a steady, unspoken promise in the dark, until she was done. Ellie sat on the small balcony of her room, the warped, leather-bound guest book open on her lap. The sun was scorching, and she had placed the book in its direct, unforgiving light, hoping to bake the last of the dampness from its thick, swollen pages. She was restless. The motel was a tomb. Marge and Art retreated into their private apartment behind the office. The world was too quiet, the silence of the aftermath was more unsettling than the roar of the storm. She needed to move. Her body ached, a dull throb behind her eyes. She needed coffee. She stood, leaving the book on the chair, open to the sun, and went downstairs. Her sandals slapping on the now clean concrete walkway. She crossed the courtyard, her feet sinking into the damp, dead, brown sludge that had once been grass. She headed for the diner. Doris, she thought, would be a comfort. A dose of normalcy. She was halfway across the parking lot when she noticed something was different. The docks. Something was wrong with the picture. Sal's boat, the Neptune's Queen, was no longer sinking. It was floating high and level at the dock. And Sal, who had been a statue of despair for as long as she had seen him, was not sitting. He was running on the dock, carrying a large red can of oil. He looked alive, frantic. But it was the frantic energy of hope, not despair. Ellie's gaze traveled from Sal to the boat. And she saw him. It was just his legs at first. Two denim-clad legs, sticking straight up out of the engine hatch in the middle of the boat. She saw his heavy, mud-caked boots. Tom. She watched as Sal handed Tom a wrench, and the legs disappeared, replaced by a muffled, metallic clank and a low, guttural curse. She drifted closer, as if pulled by a current. Instead of going to the diner, she walked slowly to the head of the pier. She stood at a distance, half hidden behind the high-end dry sport fisher, and she just watched. She saw him emerge, his head and shoulders rising from the hatch. He was a creature from a lagoon. He was not just dirty, he was coated. A thick, black, iridescent film of grease and oil covered him from his elbows to his hairline. His gray t-shirt was black. His hair was slicked back, not with water, but with grime. He barked an order at Sal, more rags. All of them, and his voice was not the voice of a drifter. It was the voice of a man in absolute, total command. It was the voice of the man in the storm. She watched, mesmerized, for half an hour. He was a blur of focused, confident, and competent motion. He was a craftsman, a man with a rare and impressive skill. A man who, in the middle of this chaos, had found his purpose. He was saving this man's life, one bolt at a time. Her wall, the one she had so carefully rebuilt that morning, the one built on the truth that he was a temporary, rootless man who would leave, developed a crack. A man with this much purpose, this much skill, he wasn't just seaweed. He couldn't be. A man who would, for no pay, with no promise, dive into this filthy, ruined boat to help a stranger. This was not the cold, cruel man who had spoken to her to help Marge. This had to be the real Tom. The man she had met in the closet, who had held the door and shared his past. The cruel, distant drifter that had been the act. This grease-covered, hard-working, focused man, this was the truth. A small, fragile, and terrifying thought crept into her mind. Maybe he's not what I thought he was. She stayed until he was done. He had been down in the hole for what must have been 3 hours. Finally, he emerged, climbing slowly out of the hatch. He was, she thought, the filthiest human being she had ever seen. He was streaked with black grease, but he was also glowing. And he was exhausted, his shoulders slumped, but he moved with the deep, slow satisfaction of a man who had just done a hard, good, honest day's work. He stood on the deck, wiping his hands on a rag that was as black as his hands. He stretched his back, his muscles popping, and let out a long, weary groan. First, he looked at the engine, then at Sal, who was beaming, his face a map of tear-streaked joy. Tom, seemingly finished, turned. He was probably looking for a clean place to sit. And he saw her. He froze. He saw her standing at the head of the pier, just watching him. Ellie's breath caught at being discovered. She expected the scowl, the wall to go back up, the cold, flat, stranger's eyes. She braced herself for the dismissal. But Tom was too tired. He was too raw. He was too full of the good, clean feeling of a job well done. The entire, heavy, exhausting defense mechanism must have been too much to lift. He just looked at her standing there, her yellow dress stained with mud, her hair a wild tangle, her face a mask of confusion and curiosity. He did not scowl or turn away, but only gave a small, tired, almost imperceptible nod. It was a truce. It was an acknowledgement. And then, the corner of his mouth twitched. It was not a grin. It was not a smirk. It was a small, tired, and deeply human smile. Ellie's heart did not just flip. It felt as if it had been hit by something warm and powerful. Her heart stopped, then restarted, a frantic, wild, and terrified drumbeat in her chest. That one small, exhausted smile, from that grease-streaked, impossible man, was the most devastatingly attractive thing she had ever seen. It was real, an apology and an invitation. It was the man from the closet peeking back out. And her wall, her carefully constructed defense, the one that had only cracked a moment ago, simply shattered.
Tom was a master of grease and oil. He stood in the bright, late afternoon sun on the deck of the Neptune's Queen, a greasy rag in his hand, and he grinned. It was a real and deeply satisfied grin. A thick, black, iridescent film of diesel, salt water, and sludge coated his entire body, from his neck to his boot tops. He was exhausted. His muscles screamed. His hands were raw. He had never been happier. She lived. Under his hands, the massive olive-green Detroit 6-71 engine, which had been a drowned, dead, 10-ton boat anchor, was now alive. It idled with a deep, throaty, thrum, 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 a sound as beautiful to Tom as any symphony. It was the sound of a heart restarted. He had spent the last 5 hours in that engine room. The image of Ellie's smile from the dock, that small, tired, devastating smile that had shattered his walls, had followed him down. It had thrown him back into the work with a new, frantic energy. This was no longer a distraction. It was a mission. He and Sal had worked as a team. They had drained the milky gray, water-fouled oil. Twice they flushed the engine block with clean diesel. Every single injector had to be pulled, cleaned, and regapped. They had replaced the head gasket, which, as Tom had suspected, had blown when Sal tried to start the water-filled engine. They had cleared the fuel lines and siphoned the tank, and filled it with fresh, clean fuel. Luckily, Sal was a professional sailor and knew the virtue of having a very well-stocked supply case. He had almost everything Tom needed for the repairs. It was a brutal, filthy, back-breaking job, but with every bolt he torqued, with every part he cleaned and reinstalled, the itch in his hands had receded. The hollow, adrift, useless feeling that had haunted him since his discharge, it was gone. This was what he was for. He was not seaweed drifting on the tide. He was an engine man again, a man who fixed things. She's beautiful, Sal whispered, his voice thick. The man stood on the dock, his hands clasped together, as if in prayer, his face a map of tear-streaked, disbelieving joy. I can't believe it. I thought she was done. I was done. She's a long way from done, Tom said, wiping a smear of grease from his jaw with the back of his equally greasy hand. He was proud. He was damn proud. You'll need to run her easy for a few hours, and change this oil again tomorrow, and the day after. But she's back, Sal. Back? Kid, Sal's voice broke. He scrubbed his hand over his face. You're a miracle worker. That's what you are. A damn miracle worker. Tom just shook his head, his grin widening, his heart thrumming with the same deep, steady beat as the engine. I'm simply a mechanic, Sal. She's a good engine. She wanted to live. He turned, bracing himself to climb out of the cockpit, ready for the shower he'd been dreaming of for hours. And he saw her. Ellie. She stood at the head of the pier, in the same spot he had seen her before. But she was not hiding or watching from a distance this time. She wore a clean set of clothes, simple, faded blue jeans, and a white cotton blouse. Her dark hair was tied back. In her hand, she held 2 steaming white ceramic mugs. She had come for him. She walked slowly down the dock. Her steps were hesitant, but sure. She was not the cold, angry woman from the water's edge. And she was not the curious, confused woman from before. This was someone new, someone steady. Tom froze. He was suddenly, acutely, aware of himself. He had to be the filthiest man on the island, and he smelled like a refinery. His hands were black. He, who had wanted to push her away, who had been so certain he was not good enough for her, now desperately wished he was clean. She stopped a few feet away at the edge of the dock, just below where he stood on the deck. She looked from him to the grinning Sal, and then to the boat. You did it, she said, her voice soft, a little awed. You fixed it. He's a miracle worker. Sal boomed, his joy returning. Kid, save my life. Save the Queen. Tom just looked at Ellie. He saw her eyes, the same clear, deep, unreadable blue from the closet. But they didn't appear haunted or angry. They were soft. I brought you coffee, she said, lifting a mug. From the diner. Doris said, she said you earned it. Tom's throat was tight. He wiped his hand on his jeans, a useless gesture, as it only left another black streak. He reached down. Thank you. His fingers, black and raw, closed around the clean, white hot ceramic. His hand was shaking a little from the hours of exertion. Her fingers, clean and pale, brushed his. It was not the electric, adrenalized spark from the stairwell. This was a simple, warm, human contact. This was an offering. Sal, sensing he was in the way, clapped his hands together. I've got to make a call to my wife. I'll be right back. Don't you go anywhere, Tom. We got to talk. He scurried off, half running, half skipping down the dock, a man given a reprieve. The world quickly went quiet, leaving only the low, steady thrum of the engine and the distant, gentle sigh of the surf. Tom stood on the deck, covered in grime. Ellie stood on the dock, clean and holding her own mug. The space between them, the few feet of air and water, felt vast. You should come down, she said, her voice quiet. You can't drink that up there. He nodded and set the mug down in a clean spot on the deck, then swung his legs over the side. When he landed on the dock with a heavy, tired thud, his boots squelched. He was a good 6 inches taller than her, and he was intensely aware of his filth, his smell. He was a creature from a swamp, standing next to this clean, beautiful woman. He picked up his mug, but didn't drink. He just held it, the warmth seeping in his cold, stiff fingers. Thank you, he said, his voice a low rasp. He looked down at the coffee, not at her, for the coffee. And thank you, she said, her voice just as quiet. His head came up. For what? For earlier. She looked away, out at the water, at the ruined teeth of the motel pier. Last night, on my balcony, the air between them changed. It was no longer just the thrum of the engine or the shared memory of the storm. It was this, the memory of her, crumpled and sobbing. The memory of him sitting in the dark, just staying. I was a wreck, she whispered, her face pale at the memory. I've never. She turned to face him, her eyes clear and direct. The wall was gone. All of it. You were kind. You didn't say anything, just sat with me. No one's ever done that. They always try to fix it. With words. I don't have the words, Ellie, he said, the admission costing him. I'm not good at that. He gestured with his free hand, a gesture that encompassed the engine, the grime, himself. I'm good at this. At fixing machines. You are good at it, she said, a small smile touching her lips. And you were exactly what I needed. You didn't try to fix me. You just sat. You were an anchor. The word hit him. Anchor. The one thing he was so terrified of being, the one thing he had built his entire drifter persona to avoid. And she had just, with all the simple sincerity in the world, called him one. And I, she continued, her gaze dropping to her own mug, was horrible to you. The other morning, at the dock, when I saw you here. No, he said, his own shame, his own deliberate cruelty, rising. Ellie, I was a jerk. I was running. I saw you, and I pushed you away. On purpose. I was afraid. Afraid? She asked, her gaze lifting surprised. Of me? Of this, he said, his voice low. He gestured between them. Of connecting. I'm not a man who stays and connects with people, Ellie. I'm a man who floats on the tide. No home. No roots. He was using his wall not as a shield, but as a confession. As a warning. Ellie looked at him. She saw the man who had been a foster kid. The man who had joined the Navy to find a family. She saw the man who had called himself seaweed. You're not a piece of seaweed, Tom, she said softly, her voice full of a sudden, fierce conviction. Seaweed doesn't do anything. It just drifts. You act, build, fix. You save Sal's way of life. I fixed an engine, Ellie. That's all. No, she said. She took a step closer, her bravery a tangible thing. You're wrong. You think you're a drifter because you're not from anywhere. I am from somewhere. A farm. A whole life. And it's gone, torn apart. My roots are just memories in a book. I'm just as adrift as you are, Tom. Maybe more. He stared at her. He had never thought of it that way. When he looked at her, he saw a strong, solid, rooted woman, but she saw herself as adrift. And he saw himself, this rootless, temporary drifter, and she saw him as an anchor. The walls were gone. They were completely, irrevocably gone, washed away by the storm and by this single, quiet, devastatingly honest conversation. They were just two people standing on a ruined dock in a ruined world holding coffee. Two halves of a whole, one who'd lost her past, one who'd never had one. He looked at her, really looked at her. He saw the strength that had faced down grief to open that book. And he saw the woman who had picked up a broom and worked her way through her anger. She was, he thought, the strongest person he had ever met. And she admired him. "You're a good man, Tom Lane," she whispered, as if the admission surprised her. "You're kind, even when you're trying not to be. You're quiet, and you're skillful. What you did here," she gestured to the thrumming engine. "It is a miracle." Tom's heart gave a lurch. He could not speak, and as he stood there, covered in filth, his heart aching, he saw in her eyes a reflection of a man he had never known existed. A man who was perhaps good enough.
The calm after the storm was not calm at all. It was a heavy, wet, and oppressive stillness, a world holding its breath. The air, thick enough to chew, smelled of salt, pulverized plant life, and the deep, unsettling rot of the low tide. They had eaten Sal's wife's sandwiches on the motel porch, a silent, grim meal shared with Marge and Art. Art and Marge, their faces gray with exhaustion, had taken their food and retreated to their apartment like ghosts, their thank you a papery whisper. That left Tom and Ellie alone on the porch. They sat at opposite ends, separated by a gulf of mud-stained concrete and unspoken words. Ellie watched her own hands, raw and blistered, resting in her lap. Tom, his back to her, just stared at the muddy courtyard, his shoulders a rigid line. The silence, after the roar of the hurricane and the raw vulnerability of her breakdown, felt loud. It felt accusing. She had laid her entire broken self at his feet on that balcony, and he had sat. He had been kind. Then, at the boat, he had been a hero. And then, he had smiled. She did not know who this man was. He was a paradox, a walking contradiction, and her heart, which had been so numb, now felt like a raw, exposed nerve. Tom stood up. The sudden scrape of his chair on the concrete made Ellie flinch. He stood for a long moment, not looking at her, his gaze fixed on the highway. The sun, a heavy, sinking, orange ball, began its descent, painting the high, thin clouds in shades of violent purple and blood red. A post-hurricane sunset. I'm going for a walk," he said, his voice low, not directed at her, but at the world. "To check out the beach." He walked down the steps, his boots sinking into the muck. After a few steps, he stopped. He did not turn, but his shoulders tensed. "You should come. Maybe you shouldn't be alone right now." His voice was gruff. It sounded, she thought, like a man arguing with himself and losing. She did not know why she said yes. Maybe because the thought of sitting alone on this porch, with Marge and Art's silent grief permeating the motel, was more than she could bear. She stood. "Okay." She followed him, a silent, strange procession. They waded through the sludge of the courtyard and reached the beach. Or what was left of it. The storm surge had stolen all the sand. The fine white powder was gone, replaced by a hard, gray, rocky flat, littered with the ocean's trash. It looked like a battlefield. Tangled mounds of dark, slimy seaweed lay in thick, rotting piles. Broken conch shells, splintered pieces of a dock, and the bright, tragic blue of a child's sand pail, it was all just scattered. They walked, picking their way through the debris, the sound of the now gentle surf a quiet, rhythmic shush. The sunset was spectacular. The sky bled orange and magenta, a beautiful, terrible, garish display. They walked in silence for a long time. The only sound was the crunch of broken shells under their feet. The shared, easy, verbal intimacy of the linen closet felt 1,000 miles away. This was a different intimacy, the awkward, shared space of two survivors who had seen too much of each other, too fast. "It looks," Ellie said, her voice small, catching in her throat. Tom paused, his gaze following hers. She was looking at a splintered piece of white-painted wood, a piece of a porch railing, perhaps, tangled in a massive fishing net. "It looks like my farm," she finished, the words a whisper. Tom turned to her. His face, in the dying red light, was unreadable. "The tornado." It was not a question. She nodded, her arms wrapping around her own middle. The gesture was involuntary, a need to hold herself together. "This is what it looked like after." She talked, the words spilling out, not to him, but to the vast, empty ocean. "It's the order of it. Or the lack of it. 1 minute everything is in its place. The barn, the fence line, the house. You know where you are. You know who you are. And then, the wind." She looked at him, her eyes wide with memory. The sound, it was a freight train, just like they always say. The sound of 1,000 invisible, angry claws shredding the world. She pointed to the blue pail. "That's what it was like. You'd find our dinner plates from the kitchen cabinet sitting in the middle of the soybean field. 100 yards away. Not a scratch on them. And the tractor? The one that weighed 2 tons? Gone. Your parents," he said, his voice low, cautious. "They were in the house," she said, her voice flat, devoid of all emotion. It was a story she had told the police, the insurance man, the funeral director. "We were in the cellar. The storm cellar, under the porch. They went back to get the dog. They were trying to get him, and..." Her voice broke. She turned away from him. He didn't reach for her or try to pat her. He just stood, his own body a solid, warm, living presence, and he let her tell it. "I sat in that cellar, in the dark, for an hour. And I listened. I listened to the house go. Just come apart. The sound," she shuddered, the memory of physical, violent tremor. "And then it was like this," she whispered, her gaze sweeping the silent, beautiful, terrible beach. "It was quiet. The sun came out. And I opened the door. And..." "The farm," she said, her voice thick, "it was our name. It was who we were. Harper's. And when I sold it..." The shame, the guilt, washed over her, hotter and more potent than the grief. "It's the money, Tom." He looked at her, his brow furrowed. "The money?" "From the sale," she said, and her voice was suddenly hard, angry. "It's blood money, the price of their lives. It's the price of my family's name. And it's sitting in a bank account in Indiana, and I can't bring myself to touch it. I can't look at it. But it's the only thing I have left." She finally looked at him, her face a crumpled, desperate, wet mask. "I'm so lost," she whispered, the admission of final, terrible surrender. Tom looked at her. He looked at this woman, this strong, solid, capable woman, who had held the plywood against a 90-mile-an-hour wind. He saw her, not as the hero, but as the girl in the cellar. The girl who had a bank account full of money she didn't want. He did not know what to say. He had no words for this. His world, his problems, were so simple. He found his voice. "You're lucky," he said, the words coming out before he could stop them. Ellie flinched, her head snapping up. Her eyes, wide and swimming, flashed with a sudden, fiery anger. "Lucky? Lucky? Did you hear a word I just said?" "You had a name," he said, his voice cutting her off, not with anger, but with a desperate and matching vulnerability. You had a home, a father and mother. You belonged somewhere and knew who you were. You're Eleanor Harper. From Lafayette. He stepped back, his hands jammed into his pockets. He kicked a broken shell. I'm just Lane. That was my name. In the files. Lane, Thomas. No middle name. And I'm not from anywhere. Ellie's anger left her in a rush, replaced by a cold, shocked stillness. You talk about your farm, he said, the words a bitter, hard confession. I had houses. A lot of them. Foster homes. One in Tampa. One in Orlando. I think. One somewhere with orange groves. I never stayed more than a year. Sometimes just a few months. He was not looking at her. He was staring out at the ocean, at the deep purple line of the horizon. You're a Harper, he repeated. You had a father, who wrote in a book. Who laughed. I was just the new kid. Every time. I learned not to unpack. What's the point? I knew I'd be leaving again soon. He finally looked at her. His eyes, in the deep twilight, were not the eyes of a drifter. They were the eyes of a lost and lonely child. I joined the Navy, he said, his voice flat, to find a family. That's what I told myself. I figured a ship. A destroyer. All those men, all in the same uniform, would be like a tribe. And it was. Sort of. In the engine room. We were a team. We belonged to the engine. He looked down at his own hands, still stained with Sal's grease. But it's just a contract, a tour. And then it's over. And you're simply Lane again. You're drifting. You're not attached to anything. He took a deep breath. He had matched her vulnerability by laying out his own empty, aching fear at her feet. The walls were not just down. They were gone, pulverized, like the debris on the beach. They just stood there, two survivors, on a ruined stretch of sand, under a sky that was now a deep, dark purple. Ellie looked at him. She saw the man from the motorcycle, the man from the closet, the man from the engine room. And now, she saw the boy. The boy who had never unpacked. The boy who had learned that staying was a fool's game. Her loss was new. It was a fresh, violent amputation. His was a scar. It was a part of him. He had been born with this hollowness. He had spent his entire life lost. I told you, he said, his voice a whisper, I'm like seaweed, floating on the tide. Ellie took a step. It was the hardest step in her life. She moved toward him. Toward the drifter. Toward the man who would inevitably leave. She stopped just a foot from him. You're not seaweed, she said, her voice as quiet as his. You're the man who fixes things. And you stayed in the closet with Art, Marge, and me. You sat with me on the balcony. You could have left, or you could have let Sal's boat sink. But you stayed, you helped. She was crying again, but the tears were different. They were not for her. They were for him. Tom looked down at her. He saw the tears on her cheeks, shining in the twilight. He saw the fears, the wounds, they had both just ripped open. Her fear was fresh, and violent, and full of a guilty, terrible grief. His was old, and empty, and chronic. They were a perfect, broken, terrible match. He had no words. He lifted his hand. The same hand from the stairwell. The one that had been so hesitant. It was not hesitant now. He did not touch her face or her shoulder. His hand, large, warm, and calloused, found hers. He didn't grab it, he just opened his hand, letting his fingers close gently around her cold, trembling ones. The contact was a small, solid boom. It was the sound of an anchor finally catching on the bottom. Ellie's breath hitched. Her fingers, of their own accord, closed around his. His hand was rough, but it felt incredibly, unbelievably warm. They stood hand in hand in the gathering darkness on a beach of broken things, the surf a quiet, rhythmic sigh at their feet. Tom looked down at their joined hands. Then he looked at her face. "You're not lost, Ellie," he said, his voice a low vibration in the dark. She looked up at him, her eyes wide, her heart a heavy, aching, hopeful drum. "You're just waiting."
Well, kid, I told her. Sal's voice, booming with joy, shattered the moment. He came barreling back down the dock, his face split by a grin. He clapped Tom on the back, a hard, stinging blow that almost made Tom drop his coffee. "My wife's crying. She's so happy. She's bringing sandwiches. For all of us." Sal beamed at Tom, his eyes shining with a gratitude that was almost painful to look at. "Tom," he said, his voice thick with emotion, "I can't pay you. Not what you're worth." But, Sal, I didn't," Tom started, but Sal cut him off. "No, listen, you're a miracle worker." He threw his arms around Tom, hugging him in a fierce, greasy, diesel-scented embrace. Tom, stiff and unused to such open affection, stood frozen for a second before awkwardly patting the older man's back. Sal pulled away, his eyes still shining. He looked at Tom, then at Ellie, who was standing just feet away, with a small, bright, beautiful smile on her face. Sal clambered back onto the boat and started the engine. The engine thrummed. It was a deep, steady, beautiful sound, the sound of a heart restarted. The thrum, thrum, thrum vibrated up from the deck, through the soles of his boots and into his bones. It was the best sound in the world. Sal was a new man. The gray, hollowed-out despair had vanished, replaced by a frantic, joyous, and slightly manic energy. His big, calloused hands clamped on Tom's shoulders. You're a saint, kid." "Sal, I fixed the gasket," Tom said. He was deeply uncomfortable, his body stiffening under the other man's emotional embrace. He was not used to being touched or thanked. "Gasket," Sal boomed, finally letting him go, only to throw his hands in the air. "He says gasket, like it's nothing. My life was at the bottom of the harbor, and you dove in. You brought her back. Maria. He did it. She's alive." His last words were a joyous roar, directed at the head of the pier. Tom turned. A woman, stout, dark-haired, and with the same kind, weary eyes as Doris, was hurrying down the dock. She carried a large, red and white checkered picnic basket. This had to be Maria, Sal's wife. "Oh, grazie a Dio," Maria whispered, her hand flying to her chest as she heard the engine. The woman dropped the basket on the dock and hurried forward. She did not hug her husband. Instead, she hugged the boat, laying her hands on the warm, vibrating stern as if it were a living child. She said, "She's breathing. Sal, she's breathing." "He did it, Mama," Sal said, his voice thick, pulling his wife into his arms. "This kid, Tom, he saved us." Maria turned, her dark liquid eyes fixing on Tom. She saw the grime, the grease, the filth. She saw the exhaustion, and she beamed, a smile so bright and full of gratitude it was almost blinding. She came forward and, before he could react, she grabbed his filthy, grease-covered hand in both of her clean ones. "You," she said, her voice thick with a slight, beautiful accent. "You're a good boy. An angel." "No, not an angel." She looked him up and down at the grime. "You are a mechanic. Which is better?" She let go of his hand and turned, all business. "Now you sit. Both of you. Sal, Ellie, stop standing. We eat." She spread a clean dish rag on the dock box, as if setting a table. She opened the basket. It was not sandwiches. She had brought a feast. A long loaf of Cuban bread with a container of what smelled like picadillo, rich with olives and tomatoes, and a thermos of steaming, sweet, dark coffee, along with a small, dangerous-looking bottle of dark rum. "This is not a thank you," Maria said, her hands flying as she poured rum into 2 of the coffee cups. "This is a celebration. Sal, get the boy a cup." Tom, feeling overwhelmed and out of place, a stranger at a family party, took the cup. "I really need to shower." "Nonsense," Maria said, waving a sandwich at him. "You're clean inside. That is what matters. You eat, you drink, then you shower." He was trapped. He sat on the edge of the dock, his legs dangling. Sal sat opposite him, his face a map of tear-streaked joy. And Ellie sat on the dock, a few feet away, her knees drawn up. She held the coffee mug she had brought. Maria, in her whirlwind of hospitality, had insisted on filling it. They ate. The food was the best thing Tom had ever tasted. It was hot and savory and real family food. He ate, his hands black, not caring about the grease. He was starving. He watched Ellie. She was quiet as she nibbled at a piece of bread Maria had insisted she take. She was not part of this celebration, but she was here. She caught him watching. Her eyes, those clear, steady, blue eyes, met his over the rim of her coffee cup. The admiration he had seen earlier, the look that had unnerved him, was still there. But it was softer now. It was not just admiration, but an understanding. She was seeing the same thing he was. She was seeing this family, this life, and she was in her own quiet way, a part of it. That look, that soft, shared connection, was more dangerous than any storm. Finally, the food was gone. Maria began packing her basket. "All right, Sal, you will come home, you will shower, and you will sleep for 1 hour. Then you can come back and stare at your engine. And you," she said, pointing a finger at Tom, "you were a good boy. You did a miracle. You go clean up, but then you come for dinner. 7 o'clock. Our house. I make ropa vieja. That is not a request." She turned and marched off the dock, a whirlwind of command and comfort, leaving the 3 of them in the golden, late afternoon light. The silence that fell was different. It was warm and comfortable. "She's something," Tom said, fighting a smile. "She's my anchor, kid," Sal said, his voice soft. He looked at the thrumming engine, then at Tom. "Which brings me to something." He stood up and walked over to Tom, who was still sitting on the edge of the dock. He put his hands on his hips. The joyous, weeping, emotional Sal was gone. This was Sal, the businessman. "All right, kid," Sal said, his voice serious. "We gotta talk. For real." Ellie, sensing the shift, made a move to stand up. "I should go. Let you too." "No," Sal said, holding up a hand. "I think you should stay, Ellie. You're part of this. You were here during the hurricane, and you helped." Ellie sat back down, her expression unreadable. Sal turned back to Tom. "Look, I'm not a rich man. I can't pay you what you're worth. What you did today, it's not a $500 job. It's not a $1,000 job. What you did, it was my life." "Sal, I didn't—" Tom started, standing up. This was making him uncomfortable again. He didn't want the gratitude or any money. He just wanted to go shower. "No, you listen," Sal said, holding up his hand. "Like I said, you are a miracle worker. But I'm 45 years old, Tom. I'm a fisherman. I know the water and where the tarpons sleep. But this," he slapped the engine hatch, "this Black Heart, she's a mystery to me sometimes. I've been running this business on spit and a prayer for 10 years. And with that hurricane, the prayer ran out. That storm, it wasn't a curse. It was a warning." He took a deep breath, his chest swelling. "I don't need a mechanic, kid. I've been paying mechanics for 10 years. They come, they patch, they overcharge, they leave. And I'm just waiting for the next thing to break." He looked Tom dead in the eye. His own eyes, which had been red-rimmed and hollow, were now sharp, clear, and assessing. "I don't need a mechanic," he repeated, his voice low and firm. "I need a partner." Tom froze. The word hit him with the force of a gale force wind. "Partner? I don't know what you mean," Tom said, but his voice was thin. He knew exactly what Sal meant. "I mean a partner," Sal said, his voice rising with a new, eager energy. "I'm still the front of the house, the captain. I know the fish, and I get the bookings and charm the clients." He grinned. "But you're the heart. You will be the chief engineer. You know this beast? and can keep her alive and breathing. It's your job to make sure she's not just good, she's perfect. I'm not just Sal. I'm Neptune's Queen Charter Company, and I'm offering you a piece. A piece. Tom's throat was dry. Half, Sal said, his voice booming. A 50-50 split. My boat, my license, your skill. We're a team. You're an artist. Your skill is what I've been missing, an anchor for this whole damn operation. Anchor. That word again. The same word Ellie had used. The word he had been running from his entire life. Tom was speechless. He could not breathe. Sal was not talking about just a job. Not, here's $100, kid, thanks. This was a life, a home. This was staying. This was everything he had told himself he was not. He was a drifter, seaweed, temporary. He looked down at his hands. His black, greasy, filthy hands. The hands that had brought this engine back from the dead. He thought of the Navy, of the hot, loud, lonely engine room. There he had been necessary, but he had not been a partner. He had been a cog in a large machine. But this was a purpose. A real, tangible, built of steel and grease purpose. It was everything he thought he didn't want. And now, as he stood on this dock, with the thrum of his engine beneath his feet, the smell of salt in the air, the taste of Maria's rum on his tongue, he wanted it. He wanted it so badly his hand was shaking again, and not from exertion. He was a man who had never been offered a piece of anything. Not a family, or a home, or a future. And this man, this stranger, was offering him half of his entire world. Sal, he started, his voice a raw, unrecognizable croak. So what do you say, kid? A grin split Sal's face. He was a man who had just pushed all his chips into the center of the table. You in? You ready to stop floating? Floating. Tom's head snapped up. His gaze, which had been locked on his useless, shaking hands, shot past Sal. He was looking for an escape, for a reason to say no, for the getaway mentality that had been his only true north for his entire adult life. And his eyes found her. Ellie. She had not moved. She sat on the dock, her coffee mug held in both hands, her knees drawn up. And she had been watching the whole thing and heard the offer. She was the other anchor. And as he looked at her, he saw her, not as a woman, but as a symbol. She was the other reason to stay. She was the other, more terrifying, more beautiful, and more impossible partnership. Sal was offering him a job, a purpose. Ellie was maybe something else. He saw it in a sudden, sickening, terrifying flash. The job wasn't just a job. The boat wasn't just a boat. It was a life in Key West. If he said yes to Sal, he was saying yes to this island, this dock, this life. He would not be the man who was passing through. He would be the man who stayed. And if he stayed, he looked at Ellie. Her face was blank. It was not anything. She was waiting for his answer. She was waiting to see who he was. Was he the man from the dock? Or the man from the closet? The fear which had been replaced by pride, by purpose, by the wanting, it all came crashing back in. It was too much. It was too fast. A job, a home, a partnership, a life, and a girl? He couldn't breathe. He, who had just spent 5 hours in a hot, airless hole, was suffocating. Kid. Sal's voice was smaller now, his grin faltering. He saw the panic in Tom's eyes. Tom? You okay? Tom tore his gaze away from Ellie. He looked at Sal, at the boat, at his hands. He looked anywhere but at her. He said, his voice a hoarse, tight whisper. I'll think about it. He didn't wait for a response. He turned and walked past Sal, past the picnic basket, and he walked right past Ellie, his gaze fixed on the highway, on the ruined motel, on anything but her face. He didn't run, but he walked as if the hounds of hell were at his heels. Tom Lane woke up to the smell of salt and coffee. He lay still for a long moment, his eyes closed, listening. The world was quiet, but it was not the hollow, empty silence of his first day. It was the sound of a world at work. He heard the distant rhythmic thud of a hammer, the scrape of a shovel on gravel, and underneath it all, the steady, gentle sigh of the ocean. A new, unfamiliar lightness lived in his chest. It was a feeling so strange, he almost mistrusted it. It was hope. The night before, the walk on the ruined beach, the raw, shared confessions, had changed something. He had seen Ellie's fear, and she had seen his. They were a perfect, broken, terrible match. And then, her hand in his, a small, warm, solid anchor in the twilight. He had slept, a deep, dreamless, and profound sleep, not of exhaustion, but of peace. He sat up, swinging his legs off the bed. His small, damp, musty room in the Pelican Nest no longer seemed like a temporary cell. It felt like a base. He had a purpose. He'd spent the entire night, in his dreams and in his waking moments, thinking about Sal's offer. The partnership, the Neptune's queen, an anchor. His old self, the drifter, the boy who never unpacked, had screamed at him to run. It's a trap. It's a place to fail. But a new voice, a quieter, stronger one, had spoken over him. It was the voice of the man who had sat on the balcony with Ellie, the man who had held her hand on the beach. What's so wrong with staying? He thought of the rope of vieja he'd eaten last night. Maria, Sal's wife, had insisted. After he'd finally gotten his shower, Sal had dragged him to his home. He'd sat at a crowded, noisy table, full of Sal's children, and they had fed him. They had treated him not as a miracle worker, but like a nephew. As family. He had eaten until he was full, and he had sat on their porch, drinking a beer, and he had belonged. Now, in the bright, cloudless morning, the decision was simple. It was the only decision that made sense. He stood, pulled on a cleanish t-shirt, and walked out of his room. Ellie was not on the porch. He looked for her, a reflex. He saw her across the courtyard, talking to Marge near the office. She was wearing her blue jeans and a white blouse, her hair tied back. She looked strong, capable. She had a list in her hand. She was organizing. He did not go to her. Not yet. He had to fix his own engine first to secure his own post. He walked across the parking lot. The water now, just a series of muddy puddles. The docks were a hive of activity. Men were sawing, hammering, hauling debris. The sound of rebuilding was the new music of the island. He found the Neptune's queen. She was floating, level, and beautiful. And Sal was already on deck, whistling a high, thin, terribly off-key tune as he scrubbed the mud-stained fiberglass. Sal, Tom said. Sal spun around, the scrub brush in his hand. His face, when he saw Tom, broke into a wide, joyous, hopeful grin. Kid, you're here. You want a coffee? Maria's sending a thermos. I'm in, Tom said. The words were simple, 2 syllables, but they landed on the deck with the weight of a 10-ton anchor. Sal's grin faltered, his mind catching up. You're what? You're in. I'm in, Tom repeated, and this time he let a small, sure smile of his own emerge. I'll take the job, the partnership, if the offer's still good. Sal stared at him for a long, unblinking second. The hope in his eyes became a bright, hot, sudden light. He dropped the scrub brush with a clatter. It splashed into the bucket of soapy water, soaking his pants. He didn't care. Good, Sal roared, his voice cracking with emotion. Good? It's yours, kid. It's ours. He lunged forward and grabbed Tom's hand in a crushing, diesel-stained, 2-handed grip. He did not shake it, but held it, as if it were a winning lottery ticket. Tom, you won't regret this. I swear you won't. We'll build this. We'll be the best damn charter on the island. The Henderson party, they're still on. I called them. They're coming next week. And in. Sal, Tom said, his voice firm, cutting through the man's joyous, rambling panic. He squeezed his hand, a solid, reassuring pressure. We'll be ready. We'll be ready, Sal whispered, the words of prayer. He finally let go of Tom's hand, only to wipe his eyes with the back of his wet, soapy arm. Welcome aboard, partner. Welcome to the Queen. Tom nodded, his throat tight. He looked away from Sal's naked gratitude and let his gaze fall on the boat. His boat. Ours. He ran his hand along the warm metal railing. He looked at the engine hatch and thought of the beautiful, complex, olive green machine he had brought back from the dead. It was his to protect, to maintain, to keep. The hollow, aching drifter part of him, the part that had been so certain he was just seaweed on the tide, it just evaporated. It was gone, burned away by the bright, hot, simple fact of this boat. He was not seaweed anymore, but an anchor. He was the chief engineer of the Neptune's Queen, Tom Lane, a partner, a man who belonged to something. And with that one solid, electrifying thought, his world shifted. The drifter that had kept him separate, that had made him push Ellie away was not just gone. It was wrong. He had been so afraid of having nothing to offer her. He had been the foster kid, the grease monkey, the man with a single duffel bag. But now, he stood on the deck of his own boat, a partner in a business. He had a job, a home. No longer was he the empty-handed drifter. He was a man who could build a life. And he realized, with a sudden, sharp, and terrifying clarity, that he did not want to build it alone. The lightness in his chest, the one he had woken with, returned. It was not just hope. It was joy, a powerful, surging, and unfamiliar joy. He had to find her to tell her. He left Sal, who was now babbling about new fishing rods, and walked off the dock. His steps were light. He felt, for the first time in his life, like a man who knew exactly where he was going. He crossed the highway. The sounds of rebuilding were a symphony. The world was not broken. It was just waiting, healing. He saw her. She was where the pier used to be. She stood at the broken pilings, her back to him. The long, rotted planks had been swept away, leaving just the broken teeth sticking out of the water. She stood, staring out at the ocean, her hands in the pockets of her jeans. He walked toward her, his boots thudding on the damp, splintered wood. The sun was still near the horizon, the light soft and golden, turning the muddy brown water into a sheet of hammered bronze. "Ellie," he said. She started, spinning around, her hand flying to her throat. She had been lost in her own world, in the same way he had been. "Tom," she said, her voice small, breathless. "You scared me." "Sorry," he said, stopping a few feet from her. The air between them was thick with the memory of the night before, of the beach and the confessions. Her hand in his, her head on his shoulder. He saw the caution in her eyes, the wall that was still there, the question, "Which Tom are you today?" He needed, desperately, to answer it. "I just came from the dock," he said, his hands finding his own pockets. He was an engine man. As usual, he was not good with words. He knew only how to state the facts. "I talked to Sal." "Oh," she said, her voice non-committal, but her eyes, those clear blue, steady eyes, were fixed on his, searching. "I took the job," he said. The words hung there. Ellie stared at him. "You took the partnership?" "Yeah," he said, a small, nervous smile tugging at his lips. "I'm a new chief engineer. Of the Queen." He gestured, vaguely, toward the docks. "I guess I'm staying." He watched her face. He watched her process the words. "I'm staying." The simple three-word sentence that undid everything. He saw the transformation. It was like the sun coming out from behind a cloud. The caution in her eyes dissolved. The wall evaporated. Her entire face, which had been so tight, so controlled, so braced, just opened. A slow, wide, brilliant, and absolutely unguarded smile spread across her face. It was not the small, tired, grateful smile from the dock. It was not the polite smile from the diner. This was a smile of pure joy. It hit him with the force of a physical blow. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. "Tom," she breathed, and her voice was full of a light he had never heard. "That's wonderful." "Yeah," he said, his own grin widening, his heart thrumming a new, fast, unsteady rhythm. "Yeah, I think it is." He was so caught up in her smile, in the sheer, blinding relief of her joy, that he almost missed it. Just as her smile reached its peak, a shadow flickered behind her eyes. It was fast, a tiny, fractional cloud passing over the sun. A quick and almost imperceptible tightening at the corners of her mouth. It was there, and then it was gone, instantly replaced by the brightness. What was it? Hope. Yes, but he'd seen that look before. In the closet. It was fear. He saw it. He registered it. Hope, and maybe a little fear, but he was too caught up in the high. He was on the crest of his own wave, the first real, hopeful wave of his life. And he would not analyze it. He had a job. He had a home. And the woman he was falling for was smiling at him like that. He had, for the first time in his life, one. He took a step forward until he was in her space, the few feet of air between them shrinking to inches. She was still smiling, that bright, beautiful, joyful smile, but her eyes were wide, her breath caught. "I'm staying, Ellie," he said again, his voice lower, the words a promise. He saw her, and he saw his life. A life he had never, in his wildest, loneliest dreams, thought he could have. A job he loved in a town that felt like home. And a woman who was strong and kind, and who had held the board steady in the storm. His drifter ways were a forgotten, ridiculous, childish thing. He did not have the words. He was not a man who talked, only a man who did. But he lifted his hand, the same hand that had been so hesitant on the beach, the same hand that had brushed her temple in the stairwell. This time, it was sure. He cupped her cheek. She stopped breathing. Her skin was soft, warm from the sun. His thumb, calloused and rough, brushed the line of her jaw. Her eyes, wide and blue, were locked on his. She did not pull away. He leaned in. He kissed her. It was not the desperate, adrenalized kiss of the stairwell, the one that had almost happened. It was not a kiss of passion or of need. It was a decision. The kiss was gentle. It was, he thought, as his lips met hers, the first truly honest thing he had ever done. It was a promise, an anchor of staying. She was stiff for just a second, a small, sharp, frightened intake of breath. And then she melted. Her hand, which had been at her side, came up, her fingers landing, light and hesitant, on his chest. Her lips, which had been a line of surprise, softened under his. She kissed him back. It was a kiss of salt from the air, from her skin, of the sun. It was, Tom thought, as he finally let his own anchor drop, the taste of a new beginning.
The kiss was a decision. It was not the frantic, adrenalized, desperate clutch of two people in a storm or the hungry, passionate kiss of a storybook. It was something quieter and 1,000 times more powerful. This was a kiss of salt, from the air, from their skin. It was a kiss of sun, warm and gentle. And it was a kiss of arrival. Ellie brought her hands up from her sides to rest on his chest. She could feel the solid, steady thrum of his heart under her palms, a rhythm that matched the one from the Neptune's queen. His hand, the one that wasn't cupping her cheek, came around her waist, a firm, warm, and steadying pressure. He was not pulling her. He was just holding her. His lips were gentle, sure, and honest. This was not a man trying to take something but of a man offering something. She melted into him. The last, brittle, fragile remnants of her wall, her fear of being left, her drifter defense, it all just dissolved. It washed away, carried off by the same tide that had brought him here. She was not leaning on him, she was standing with him. They were two broken, matching pieces, and for this one perfect, sun-drenched moment, they were whole. He pulled back slowly. His hand remained on her cheek, his thumb brushing her jawline with a calloused, gentle stroke. His eyes, those clear, hazel, and deeply serious eyes, were soft. The haunted foster kid loneliness was gone, replaced by a light she had never seen before. It was hope. "You're really staying," she whispered. It was not a question. It was a miracle. A slow smile spread across his face, resembling the same devastating, tired smile from the dock, but this one was rested. This one was sure. "I'm really staying," he said. "Sal, he's a good man. The Queen, she's a good boat." Ellie laughed. The sound was a surprise, a small, bright noise she hadn't heard in what felt like a lifetime. It was a laugh of joy. The man who was her rock, her partner in the storm, the man who had sat with her in her grief, was not leaving. "That's," she said, her voice catching, "that's wonderful." "Yeah," he said, his own smile widening, his gaze fixed on her. "Yeah, I think it is." He was still holding her, his hand warm on her waist. The sun was setting, casting the ruined, muddy courtyard in a light of impossible, golden beauty. It was a painter's light, forgiving and soft, turning the brown, scummy water of the pool into a sheet of hammered bronze. The air smelled of salt, and the low, steady thrum of Sal's newly resurrected engine was a heartbeat for the whole, sleepy, broken world. It was perfect. He was here, staying, to build a life. He had a purpose. And just like that, as the thought formed, a small, cold, sharp stone dropped into the warm, bright pool of her joy. He had a purpose. He had a job. A partnership. A plan. He was the chief engineer of the Neptune's Queen, a partner in a business. He was a man with a skill, a man with a future. Ellie's smile, the wide, brilliant, unguarded one, faltered. It did not vanish, but it tightened at the edges. She looked at him, this good, strong, capable man. And then, with a sudden, sickening clarity, she saw herself. What was she? She was a guest at a ruined motel, a tourist. A woman with a checkbook, living in room 204. She was a refugee, hiding from her own life. She had no home, no job, and no plan. Tom was building a life. What was she doing? She pulled back, just an inch, her hands sliding from the solid wall of his chest. The loss of contact was immediate, a cold space opening between them. What? Tom asked, his smile faltering, his brow furrowing. What's wrong? Nothing, she said, the lie quick and paper-thin. She forced a smile back, but it was a different smile now. It was brittle. Nothing, it's just. I'm so happy for you. She turned away, stepping out of his embrace, and walked to the splintered railing of the pier. She gripped the rough, damp wood. Tom staying, it was a wonderful complication. It was wonderful, because it meant he was here. It meant this feeling did not have to be a temporary, storm-tossed illusion. That this could be real. But it was a complication, because it changed everything. As long as he was a drifter, just like her, they were equals. They were two lost, unmoored people, seaweed on the tide, just floating. But now he had a home. He had a job he loved, a purpose that he had earned with his two skilled, greasy hands. And she was the one floating. His staying, his newfound anchor, didn't solve her problem. It highlighted it. It made her want to stay more than anything in the world. She wanted to be in this town, on this island, in this life, with this man. She wanted to see where this kiss would lead. But how? She couldn't just be, what? A permanent guest at the Pelican Nest? A groupie? The girl who hung around the diner, waiting for her boyfriend to get off the boat? The thought was mortifying. It was a betrayal of everything she was, of the farm-bred, capable, working woman her father had raised. She was not a barnacle or a parasite. She was a partner. And like Tom, she needed an anchor. She was not just a tourist with a checkbook but a woman with skills. She knew how to work, how to run a business. For the past 5 years, she had kept the books for the farm. She knew how to scrub a floor, how to manage a crisis, how to build. And she had the money. The terrible, guilt-ridden blood money that was sitting, useless, in an Indiana bank. She looked around. Her gaze, which had been turned inward, now turned outward. With a new, sharp, and sudden focus. She saw the ruined courtyard. The dead brown grass, the flooded cracked pool and the naked, stripped palm trees. And she saw the peeling paint, the flickering, broken sign. She saw the Pelican Nest. This place was her place. It was the place of her father's memory. It was the place he had written that she would one day live. It was not a coincidence, this could not be a cruel joke. It was a sign. This place was dying. Marge and Art were ruined. And they had an offer from a man who wanted to tear the place down. I could. The thought was so big, so sudden, so terrifying, it stole her breath. I could buy it. I could use the money to fix this and be the new owner. She could have her own anchor. Tom had his boat. She would have this. This motel. This home. They would be equals. Two hardworking, anchored people, building a life, side by side. The idea, the plan, bloomed in her mind, a blinding, terrifying, perfect solution. She was no longer a drifter but a woman with a purpose. She was so lost in this new, sudden, world-shifting revelation, so caught up in the how and the what if, that she almost didn't hear it. Ellie? Tom's voice was close behind her, his hand landing on her shoulder. You went somewhere. Are you okay? She turned to him, her face, which had been a mask of complicated fear, now shining with this new, wild, crazy idea. She opened her mouth to tell him, to say, Tom, I have a plan. And then she heard it. It was a sound that did not belong in their new, quiet, hopeful world. It was not the thrum of Sal's engine or the growl of a shrimper's truck. It was a low, smooth, expensive purr. Tom heard it too. His hand, which had been a warm, comforting weight on her shoulder, tensed. He let it drop, and he stepped to her side, his body going rigid, his gaze locking on the highway. Ellie's heart, which had been pounding with this new, wild, wonderful, terrifying problem, just stopped. The sleek white spaceship of a Lincoln Continental glided into the gravel lot. It looked even more alien, more wrong, amidst the mud, the debris, and the stripped, naked trees. It crunched to a halt in the same spot as before, its white paint gleaming, untouched, in the purple gold light of the sunset. The engine cut. The sudden silence was deafening. The moment was over. The bubble, which had held their kiss, their plans, their new, shared future, had not just popped. It had been obliterated. They both stood frozen at the end of the ruined pier. They watched as the driver's side door opened. Vance Peterson got out. He was not wearing his linen suit but was dressed in dark slacks and a crisp button-down shirt. He looked like a man who had come to foreclose. He slammed the car door, the thud echoed in the still, dead air. He looked at the ruined motel, at the bent sign, at the flooded courtyard. And then, he looked at them. His eyes, even from this distance, were not smiling. The thud of Vance Peterson's car door was a punctuation mark. It was the end of the soft, golden, hopeful moment on the pier. The world, which had briefly felt full of possibility, snapped back into its harsh, ruined, and complicated reality. Tom's hand, which had been a warm, comforting weight on Ellie's shoulder, tensed and dropped. He stepped to her side, his body going rigid. The man who had just kissed her, the man who had just accepted a new life, was gone. In his place was a sentry, a soldier, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. Ellie's heart, which had been a chaotic mix of terror and elation about her own new plan, just stopped. The idea of buying the motel was a bright, yet fragile, secret thing, less than 5 minutes old. And now, the one man who could destroy it was walking across the gravel, his shoes crunching on the debris. Vance Peterson stopped a few yards from the office, his gaze sweeping over the devastation. He looked less like a salesman and more like an appraiser, a man who had come to assess his new, damaged property. He looked at the bent sign, at the flooded courtyard, his lip curling in faint, undisguised distaste. He looked at the blue wrecked fishing boat sitting in the pool. A slow, unreadable smile spread across his face. He looked, Ellie thought with a cold lurch, pleased. The storm had not been an inconvenience. It had been an ally. His gaze finally moved, finding the two of them standing like statues at the end of the ruined pier. He saw them side by side, in the deep purple twilight. His smile did not falter, but his eyes hardened. He had, Ellie realized, seen the kiss. Or at least, he had seen the intimacy. He had come back to find the motel guests still standing together in his new acquisition. He did not walk to them. Instead, he walked to the office porch, which Ellie had, just hours ago, scrubbed clean. He ran a finger along the railing as if checking for dust, then turned and leaned against a post, crossing his arms. He was the new king, surveying his broken kingdom. And he was waiting for them to come to him. Well, he called out, his voice a smooth, confident, and deeply amused drawl that carried easily in the still, dead air. The survivors. Tom's hand, at his side, clenched into a fist. He said nothing. He just stood, a solid, unmoving shadow. I have to say, Vance continued, I'm impressed. You two really held down the fort. The condescension was a tangible, slimy thing. Ellie felt Tom take a step, a low, warning sound, a rumble in his chest. She put her hand on his arm. Not to hold him back, but to claim the moment. This was not his fight. Not yet. This was hers. What do you want, Mr. Peterson? Ellie's voice was icy, clear, and carried just as easily as his. She did not call him Vance. Vance's smile widened. He loved this. The fight. Straight to business. I like that. He pushed off the post and took a few steps toward them, stopping at the edge of the porch, the clean, dry concrete. He looked down at them standing in the mud. I came back to see the damage. And I have to say, it's worse than I could have hoped. Hoped? Ellie said, her voice sharp. Of course, Vance said, spreading his hands. This is a tragedy. His voice dripped with a false, grotesque sympathy. A total loss. Marge and Art, they're devastated, I assume? They're in their apartment, Ellie said, her dislike a cold, hard stone in her stomach. Good. Good. This is for the best, really. He looked around, a new, bright, and eager energy radiating off him. This place, it was a dump. An eyesore. The storm just sped up the inevitable. It did me a favor. Did them a favor, really. Now, they have to sell. They have no choice. So you're here to, what? Tom's voice was a low, dangerous growl. Kick them while they're down? Lower your offer? Vance finally, deigned to look at Tom. He looked him up and down. The clean clothes, the damp hair. He looked at Ellie, standing just a little too close to him. He put it all together. The storm. The forced proximity. Ah, Vance said, his smile turning into a smirk. The help. You clean up nicely. Did you fix something? Feel like a big man? Tom's body went rigid. You need to leave, Tom said, his voice flat and final. I don't think so, Vance said, his voice hardening. The game was over. I'm here to finalize a deal. And you, he said, dismissing Tom with a wave of his hand, are irrelevant. You're a grease monkey. A drifter. Your services are no longer required. You can get on your little bike and be on your way. He turned his full, undivided attention back to Ellie. And the smile, the charm, the sales pitch, came back, brighter and more focused than ever. You, on the other hand, he said, his voice dropping to that same intimate cocktail party purr. You are very relevant. He took a step off the porch, his polished shoe landing with a soft thud in the sludge. He walked right up to them, stopping just a few feet from Ellie, his body deliberately angled to exclude Tom. Ellie, he said, as if they were old friends. "You've seen the reality. I can tell you're a smart woman. You know this place is finished. Marge and Art, they're done. The insurance won't cover half of this. My offer, it's the only offer they'll get. And you're here, in the dark, to what?" Ellie asked, her heart pounding. Her plan. Her plan. This man was a shark, and he was circling. "I'm here to be a friend," Vance said, his voice a silken, sympathetic lie. "I'm here to tell Marge that my original offer still stands. Even with this." He gestured to the wreckage. "It's a very generous offer. And I'm going to advise them, as their friend, to take it. Tonight." Tom let out a short, disbelieving laugh. "You're a predator, Peterson. Not a friend." Vance ignored him, his eyes locked on Ellie. He knew she, not Tom, as the obstacle. He saw her as the one who had Marge's ear. She was the one he had to win. "He's right," Vance said, not looking at Tom. "I am a predator. This is a predatory business." He gave a small, self-deprecating shrug. "But I'm a predator with a big checkbook. He flicked his gaze to Tom, is just the help." He focused back on Ellie, his gaze intense, appreciative. "But you're different. You're not like them. You're not a conch. You're not a drifter." He smiled. "You're like me," he said, his smile becoming almost conspiratorial. "You're a shark, just like I am. And you are wasted in this pile of sticks." "I don't know what you mean," Ellie stammered, her mind racing. "I mean," Vance said, taking another step, his voice dropping, "that you're a beautiful, intelligent woman. And Marge and Art, they're lucky to have you helping them." He was flattering her, trying to poach her, to get her on his side. He had completely, utterly, and disastrously misread the entire situation. Tom, at her side, was vibrating with a barely controlled rage. His hand at his side was clenched so tightly his knuckles were white. He was a breath away from hitting this man. "Mr. Peterson," Ellie said, her voice ice. She had to take control. "Marge and Art are in shock. This is not the time to talk about offers. You should leave. Come back tomorrow. In the light." Vance's smile did not falter, but his eyes went cold. He had been rebuffed. "Tomorrow?" he said, with a small, airy laugh. "Tomorrow. I might change my mind. Tomorrow, I might realize that this total loss isn't worth my original offer. Tomorrow, the price might go down." He was threatening her. He was threatening Marge. "You're a vile man," Ellie whispered, her last shred of control snapping. "I'm a businessman," he countered, his smile vanishing. "And you, my dear, are in the way." He looked one last time from her and then to Tom. He saw their proximity, saw her hand, which, without her realizing it, had come to rest on Tom's forearm. And he sneered. "But you have a good night," he said, his voice light again. He turned his back to them and walked, with slow, deliberate, confident strides, back to his car. "Marge," he called out, his voice booming toward the dark apartment. "I'll be back in the morning. With the paperwork. Have your lawyer ready. It's a generous offer." He got into his pristine white Lincoln. The engine purred to life. He turned on his headlights. The sudden, invasive beams were blinding, bleaching the twilight and turning the ruined pier into a stark, black and white stage. They were pinned, exposed, like specimens. He gave a small, mocking tap of his horn, put the car in reverse, and, with a crunch of gravel, he was gone. Ellie and Tom were left in the sudden, echoing silence. The only sounds were the thrum of Sal's engine, a distant, steady heartbeat, and the hiss of the surf. Ellie was shaking. She was shaking with rage, with fear. Her plan, her beautiful, perfect, terrifying plan to buy the motel. Vance was going to take it. He was going to steal it right out from under her, with his threats and his checkbook. He was back, and he was not happy. And he was, she realized with a cold, sick lurch, he was focused on her. He didn't just see the motel, he saw her as the obstacle. The fight for the Pelican Nest had just begun. And she did not know how to fight a shark. The silence that Vance Peterson left behind was quieter than the eye of the hurricane. As the purr of his Lincoln's engine faded, it left only the steady, distant thrum of the Neptune's queen and the gentle, mocking hiss of the surf. Ellie was shaking. This was not from the residual emotions from her breakdown on the balcony. It was a new, cold, and violent vibration. This was rage. That vile, she whispered, her voice a low, strangled sound. Her hand, which had been resting on Tom's forearm, was now clenched into a white-knuckled fist. That man is nothing more than a predator, Tom said, his voice a low, dangerous growl. He was still in protective mode, his body rigid, his gaze fixed on the gravel where the car had been. He shouldn't talk to you like that. He can't. You're in the way. Tom was vibrating with barely controlled anger. I should have laid him out. No, Ellie said, though a dark, vindictive part of her wished he had. No. That's what he wants. He's a bully. He's trying to what? To scare her? He had terrified her. Her plan, her new, bright, beautiful, terrifying plan to buy the motel, had been in her head for less than 10 minutes. It was a fragile, newborn idea. And Vance, with his threats and his checkbook, was a shark who had just scented blood in the water. He was here to steal it. To tear it down. He was here to destroy a connection to her father's memory, to obliterate her one tiny flickering hope of a future. This was not Marge and Art's fight anymore. This was hers. And she would not let a bully in a white Lincoln take her father's memory away. Ellie? The voice was a papery, terrified whisper. It came from the shadows of the office porch. Ellie and Tom spun around. Marge stood in the doorway of her apartment, her small, frail body silhouetted against the dim yellow light from within. She was wringing her hands, her face a pale, ghostly oval in the dusk. That was Mr. Peterson's car, wasn't it? She asked, her voice trembling. I heard him shouting. Is he angry? Is he gone? Ellie's rage instantly evaporated, replaced by a wave of protective pity. She left Tom's side, walking quickly across the damp, clean-swept concrete of the porch, her sandals slapping. Marge, it's okay. He's gone. He was threatening you, Marge, Tom said, a tall, imposing, and angry shadow at the foot of the porch steps. Vance said his offer might go down by morning. He's a shark, and he's trying to scare you into a bad deal. Oh, no, Marge breathed, her hand flying to her mouth. Oh, no, he can't. He can't. He won't, Ellie said, her voice fierce. She put her hand on Marge's arm. Marge, you can't sell to him. You can't let him do this. This place, it's... Ellie, dear, Marge said, her voice suddenly, strangely, flat. She pulled her arm out of Ellie's grasp. Could you come inside? Just for a moment? Alone? Ellie looked back at Tom. He was frowning, his eyes narrowed, his protective stance unchanged. "It's okay, Tom," Ellie said, her voice softer. "Just wait here. I'll be right back." "I'll be right here," he said, and the words were a promise. He did not move from the bottom step. Ellie followed Marge into the small, dark, cluttered apartment. It smelled of old fried food, dust, and Marge's faint, rose-scented perfume. It was a time capsule, filled with dark, heavy furniture, doilies, and 100 framed, black-and-white photographs of a life that was now over. Marge did not turn on a light. She just walked to the center of the small living room and stood, her back to Ellie. "I checked with the insurance again," Marge said, her voice a dead, hollow monotone. "While you two were out on the dock. I finally got through to Miami." Ellie's heart, which had been pounding with her own secret plan, stopped. And Marge said, her shoulders beginning to shake, "It's what he said. Vance. He was right." She turned, and her face in the dim, gray light from the window was a crumpled, sodden, ruined mask. The tears were not gentle. They were ugly, desperate, streaming from her red, swollen eyes. "It's an act of God, Ellie," she wept, her voice a raw, broken sound. "That's the name they have for it. Hurricane Alma. And we have no flood insurance. We never." "Art," he said, "it was too expensive." She held up a trembling hand. "The wind, the roof, they'll send an adjuster. Next week. Maybe. But the water, the rooms, the mud, Ellie. All of it's all on us." She sank into a large, overstuffed armchair, her body folding in on itself. "We're not just hurt, Ellie. We're ruined. The motel is done, we're done." The final, awful, quiet word hung in the dusty, rose-scented air. Ruined. Ellie's own plan, her own bright, hopeful, terrified idea, seemed to shrink. She was standing in the presence of a grief, a failure, that was so total, so absolute, it was suffocating. "Marge," Ellie said, her voice low, but fierce. She stepped forward, kneeling on the carpet in front of the older woman's chair. "No. You're not ruined. You're." "We are," Marge said, her voice flat. "We were 2 months behind on the mortgage before the storm. And we still owe taxes. We need to sell just to get out." She looked at Ellie, her gaze so bleak, so devoid of hope, it was like looking into a grave. "And then, Vance Peterson. He made an offer a month ago. But Art said it was half. Half of what this land is worth. Art told him to go to hell. That we're not giving it away." She let out a sound, a short, barking laugh. "And now, it's all we have. That low offer, it's a miracle, Ellie. It's barely enough to pay off the bank. But enough to let us walk away. With anything." "Marge, listen to me," Ellie said, her own plan, her own money, her father's book, a burning, secret fire in her gut. She grabbed Marge's cold, trembling hands. "You can't. Not to him. He's a beast. He wants to tear it down." "I know," Marge whispered, her tears dripping onto Ellie's hands. "He told us he would, to build condominiums. He said no one wants this old Florida junk anymore. And he's going to wipe it all away. Art's pier, my roses, all of it." "Then don't," Ellie begged, her voice rising, her secret plan bursting to be told. "Don't let him. Marge, please. There has to be another way. I can help. Tom and I, we can work. We can help fix this." We. Stop. The word was not a whisper. It was a sharp command. Marge ripped her hands from Ellie's. Her face, which had been a mask of soft, weeping grief, suddenly hardened. Her eyes, which had been swimming, were now sharp, narrowed, and full of a new, desperate, and ugly emotion. It was fear. Not of the storm. Of Ellie. "Stop it, child," Marge hissed, her voice a low, sibilant sound. "You stop it. You with your hope. Offering to work. You don't understand." She leaned forward, her face inches from Ellie's, her small, frail body trembling with a new, frantic, terrible energy. "We have nothing. Do you understand that? Nothing. We have 2 old, broken-down bodies, and a mountain of debt. And that vile man, as you call him, is our only way out. His low offer is the only thing that will keep us from begging. From dying here. In this mud." "Marge, Ellie stammered, recoiling from the sudden venom. "You," Marge said, and her gaze was not kind. It was calculating. Marge was looking at her not as a friend, but as a resource. "You're young and beautiful. You saw how he looked at you." Ellie's stomach gave a cold, sick lurch. "What?" "Marge, no. He likes you," Marge said, her voice dropping, becoming conspiratorial, pleading. She grabbed Ellie's arm again, her fingernails digging in. "Vance will listen to you. He thinks you're intelligent and that you're like him. He. "Marge, stop it," Ellie said, her voice sharp, full of a rising, horrified disgust. "That's revolting." "Revolting?" Marge's face crumpled again, but this time Ellie could see the calculation behind the tears. The hardness was gone, replaced by a desperate, manipulative, and pathetic plea. Revolting is being 70 years old and homeless. Revolting is watching your husband just die sitting in that chair because he has nothing. She was weeping, her head bowed, her shoulders shaking. "He's coming back in the morning," she sobbed into her hands. "With the paperwork. And I saw how you talked to him. You were rude to him. You and that man, you were chasing him away. Marge, he's a predator." Ellie snapped, her own voice breaking with frustration and disgust. "He's our predator." Marge shrieked, her eyes wild. "He's our shark. And you can't scare him off. Please." Her face, in a final, terrible, grotesque transformation, collapsed into the mask of a weeping, begging child. "Please, Ellie," she whispered, her hands clasped together, as if in prayer. "Please, child. It's all we have. Just be nice to him. In the morning. When he comes. Just smile. Don't argue or fight. And don't let Tom hit him. Don't ruin this for us, Ellie, please. It's we have left." Ellie stared, her blood running cold. She was trapped. She was utterly, completely, and horribly trapped. Marge was not just asking for her silence. She was asking for her complicity. She was asking her to use Vance's slimy, lecherous attraction to her to save them. To encourage it. If she said no, if she told Marge her own, half-formed, insane plan to buy the motel, Marge would, what? She'd laugh. Or she'd panic. She wouldn't believe her. If she fought Vance in the morning, if she and Tom stood up to him, if they called him a predator, if they rejected him, Vance would walk. He would take his offer, and he would go. And he would leave Marge and Art with nothing. With the bank, and the debt, and the ruin. And Ellie didn't know, yet, if her own plan was even possible. So Marge's survival, her only chance, rested on Ellie playing along. Ellie's stomach turned. The picadillo she had eaten, the bread, the coffee, it all rose in her throat, a hot, bitter, acid bile. "Please," Marge whispered again, her eyes swimming in tears, fixed on Ellie's. "Please, Ellie. Just talk to him. For us." Ellie looked at the old woman. She saw the desperation and the fear. She could not be the one to take that last, tiny, ugly hope away. When she closed her eyes, the image of Vance's face, his smile, his "you're like me," flashed behind her lids. And she felt filthy. She opened her eyes. She took a deep, shuddering breath. "I'll talk to him," she said, her voice a dead, hollow, unrecognizable whisper. The words tasted like ash in her mouth. The promise Ellie had made to Marge, "I'll talk to him," sat like a cold, undigested stone in her stomach. It was a filthy, co-conspiratorial, but necessary evil. She slept, but it was not sleep. It was a fitful, dark tumble of suffocating images: Vance's smile, Marge's weeping, manipulative face, her father's handwriting in the guest book. And Tom's hand, strong and sure, closing around hers on the dark, ruined beach. She woke with a gasp, her heart pounding, the room still dark. The sun had not yet risen. She sat at the edge of her bed. She was trapped. Marge's plea, "Don't ruin this for us," was a cage. Ellie could not, in good conscience, destroy the only hope these two old, broken people had, as ugly as that hope was. But her own plan. Her secret, wild, beautiful, terrifying plan. I could buy it. It was insane. She was a 26-year-old farm girl from Indiana who knew nothing about running a motel or about Key West. She had a book of memories, a checkbook full of guilt, and a feeling. And now, Vance was in the way. He was coming this morning. With paperwork. Somehow, she had to stop him. But she could not fight him, or he would walk, and Marge and Art would be ruined by her hand. She had to, what? She had to stall him for her to figure out what to do. She had to play his game. As much as it disgusted her, she had to use his slimy attraction to her as a tool, not to help him, but to slow him down. The thought made her skin crawl. She felt filthy, as if she needed a shower to scrub away the grime of the idea itself. She stood, her body aching, and dressed. Not in her mud-stained jeans. Not in her simple sundress. She found the one nice thing she had packed. A simple, cream-colored, linen blend dress, the kind she had bought for a life that no longer existed. It was modest, with a high neck and a simple tied belt. But it was not a work dress. It was the dress of a woman who sat on porches. It was a costume. She brushed her hair, her strokes sharp and angry, tying it back, not with a ribbon, but with a simple leather thong. When she looked in the mirror, she did not see Eleanor Harper, the girl from the farm. She saw a stranger. A woman preparing for a battle she did not know how to fight. She was on the porch with a cup of coffee from the office machine in her hand when the sun came up. She had been sitting there for an hour, in the same white, webbed chair as yesterday, a silent, waiting sentry. She watched the world wake up. Across the parking lot, she saw Doris arrive at the diner, the baby in her arms, a look of grim, weary determination on her face. The world may have been broken, but the coffee still had to be made. And then she saw Tom. He emerged from his room, 205, at the far end of the walkway. He wore a fresh black t-shirt with his hair still damp from a shower. And he carried his small olive drab duffel bag, zipped and ready. Was he leaving? The thought was a cold, sharp, physical slap. After everything. The storm, the beach, the kiss. He was still a nomad, a drifter. He had been right about himself all along. And she had been the fool. He walked down the walkway, his heavy boots thudding. He did not see her. His gaze was fixed, not on her, but on the docks. She breathed a hard sigh of relief when she realized he was just going to work. He was not leaving the island. He was just going to his boat. To work with Sal. The relief was so sudden, so total, it made her dizzy. He was staying. He reached the bottom of the stairs, and he finally saw her and stopped. His face, which had been set in a mask of grim, professional focus, softened. The memory of the pier, of the kiss, was there, in his eyes. He saw her in her clean dress, and a small, confused, but warm smile touched his lips. "You're up early," he said, his voice a low, rough rumble. "So are you," she said, her own voice tight. She gestured with her coffee cup toward the docks. "To work?" "Yeah," he said, and she saw the pride in his face, the solid, earned satisfaction. "Sal, he wants to check the fuel lines." Again. He was a man with a job. "Tom," she said, "that's wonderful." "Yeah," he said, and his smile widened. He took a step toward the porch, toward her. "Ellie, He was going to say something. He was going to continue the conversation from the pier. And it was, she realized, the worst possible timing. She could not. She could not fall into that, into him, not now. Not when Vance was coming. Not when she had to put on her mask, to play an ugly, manipulative, vile game. She stood up, her chair scraping, the sound unnaturally loud. She couldn't meet his eyes, let his honesty, his staying, distract her while she was preparing to be so false. She turned away, walking to the edge of the porch, her back to him. "Ellie?" he asked, his voice full of a new, sharp, and sudden confusion. The hurt was immediate. "I have to help Marge," she said, the lie tasting like ash. "With the books. Or something." "Oh," he said. The warmth was gone, his voice flat. He was a foster boy who had been rejected again. "Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll see you." "At the diner? For lunch?" He was offering her a date. A real date. And she had to say no. "I don't know," she said, her back still to him. "It's a busy day, Tom. Marge and Art, they need me." The silence that followed was heavy, cold, and full of his rejection. "Right," he said, his voice flat. "The books." He did not believe her. He thought she was blowing him off. That the kiss had been a mistake. "I'll see you later," he said, and his voice was the voice of Lane, the drifter. She heard his boots. Thud. 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 On the gravel. Walking away from her. Ellie closed her eyes, her hand gripping the porch rail. She had done it. She had hurt him, pushed him away, just when he had, for the first time in his life, decided to stay. But she had to do it, to prepare for Vance. She felt in that moment as if she were the vilest, predatory, and awful person on the island. She did not have to wait long for that feeling to change. It was 9 o'clock when Vance's Lincoln pulled into the parking lot. On the dot. He was a businessman. Vance pulled into the lot. He got out. He was in a fresh outfit. Today, it was a pale yellow, button-down shirt and the same dark slacks. He carried a sleek leather briefcase. He looked pleased. He saw her on the porch in her clean linen blend dress. And his smile, it beamed. This is what he wanted. He thought she had dressed for him. Ellie's stomach turned. "Ellie, my dear," he said, his voice a smooth, confident, and deeply satisfied purr. He walked right up to the porch as if he owned it. As if he owned her. "You look stunning. You look like you're ready for a new life." "Mr. Peterson," she said, her voice cold and flat. "Vance," he insisted, his smile not faltering. "Please. We're going to be partners, after all." Ellie's blood ran cold. I don't." In spirit, he laughed, a harsh, barking sound. "In the vision. You're the only one on this island who gets it. Marge and Art, they're dinosaurs. They're the past. You and I," he gestured between them. "We're the future." He was flirting. Openly. Shamelessly. And she realized with a cold, sick lurch, deliberately. He was doing it for Tom. Ellie's gaze flickered, past Vance, to the docks. Tom. He was not on the boat yet. He was standing at the end of the pier, his duffel bag at his feet. And he was watching. He had seen the Lincoln pull in. And he was standing 100 yards away, a solid, dark, and furious silhouette, watching this man, this predator, walk right up to his girl and flirt. "Now," Vance said, his voice dropping, pulling her attention back. He reached into his pocket. "I'm a direct man. Complications get in the way." He was not looking at her. He was looking past her, his gaze deliberately locking on the dark silhouette at the end of the pier. And he smiled, a small, sharp, victorious expression meant entirely for his rival. "I find," he said, his voice suddenly loud enough to carry across the gravel, "that the best way to negotiate is over a good meal. The ambience. It sets the tone." He looked back at her, his eyes, those cold, blue, salesman's eyes, full of a confident, leering, and public charm. "Ellie," he said, "I am taking you to a business lunch. Today. At 1 o'clock. Key Largo didn't get hit too hard by the hurricane and has one of the finest restaurants in the Keys. We're not talking diner food. I'm talking white tablecloths. We will discuss the sale. The best future for Art and Marge. I would value your input." He was doing it on purpose. He was performing, marking his territory. And he was showing the grease monkey who, exactly, was in charge. Ellie stared at him, her mind a cold, calculating, and furious blank. She was trapped. Marge's plea, "Be nice. Don't ruin this." Her own plan, "Stall him." And Tom, who was standing on that dock, his heart, his trust, his new, fragile future, balanced on her answer. She had to choose. She could say no or go to hell. She could walk across the highway, take Tom's hand, and they could, what? They could lose. Art and Marge could lose everything. Vance would walk. The deal would be off. Or she could play the game. She could be the intelligent woman and use him, stall him. She could go to this business lunch and find out what his real number was. And she could get information. It was the only way. It was the only way to save Marge, to save the motel, to save her own plan. She had to sacrifice Tom's trust to save their future. She looked at Vance and forced her face, her tight, angry, self-loathing face, into a mask. A smile. It felt like a grimace. It felt vile. "A business lunch," she said, and her voice, her own voice, was a high, thin, flirtatious thing she had never heard before. "Mr. Peterson." "Vance. I don't know." Maybe Marge or Art should be there. 1 o'clock, he said, his victory smile, bright and blinding. I'll pick you up. Right here. And wear that. He gestured to her dress. Ellie's smile, her horrible, fake, vile smile, stayed, frozen, on her face. I'll be here. Vance's smile was triumphant, conquering, and filthy. He gave a small, sharp, victorious nod. But he did not look at Tom. He did not need to. He had one. Vance turned, his briefcase in his hand, and he walked, with the long, confident, easy strides of an owner, back to his car. Ellie stood frozen on the porch. The smile was gone, her face was a mask of cold, sick, self-loathing. She did not turn. She could not. Behind her, she heard a motorcycle engine. A sharp, vicious vroom-vroom. And she heard tires spinning in the gravel, a spray of rocks as she heard him leaving. She had made her choice. She had played her game. And she had, in that one terrible, triumphant moment, lost.
The sound of the motorcycle engine was a low, rumbling yell. Tom twisted the throttle, and the Triumph's back tire spun in the wet gravel, spraying a plume of mud and rock. He did not care about the noise or the flying gravel. At this moment, the only thing he cared about was the motion, the escape, the sudden, violent forward lunge that pulled him from the gravel lot onto the highway. He did not look back. He could not look back. Not after what he had seen. He had stood on the dock, 100 yards away, a man with a new job, a new partnership, a new, fragile, terrifying hope. A man who had just decided, for the first time in his 22 years, to stay. And he had watched as Vance Peterson, all confident, casual, and predatory charm, had walked right up to Ellie. He had watched as Vance, with the easy ownership of a man who buys what he wants, had invited her to lunch. Tom's mind replayed the scene, a cruel, endless loop burned into his vision. Vance, I'll pick you up. Right here. And wear that. Ellie, I'll be here. That voice. It was the sound that had broken him. That was not the voice of the Ellie he knew. It was not the strong and steady voice that had held the plywood in the storm, or the soft, vulnerable, broken whisper that had confessed her grief on the balcony. It was a high, thin, brittle sound, a flirtatious sound, the sound of a woman he did not know. The engine screamed as he shifted, pushing the bike faster than the wet, debris-strewn road allowed. He was a fool, a damned, blind, stupid fool. He had actually believed it. He had stood on that pier, kissed her, and believed that she, this strong, beautiful, rooted woman, could actually choose him. Him, Tom Lane, the foster kid, the grease monkey, as Vance had so accurately named him. And on the very first test, the very first time the rich man showed up in his white Lincoln, she had smiled. She had put on a clean dress and smiled. The humiliation was a hot, acid bile in his throat. It was worse than the storm, worse than the loneliness. He had opened up about his life, about his past. He had, like an idiot, shown her his fears. And she had, in the bright, clear light of day, chosen the man with the checkbook. Of course she had. A man like Vance, he could give her everything. He could give her a real life. He could buy her a dozen motels. What could Tom offer? Half of a sinking, salvaged fishing boat? A life of grease-stained hands and worrying about fuel costs? He had been a fool to kiss her, to touch her. He had been a fool to let himself hope. The motorcycle spat him out at the end of the road, near the overseas highway. He skidded to a stop, his tires kicking up sand. He was at the end of the line. There was nowhere else to run. He sat for a long, long time, letting the thrum of the engine soothe his nerves. His knuckles white on the handlebars as he stared at the waves rolling and crashing. He was just Lane again, the new kid, the one who learned not to unpack. But this time he had unpacked. He had, for one stupid, beautiful 24-hour period, unpacked everything. He turned the bike around, his movements slow, heavy, and defeated. There was only one place to go, the only place he had ever, in his entire life, truly belonged. He drove back to the docks. When he arrived, Sal was on deck, whistling. The sound, a high, thin, terribly off-key rendition of a song Tom did not know, was the most grating, irritating noise he had ever heard. But Sal was a new man, his face bright with hope, his movements quick. He was scrubbing the mud stains from the Queen's hull, a man with a future. "Hey, partner." Sal beamed, his grin wide and blinding. "You're here. Maria's sending over some sandwiches. Real Cuban mix. She says you're too skinny. We gotta fatten you up, boy. We got work to do." Tom swung his leg off the bike. He said nothing. The word partner landed on him like a punch to the jaw. He walked onto the dock, his boots heavy. He pulled his small olive drab duffel bag from his shoulder and dropped it onto a clean piling. "Tom, you okay, kid?" Sal's whistling stopped, his smile faltering. He saw Tom's face. "You look like you just ate a bad clam." "The port side fuel line," Tom said, his voice flat and gravelly. "What?" Sal asked, confused. "The fuel line. The port side. It looks corroded. We need to pull it. Check the filters. I don't like the sound of the idle. It's missing. Missing." Sal's face fell, his newfound joy instantly replaced by panic. "Missing? But she sounds beautiful." She sounds like crap," Tom lied. He did not care how it sounded. He needed noise and work to bang on something. Hard. He walked past Sal, grabbed a heavy steel wrench from the open dock box, and jumped down into the cockpit. He lifted the heavy engine hatch, the smell of diesel and oil, the smell of his world, washing over him. It was the only comfort left. "But, Tom, I thought," Sal stammered, hovering at the edge of the hatch like an anxious parent. "Just let me work, Sal." Tom snapped, his voice a harsh, angry bark. He dropped into the engine room without waiting for an answer. He needed to be in the dark, in the heat, where things made sense. He found the fuel line. It was fine. A little surface rust, nothing more. He put the wrench on the fitting and pulled. The bolt was old, seized with salt and time. It did not budge. "Good," Tom whispered to himself. He braced his feet on the bulkhead and put every ounce of his weight, every scrap of his rage, his humiliation, his blinding, agonizing fury into the wrench. He pulled. His muscles screamed. The veins in his neck stood out. The engine room was a stifling, 100-degree oven, and the sweat poured from his forehead, stinging his eyes. He saw Ellie's face. He saw her high, thin, flirtatious smile. "I'll be here." He roared a low, guttural, inhuman sound, and he heaved. With a sound like a gunshot, a high metallic crack, the bolt broke free. Tom's hand, slick with grease and sweat, slipped from the wrench. His knuckles, all four of them, smashed with full force into the hard, iron corner of the engine block. The pain was a sharp, white blinding light. He did not cry out. He just stopped and leaned his forehead against the cool, oily, olive-green metal of the block. Turning over his hand, the skin was torn open across all four knuckles, and a bright dark red welled up, mixing with the black grime. He looked at it, his mind numb. He watched the blood drip, slow and thick, into the bilge water. It was a pain he could understand. It was a pain he could fix. This was real. The kiss, the hope, the staying, that was the illusion. This, the blood, the grease, the pain, the work, this was the only truth he had ever known. He was a grease monkey, a man who fixed things, and a man who bled on them. And that was all he would ever be. He wrapped his bloody hand in a rag, the pain a distant, steady throb. He picked up the wrench, and he went back to work. He didn't know what time it was. 1 o'clock, maybe. The sun beat down on the dock, a hot, white, merciless eye. Hours had passed in the engine room, lost in a savage, punishing, and entirely unnecessary efficiency. The fuel line was pulled. He replaced every filter on the engine and recalibrated the injectors. All of it done with one good hand, and one that was now a swollen, throbbing, bloody club wrapped in a black rag. Numb, his mind a cold, dark place, he was on deck when Sal returned. Sal, wisely keeping his distance until now, approached with a mask of nervous, hopeful energy. In his hands were 2 sandwiches wrapped in wax paper and a single folded piece of notebook paper. "Hey, kid," Sal stammered, his jovial energy gone, his fear of Tom's black mood obvious. You've got to eat. Maria sent these. Tom just grunted, wiping his good hand on his jeans, his gaze fixed on the blue water of the harbor. And I brought this, Sal said, his voice small, holding out the piece of notebook paper. Looking at it, Tom saw it was just as he had feared, a contract. Sal had written it all out. Partnership agreement, the top line read. Between Sal Petrucci and Thomas Lane. Thomas Lane, partner. Tom stared at his own name. It was a cage, a life sentence, a joke. Signing this meant staying, committing, chaining himself to this dock, this island. It meant watching every day, every single agonizing day, as Vance Peterson and his white Lincoln came to pick Ellie up. Watching her laugh at Vance's jokes, watching her in her clean, pretty dresses go out to business lunches. It meant watching from 100 yards away as the life he had almost touched was lived by someone else, by a man who was better than him. He couldn't. He wouldn't. I need you to sign, Sal said, his voice almost a whisper, the voice of a man begging. You know, so it's official. My brother-in-law, he's a notary. He can stamp it. Tom's eyes moved from the paper to Sal's hopeful, terrified, pleading face. He couldn't do it, couldn't sign, but he couldn't leave either. Not yet. He had given Sal his word. The engine was fixed. The Henderson party was still on. He was trapped by his own skill, by his stupid, lonely honor. I'm still thinking, Sal, Tom said, his voice deeply tired. He couldn't look the man in the eye, turning his gaze back to the engine. Sal's face crumpled. The hope, the light just died. Thinking, he whispered, his voice cracking. Kid, what's to think about? It's half. We shook on it, Tom. We shook. I said I need time. Tom snapped, his voice a sharp, ugly, and wounded thing. He grabbed the sandwich from Sal's hand, his bloody, wrapped fist smashing against the wax paper. I need to read the fine print. I just need some time. Sal flinched as if struck, recoiling, his hands pulling back. His face went pale as he saw Tom's bloody, bandaged knuckle for the first time. Yeah, Sal said, his voice a dead, hollow monotone. Yeah, okay, kid. The fine print. Sure. His gaze went from the black, simmering, and irrational rage in Tom's eyes to the bloody hand, and then back. The kid who had been a miracle worker yesterday was a monster today. You take your time, Sal whispered. You let me know. He turned, his shoulders slumped. The new, bright, hopeful Sal was gone, replaced by the old, beaten, defeated man from the diner. Leaving the second sandwich on the dock box, he walked with slow, heavy steps back toward the shore, leaving Tom alone. Tom stood on the deck, sandwich in hand, shaking. He had done it. He had crushed the one man who had ever offered him a real home. All because of her. With all his strength, he threw the sandwich into the harbor. It hit the brown water with a sad, wet, pathetic splash. Sinking onto the dock box, he put his head in his one good, greasy hand. His bloody knuckles throbbed, a dull, aching rhythmic pain. He was a fool, a coward. He was right, not a man who stayed. He sat there for an hour in his self-made, greasy, bloody, and lonely hell. He was trying not to look, fighting not to look, but he couldn't stop himself. He knew the time. It was after 2. The business lunch would be over. He heard it before he saw it. The low, deep, expensive, and triumphant purr. He stood up. His body moved on its own, walking as if in a trance to the end of the pier. He watched. The white Lincoln, gleaming in the afternoon sun, glided back into the Pelican Nest gravel lot. It stopped right in front of the office. The engine cut. Tom stood 100 yards away, his heart a cold, dead, heavy stone in his chest. Vance got out looking pleased, like a man who had just closed an excellent deal. He walked around the front of the car. He opened the passenger door, and Ellie got out. She was beautiful. The cream-colored dress looked crisp, clean, and expensive. A different woman, not the girl from the farm, not a survivor from the storm. Tom's bloody hand gripped a wooden piling, splinters digging into his palm. He watched as Vance, all smooth, practiced, and gentlemanly charm, offered Ellie his hand. He watched her take it as Vance helped her from the car, and he watched as Vance didn't let go. Then Vance lifted her hand, her small, pale, perfect hand, turned it over, and kissed it. Tom stopped breathing. The gesture the intimacy. He saw the man in the white car, the rich, powerful, charming man, kiss his Ellie's hand. And he saw her let him. She stood there in her pretty dress, letting this predator kiss her hand, right there in the bright, open afternoon sun for the whole, entire, broken world to see. But from 100 yards away, Tom could not see the stiff, frozen, horrified doll posture of her body. He could not see the way her face was a pale, sick, white mask. He could not see the way her hand, the one being kissed, was a dead, limp, cold fish in his. And when Vance finally, let her go, he did not see her turn and all but run, stumbling up the steps to her room, her face a mask of pure self-loathing, nauseated disgust. He didn't see that. All he saw was the kiss, the acceptance. He saw the proof. Turning his back on the motel, Tom looked down, not at the water, but at his bloody, mangled, useless, grease monkey hand. He had been right all along. He was just the help, and he was a fool.
The door to room 204 clicked shut. Ellie leaned against the solid, cool wood, her eyes squeezed tight. Her hand, the one Vance Peterson had kissed, felt raw. She stood at the small, avocado-green kitchenette sink, her back rigid, and scrubbed it with the harsh, pink, motel-issued bar of soap until her skin burned red. It did not matter. She could still feel the phantom press of his dry, warm lips. She could still smell the faint, cloying, and expensive scent of his cologne. A realization, cold and sharp, cut through her. She was a fool. A blind, stupid, and utterly complete fool. She had seen Tom's face. She had stood on the porch, a liar in a linen blend dress, and she had watched him. He had not, as she'd first thought, simply ridden off in a rage. He had gone to the docks and watched from the end of the pier, his duffel bag at his feet, his body a stiff, dark, and wounded silhouette. He had watched her accept the lunch invitation, and watched her, in her pretty dress, smile her horrible, fake, flirtatious smile. And then, when Vance had sealed his victory with that grotesque, possessive kiss to her hand, Tom was gone. He had simply turned his back, climbed onto his motorcycle, and driven, slowly and deliberately, out of the gravel lot, disappearing down the highway. He had not looked back. She had sacrificed the one good, true thing she had found in this hurricane-ravaged world. And she had done it for nothing. She had played her part, and she had lost. She had lost Tom. And she had gained nothing. The business lunch had been a nightmare, a 2-hour performance in a cage. Vance had not taken her to the white tablecloth restaurant, as he'd promised. He had driven her in his Lincoln to a breezy and isolated beach, a place where, she noted with a cold lurch, the rich locals parked. He had produced a polished silver flask from his glove compartment. And he had talked. And talked. He talked about vision and future. He talked about the new Key West, a gleaming, concrete and glass world of high-rises and silent marinas, a place for people like us, Ellie. People who win. He had complimented her dress, her intelligence, her sharp, practical nature. He had, for 2 suffocating hours, said absolutely nothing of value. He had not mentioned Marge or Art. When she, her own fake smile aching on her face, had tried, multiple times, to ask him details about his offer, he had simply laughed. Business, he'd said, his hand, cool and dry, finding an excuse to rest, for one horrifying second, on her knee. We're celebrating, my dear. We're celebrating vision. She had pushed his hand away gently, politely. Vance, I really think. What I think, he had said, his voice a low, smooth purr, is that you and I are going to do incredible things together. You only have to trust me. She hadn't gotten a number, or any useful information. She had gotten nothing but a 2-hour full-body case of the creeps and a head full of high-end real estate developer hot air. She had failed. She had failed Marge and Art. And she had, in the process, confirmed Tom's very worst, most painful assumption about her. She had become, in his eyes, the woman who chose the man with the checkbook. The humiliation was a hot, burning sickness in her throat. She ripped the linen dress from her body, her movements angry and violent, and threw the dress in a heap in the corner, as if it were contaminated, like a snake shedding its skin. She scrubbed her face with a washcloth, hard, as if she could scrub away the memory of her own smile. She pulled on her old, safe, mud-stained blue jeans and her plain white blouse. She had to fix this, to find Tom, to explain. But what could she say? I was lying to him, Tom. I was using him. And I was lying to you. She sank onto the edge of the bed, her head in her hands. The plan, her own secret, brilliant, beautiful plan to buy the motel, now seemed insane. It was a child's dream. Vance was a professional. He was a shark, and she was just bait. A sharp, confident knock echoed from her door. Knock. 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 Ellie's head snapped up, her heart a cold, hard, sudden drum. It was not Tom. Tom would never knock like that. His knock, she knew without knowing, would be hesitant. Quiet. This was a knock of ownership. Vance. She did not move or breathe. She sat frozen on the bed, her bare feet on the cold, gritty tile, and prayed he would go away. Knock. 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 Louder this time. Insistent. Ellie? His voice, smooth and confident, cut right through the thin, wooden door. I know you're in there. I just want to talk. No pressure. She was trapped. Marge's pleading, weeping face flashed in her mind. Don't ruin this for us. Please. She could not hide. She had to keep playing this game, to get the number. With her legs shaking, she stood and walked cautiously to the door and unlocked it. She did not open it wide, only 3 inches, leaving the flimsy, brass security chain in place. It was a pathetic, but necessary, barrier. He stood on the walkway, his hands in the pockets of his dark slacks. He looked casual, like a man dropping in on a friend. The setting sun lit his blonde hair from behind, turning it into a golden, false angelic halo. There you are, he smiled. His smile was warm, crinkling the corners of his blue eyes. He looked, she thought, genuinely pleased to see her. I was worried. You ran off so fast. I'm tired, Ellie said, her voice flat. Of course, he said, his voice a silken, sympathetic purr. Of course you are. This whole thing, he gestured to the ruined, muddy courtyard. It's a lot for a delicate woman. I'm not delicate, Vance. No, he said, his smile widening, as if she had just shared a secret, intimate joke. No, you're not. You're a survivor. That's what I like about you. He took a step closer to the door, his shoulder almost touching the frame. Ellie instinctively recoiled, her hand tightening on the knob. Look, he said, his voice dropping, becoming reasonable, I feel like we got off on the wrong foot. That lunch was all business. I want to talk to you. Not Art and Marge's negotiator. Just Ellie. He was, she realized, a magnificent liar. He was spinning, covering his tracks, sensing he had pushed too hard, too fast. Why don't you come out, he said, his voice a gentle, reasonable invitation. The sun is setting. It's the best part of the day. We'll take a walk on the beach. Just for 5 minutes. As friends. Ellie looked at him and saw the lie. She saw the manipulation. And she saw Marge's face. Please, just be nice to him. She had failed before. This was her last chance. She had to get the number. She had to find out his actual offer, to see if she could beat it. A walk, she said, her voice flat. A walk, he confirmed, his smile returning, bright and triumphant. I promise. I won't bite. She unhooked the chain. The small, metallic slide of the brass in its track was the loudest sound in the world. It was the sound of a cage door opening. Or, she thought, the sound of one locking shut. She stepped out onto the walkway, pulling the door shut behind her. She did not look at him as she walked down the concrete stairs. He walked beside her, his hands in his pockets. To his credit, he did not seem afraid of the mud and sludge that covered the parking lot. He walked with the same confident, easy strides, his polished dark leather loafers sinking into the brown, dying grass. They reached the beach. The sun was a sliver, a bright, molten orange line, sinking into the dark, gray-blue water. The sky was a riot of color, deep purple, hot magenta, and a glowing yellow. It was a beautiful yet garish sky. The ocean was quiet, the surf just a gentle, rhythmic shush, hissing as it pulled back over the new, rocky, debris-strewn shore. They walked side by side, but not together. This, Vance said, his voice a low, appreciative murmur, is what it's all about. Look at that view, this potential. He was, she realized, already seeing his condominiums. He was seeing the balconies, the floor-to-ceiling glass. In his mind, he was already standing in a penthouse, a drink in his hand. You're not from here, are you? He asked, his tone casual. No, Ellie said. Indiana. Indiana, he repeated, as if the word were a piece of exotic, and slightly distasteful, fruit. Corn. Right? Lots of farmland? It was a farm, Ellie said, her voice tight. She would not give him that. She would not talk about her home with this man. A farm, he mused. Well, Ellie from the farm. You've come a long way. He stooped and picked something from the sand. A conch shell. Not a perfect, pink, tourist shop one, but a real one bleached white from the sun and broken, its spire snapped off. He handed it to her. A souvenir, he smiled. Ellie looked at the shell. She looked at his outstretched hand. She did not take it. I don't need a souvenir, Vance. His smile faltered, just a fraction. He tossed the shell, a high, lazy arc into the surf. No. I suppose you don't. You're not a tourist. You're more like a resident. They walked on, the silence stretching. He was waiting. He was waiting for her to what? To thank him? To flirt back? She had to do this. She had to get the number. Vance, she said, her voice as cool and as steady as she could make it. This is lovely. But you said earlier, Marge's offer, it might go down. Ah, he said, and his voice was full of a new, sharp, and sudden irritation. Business, always business with you. I was wrong. Wrong? She asked. I said you were like me. But you're not. He stopped, turning to face her. The last dying red light of the sun lit his face from the side, casting his perfect, movie star features in shadow. I'm a vision guy, Ellie. You're just the help. Like him. The insult, pairing her with Tom, the man he hated, was deliberate. It was meant to wound. I want to know what you're offering, Marge, Ellie pressed, her voice shaking. She was losing this. She was losing the game. "Why?" he said, his voice a low, dangerous purr. He took a step closer. The beach was dark now, the twilight a thick, purple, and suddenly intimate light. "Why do you care about Marge?" "About them? They're done, they lost. I'm offering them mercy." "And what does mercy cost?" She whispered, her heart pounding. "It costs nothing," he said, his voice a silken, hypnotic lie. "I'm giving them a future. A retirement. And what do I get?" He was so close now, she could smell the faint, sharp, expensive gin on his breath. She suddenly realized he had not only been drinking at lunch, he had been drinking since lunch. "I get this," he said, his hands sweeping out to the dark, empty, ruined ocean. "This land. This potential. And I get you." "No," Ellie said, her voice sharp and cold. She took a step back. "No," he said, and his laugh was sharp and suddenly angry. "No? Ellie, don't be naive. You know what this game is, you put on that dress and came to lunch. You're in." "I'm not in," she said, her voice rising, her anger and disgust finally breaking free. "I was trying to help Marge." "Marge," he spat the name like a curse. "Forget Marge. Forget the old people. And forget that grease monkey loser. He can't give you anything." "And you can," she whispered, her voice low and shaking with rage. "I can," he whispered back, his voice taking a low, intimate tone. Then he leaned in. "Don't." The word "don't" hung in the air, cold as the moonlight on the water. It was not a plea or a gasp of fear. She barked it like a command, as sharp and as final as a storm door slamming shut in his face. Vance Peterson froze. His lips, a fraction of an inch from hers, stopped. His entire body, which had been leaning in with such smooth, confident, and predatory assurance, went rigid. He had been in the process of sealing a deal, of claiming his prize. He had just been met, not with a yes, not with a coy no, but with a full command to stop. His eyes, which had been half closed in a confident smile, snapped open. In the pale silvery light, Ellie could see the confusion, the baffled irritation. And then, as she met his gaze, the irritation curdled into a cold, reptilian shock. Ellie's hands, which had been clenched at her sides, came up. Not to embrace him. Not to defend herself. She placed her open palms flat on the crisp, expensive fabric of his shirt, and she shoved with all of her far-raised strength. It was a shove born of adrenaline, of rage, and of a deep and final self-loathing that had finally found its true target. Smack! The sound of her hands hitting his chest was shockingly loud, a flat, sharp, and final punctuation to the night. Vance, surprised, stumbled several steps back. His polished, expensive loafer slipped on a patch of damp, splintered wood. He windmilled his arms once, a comical, undignified motion, before catching his balance. He stood, his arms slightly out, his face a white mask of pure shock. It was not the shock of being hit, it was the shock of a king being challenged, and touched, by a pawn. "You stupid, little, fool," he hissed. The voice was not a whisper. It was not a shout. It was cold and utterly final. The charm, the businessman, it was all gone, evaporated. This was the real Vance. Ellie's hand stung, a sharp, vibrating pain that shot all the way to her shoulder. But she did not flinch. She did not run. The terror that had sent her scrambling from the beach, the fear that had held her captive in her room, was gone. The cold, hard, and furious certainty that had been building in her all night finally, clicked into place. She saw him. For the first time, she saw him exactly as he was. Not as a shark or a predator. And not as a winner. He was just a bully. A rich, spoiled, arrogant, and deeply pathetic bully, who was used to getting what he wanted. And when he did not, resorted to cheap, ugly, and pathetic insults. He was just a man. A weak one. No, she said. Her voice was not a cry. It was not a gasp. It was as cold, and as steady, and as hard as the concrete pilings beneath their feet. Vance, who had been straightening his shirt, his face tight with a controlled, white-hot anger, froze. No, he repeated, as if she had just spoken a foreign language. No, Ellie said again, and she took a step toward him. He instinctively took a step back. I am not a stupid little fool, she said, her voice clear and carrying over the gentle hiss of the surf. But you are. You are vile, predatory, and an idiotic man. Now, you listen to me, he started, his voice rising, the anger returning, his hand coming up to point a finger at her. No, you listen, she said, and her voice was shaking and filled with fury. It was the voice of the girl from the farm, the girl who had cut up mattresses and scrubbed slime. It was the voice of the woman who was done. You think you're a winner because you can take what you want. You think you can flirt and bully and threaten and everyone rolls over. I am a businessman, he hissed, his dignity wounded, his voice a low growl. I am trying to close a deal. You are a thief, she shot back, her voice ringing out in the dark, quiet night. A thief who came here to steal this place from two old, helpless people, using the storm as an excuse. You saw their pain, and you tried to leverage it. You threatened them. And then you threatened me. I was offering you. You were offering me nothing, she cried, the humiliation of the past 2 days, the dress, the lunch, the hand kiss, the game she had been forced to play, all of it, erupting in a single, cleansing, furious wave. You think I'm like you? That I can be your partner? You think I want your condos or your money? She laughed. The sound was a short and utterly joyless bark that echoed over the water. I was playing you, Vance, she said, her voice dropping, the fiery rage cooling, just slightly, into a cold, hard, and final resolve. I was being nice, using you, just like you were trying to use me. But I was trying to protect Marge and Art by going along with you. Because you are a cancer. And I was trying to cut you out. Vance stared at her, his mouth hanging literally open. He was speechless. He had, in his entire charmed and wealthy life, never been spoken to like this. Not by a woman. Not by anyone. And you know what? Ellie said, her voice dropping even lower. She was shaking, but not from fear. She was shaking with the sheer, terrified, and exhilarating power of what she was about to do. This was it. Her mind, which had been a mess of fear, and grief, and self-loathing, was now a single, sharp, and perfect point. Her plan. It was not a secret or a dream. Now it was a weapon. My mind is made up, she said, her voice softening. You misread me. You misread everything. I'm not in your way. She took a small step toward him. You're in mine. What are you talking about? He stammered, his confidence, his control, his entire, smooth, and predatory world, completely gone. He was floundering. I'm buying the motel, Ellie said. The words, spoken aloud for the first time, held a physical, tangible power. They were a rock, an anchor. I'm buying it. Myself. With my money. I am going to rebuild and save this place. She pointed her finger right at his pale, shocked, and suddenly very small-looking face. And you are going to get in your car. You are going to drive off this island. And you are never, ever, coming back. She was winning. She could feel it. The power, which had been his, the power of his money, his car, his confidence, it was now hers. She had taken it. She was so caught up in her own, righteous, terrified, and triumphant speech, so focused on the look of pure, baffled, and impotent rage on Vance's face, that she did not see Tom in the distance.
The picture burned. It was a single, searing, silent image branded onto his mind. Ellie, Vance, the beach. Tom walked away. He just moved, his boots heavy, his body a numb, hollow, and useless machine. He had simply turned. He had walked away from the beach, disappearing into the deep, unlit shadows of the motel. Standing near the ruined swimming pool, his heart felt like a cold, dead, heavy stone. He had watched Ellie, her face in her hands, stumble onto the porch. He had seen her collapse, sobbing, as if in the grip of some great, painful, and private grief. He had not gone to her. He had, for one stupid, naive, and hopeful second, thought he was the reason she had run, that she too had been disgusted. But he knew better. He was nothing more than a grease monkey, a loser, and he had just watched a woman crumple in despair because she had been caught. She was crying, he knew, because her new, rich, powerful boyfriend had shown his true colors, and she was already in too deep. She was crying because she had made her choice, and it was a terrible one. But she had made it. He thought he had seen all the proof he needed. He had stood in the dark, his bloody, mangled, filthy, grease monkey hand clenched into a fist. The pain was a dull, steady, rhythmic throb. But it was a good, clean, honest pain. It was a reminder of who he was. He was a fool. He was a blind, arrogant, and utterly stupid fool. He had, for one perfect, shining, 24-hour period, believed it. He had believed the kiss, her smile, and her admiration. And he had, like a child, believed in the miracle. He had looked at this strong, beautiful, rooted woman and thought, me? She chooses me? He had believed he could be a partner, a home, an anchor. The humiliation was a hot, burning sickness rising in his throat. It was worse than any storm. It was worse than any loneliness he had ever known, because this was a loneliness after hope. He had opened his life. He had on that dark, ruined beach shown her his fears. And he had even told her about the foster homes, about feeling like seaweed, about the boy who never unpacked. And she had, in the bright, hard, clean light of day, chosen the man with the checkbook. She had chosen Vance. Of course she had. A man like Vance, he was a winner. He had said it himself. He could give her everything. A life, a future, a world of white Lincolns and crisp linen dresses. And what could Tom offer? Half of a salvaged, stinking fishing boat. A life of skinned knuckles, diesel fumes, and worrying about the Henderson party. He had been a fool to stay. He had to fix this, to erase his mistake. It was time to raise anchor. He walked, a man in a trance, his boots scuffing the concrete. He walked past the office, past the dark, silent apartment where Marge and Art hid from their own ruin, and toward the docks. The island was quiet. The frantic daytime sounds of rebuilding, the hammering, the sawing, had gone to sleep. For now, the only sounds were the high, thin, lonely cry of a night bird and the gentle, rhythmic shush of the surf. The ocean, the killer, the great indifferent beast, was pretending to be asleep. The Neptune's queen was a dark shape tied to the pier. She floated, level and quiet, her new, resurrected heart silent. She was at rest. Tom's boots were loud on the wooden planks of the pier. Thud, thud, thud. A lonely, hollow, single-file march. He found Sal. Sal was not at home. He was like Tom, a man who belonged to his work. He was sitting on the deck of the Queen, in the dark, with a small, battery-powered lantern at his feet. Tom saw he was polishing the chrome cleat on the stern. He was making her pretty. He was a man in love with his boat, with his new, resurrected future. "Hey, partner," Sal said, his voice a happy rumble in the dark. He looked up, his face, lit from below by the lantern, a map of deep, satisfied wrinkles. "You can't sleep either? I just had to come and look at her. She's beautiful," Isn't she? She thrums, even when she's off. Tom stopped. He stood on the dock just above Sal, but he realized he could not step onto the boat. It was not his. He felt like a trespasser. Sal, he said. Sal's smile and his polishing rag both froze. He heard it. He heard the end in Tom's voice. Kid, he asked, his voice small. Tom? What is it? You look like you saw a ghost. I can't take the job, Tom said. The words were flat. They were cold. They were final. He had practiced them in his head all the way from the motel. He had to be cruel. It was the only way. Sal stared, his face covered in confusion. He set the polishing rag down slowly. What are you talking about, kid? The Henderson party? I told you, we got him. The partnership, Tom said, his voice as dead as his heart. I can't take it. The partnership? Sal repeated the word, as if it were a foreign sound he had never heard. He stood up, his knees cracking. Kid, what is this? You joking? This isn't a funny joke. I'm not joking, Tom said. He could not look at Sal's face. He looked at the dark, indifferent water swirling around the pilings. I'm leaving. Leaving? Sal's voice suddenly boomed, the sound of a man betrayed. The gentle, grateful man was gone, replaced by a lion, by a captain. What in the hell are you talking about? Leaving? We shook on it. We ate on it. Maria, she fed you. My family met you. I'm sorry, Sal, Tom whispered. The words were ashes in his mouth. Sorry. Sal spat the word. Sorry doesn't. Kid, I am counting on you. I trusted you. I gave you half of my life. And you come here in the dark, and you say you're sorry? Sal was in his face now. He had stepped off the boat onto the dock. He was jabbing his finger, a hard, calloused, fish gut-stained finger, into Tom's chest. Tom did not move. He just took it. He deserved it. What is this, Tom? Sal's voice was lower now, but it was shaking with a rage that was, Tom knew, just grief. Is it money? You want more? I told you, I don't have cash, but the boat is worth. It's not the money, Tom said, his voice flat. Then what? Sal screamed, his arms spread wide, his face a mask of pleading, furious, and utter confusion. What happened? What changed? Yesterday, you were a hero. Yesterday, you were home. I saw it. At my table. You were happy. I've never seen a man so happy. Sal's words were a knife. Happy. He had been happy, and that stupid, dangerous feeling was the lie. It was the mistake. He had to get back to the truth. Back to the empty. I can't, Tom said, his voice a raw, final, and broken thing. He took a step back, away from Sal, away from the boat, away from the life. He retreated to the only defense he'd ever known, the old, true words. I'm sorry, Sal, he said, his voice a dead, hollow, and terribly familiar whisper. I thought I could, but I can't. I'm not like you. I'm not a partner. He was the seaweed, the drifter, the boy who never unpacked. In that identity, he was safe. No one could hurt him. No one could leave him if he left first. His walls, high and cold, slammed shut and locked. He was gone. He turned his back to Sal, to the boat, to a life. He walked away. So that's it. Sal's voice. It was not a shout or a whisper. It was the sound of a man who had just given up. Tom stopped. He did not turn. He just stopped, his shoulders hunched, his hands fisted at his sides. You just walk away, Sal's voice said, hard and quiet behind him. Like it was nothing. Like I'm nothing. Tom flinched. I trusted you, son, Sal said, his voice thick. I offered you a partnership. I'm sorry, Tom said again to the darkness. It was the only word he had. Yeah, you said that. A beat of silence followed, filled only by the hiss of the surf. You know, Sal's voice said, suddenly casual, conversational, and dangerous. I've seen a lot of men run in my time. Run from debt, from the law, from angry husbands. He paused. You're running, kid. Tom stood, his back a stiff stone wall. I get that, Sal's voice continued, quiet and curious. I don't like it, but I get it. You're scared. I'm not scared. Tom hissed, the word a reflex. Yeah, you are, Sal said, his voice full of a sad, terrible pity. You're terrified, and you're running. I only wonder what from. Tom walked. He walked in a trance from the docks. His heart was numb and hollow. Sal's words echoed in his head. You're running, kid. I only wonder what from. He was running, and he knew it. He ran from her, from hope and from pain, with a cold heart. He would go back to his room and pack his duffel bag. Then he would wait until the road opened. He would leave as a coward and a fool. The motel was dark. He was just a shadow walking toward his tomb. As he neared the ruined, flooded pool, he heard her voice. He froze. His heart stopped. "I'm buying the motel." Her voice. It was loud, passionate, and furious. He looked around. The pier. They were near the old pier. The place where he had kissed her. And Vance was there. With her. Tom's blood ran cold. He could not move or breathe. He just watched. He was 100 yards and a lifetime away, so he could not hear all the words. The wind, the gentle, mocking, ever-present hiss of the surf. It stole the details. It muffled the dialogue. He saw them. Two dark shapes, silhouetted against the black, silver, and glittering water close together. He heard their voices raised in passion, and her hand, her finger, her stabbing at his chest. And he saw Vance, his body leaning in, intense, angry. From this distance, he didn't see a rejection. He saw passion. He saw a woman he had thought was quiet, a woman he had thought was gentle, a woman he had thought was his. He saw her alive with a fire she had never, ever shown to him. She had been gentle, quiet with him. She had been sad with him. But with Vance, she was a fire. She was a storm. This was not a woman being victimized. This was an argument. An argument with her new, rich, powerful partner. Fighting about what? About money? Condos? Him? About the grease monkey who had gotten in the way? That was it. He had been the help. But he was nothing more than a distraction, a fling in a storm. And now, the real world was back. And she was in it. With Vance. Tom closed his eyes. The pain from his mangled knuckles, it was nothing. This was pain. This was the end. He had been a fool. He had known better. His whole, empty foster kid life, it had been training him for this single solitary rule. Do not unpack. But he had ignored it and unpacked. And now, he had to clean up the mess. He did not make a sound. Ellie, in her fury, in her triumph, in her new, cold, and independent world, she did not see him. She did not know he was there. He turned, a ghost, a shadow, a nothing. He turned and walked back into the darkness. His shield was up. He was going to his room to pack, to leave. He was a man who did not stay, and he had been right all along. The room was a small, square, and stifling box. Room 205. It smelled of bleach, old, damp carpet, and the faint, salty tang of the ocean. To Tom, it smelled like a trap. He stood in the center of the floor, his olive-drab duffel bag open on the faded floral print bed. This was a ritual he knew. It was a drill etched into his bones from a life of moving, from foster homes, from a Navy, and from himself. He was not frantic. He was not angry. His movements were methodical and utterly devoid of feeling. The rage he had felt at the dock, the one that had sent him fleeing south, had burned out, leaving a cold, hard, and heavy ash in its place. He was not a man consumed by passion, but a man performing a necessary and long overdue amputation. He folded his last T-shirt, a faded Navy-issue gray, with 3 sharp, military creases, and placed it, a neat, small square, into the bag. It settled beside his other 2 shirts, his 2 pairs of rolled jeans, and his small, black, zippered shaving kit. Only a few days ago had he, for the first time in his life, fully unpacked. He had taken his few meager possessions and had placed them into a life. He had seen them in his mind, in a small apartment, maybe even here at this motel, with her. And he had seen his life as a thing he could share. He had been a fool, a blind, arrogant, and stupid fool. He zipped the main compartment. The sound of the metal teeth sliding together was final and satisfying. An ending. He had seen them. He had stood in the shadows of the ruined pool, a ghost at his own funeral, and he had watched them. The place where he had kissed her, where he had, for one perfectly shining and idiotic moment, felt the anchor drop. And he had watched her, on that same pier with him. He did not hear the words. He did not need to. The wind had stolen the details, but the picture was a masterpiece of betrayal. He saw them, 2 dark shapes in the moonlight, arguing. He saw her, a whirlwind of passion, her hands gesturing, her body thrumming with an energy he had never, ever seen. She had never shown him that. With him, she had been quiet and gentle. And now, the real world was back, and she was in it. With Vance, he was just Lane, the one who knew, who had always known, not to unpack. He had broken his one cardinal rule, and this cold, hollow sickness in his gut, this was his punishment. He picked up his worn copy of Slaughterhouse-Five and hesitated, his thumb brushing the tattered cover. He had, for a second, thought of giving it to her. A small, ridiculous, and now humiliating gesture. He shoved the book hard into the bag's side pocket. He was done. The sound of the door to her room sliding open made his hand freeze. He heard her footsteps. They were not the slow, hesitant, shuffling steps of the grieving woman he had known, but fast, hard, and angry. Thud, thud, thud on the concrete walkway. She was coming for him. He braced himself. She was coming for what? To explain? Confess? To apologize for choosing the rich man? The door to his room was ajar, the lock broken from the storm, the wood swollen and warped. It did not open. It flew. The door slammed with a gunshot crack against the inside wall. Ellie stood in the doorway. She was not the woman he had kissed, not the gentle, sad girl from the beach, or the smiling, flirtatious woman from the Lincoln. This was a stranger. This was the woman he had seen on the pier fighting with Vance. She was a whirlwind. Her hair was a wild, tangled, storm-tossed mass. Her face was pale, but her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were blazing. They were not blue. They were dark, deep, and furious gray, like the sky before a tornado. She was, he thought, in that single detached and agonizing second, the most beautiful and the most terrifying thing he had ever seen. "Tom," she said, her voice a low, ragged, and breathless sob. She was fuming. He thought with a fresh, sick lurch she was coming to him to complain about her new boyfriend. The arrogance, the cruelty. "Tom," she said again, taking a step into his room, her hands clenched into small, white-knuckled fists at her sides. "Tom, you won't believe what Vance just—" She stopped. Her words hung in the air. Her rage, her momentum, her story, it all hit the solid, cold, and silent wall of him. And she saw him standing, not by the window, not in the chair, but by the bed. And she saw the bag. The olive-drab, military-issue duffel bag. It was not in the corner. It was on the bed, and it was zipped, and it was packed. The fire in her eyes, the bright, hot, beautiful, and terrifying fury, simply died. The color drained from her cheeks, leaving her face a pale, gray mask of shock. "What?" she whispered. She looked from the bag to his face, and she saw for the first time his shield. The man who had kissed her, the man who had held her hand, the man who had stayed. He was gone. This was a stranger. This was Lane. "Where?" she whispered, her voice a small, thin, and breaking sound. "Where are you going?" Tom did not look at her. He could not look at her face, at her betrayal. Instead, he focused on the bag. He picked it up and settled the canvas strap over his shoulder. The weight was a comfort. "Leaving," he said. It was an epitaph. He moved, his body stiff, toward the door. Toward her. She did not move. She was a statue, a deer frozen in the headlights of his betrayal. "Leaving," she repeated, her voice a whisper. "You're leaving? You're leaving now?" Her voice cracked. The sound of it, so broken, hit him like a physical blow. And that pain, that vulnerability, made him angry. He stopped just a foot from her. He could smell the salt and wind on her, but beneath it, faint and vile, was the lingering scent of Vance's cologne. The sickness rose in his throat. He looked at her. He made himself look. His eyes were flat, cold as the ocean in winter. "Yeah," he said, his voice a low, rough, gravelly sound. Now, he knew it would hurt her, but he had to make her understand he knew. That he wasn't the fool. He wasn't the grease monkey. But, he said, his voice cold and cruel, the only weapon he had. He smiled, a grimace that was a baring of teeth. "But you'll be fine. You'll be more than fine. You'll be great." He gestured with his free hand, vaguely, toward the pier, toward the place where the white Lincoln had been. "Looks like you're in excellent hands," he said, the words tasting like ash. He spat out the name. Vance. He can give you more than I ever could. The accusation landed in the silent room and exploded. Ellie recoiled as if he had hit her. She stumbled back a step, her hand flying to her mouth. The rage on her face was gone. The shock was gone. All the color, all the fire, all the life, it just drained away. It left her face a pale gray mask of pure devastation. She stared at him. She stared at this stranger, this cold, cruel man who had kissed her. Her lips parted, her breath a tiny, shaking hiss. "You think," she whispered, her voice the sound of glass breaking. "You think him." She looked at him, her blue-gray eyes, so recently furious, suddenly swimming in a hot, bright, terrible flood of new tears. After everything, the simple, broken question hung in the air. It was an accusation of its own, a plea for him to see the truth. But Tom could not see. He was too deep in his own cold hell. To him, her tears were not proof of her innocence, but proof of her guilt. She was crying because she had been caught. She was crying because her two worlds, her grease monkey and her condo king, had just collided. "I know what I see," he said, his voice flat, his shield locked. "I saw you. On the pier. You were alive with him. I'm just the help." "No," she cried, the word a raw, torn sound. "No, Tom, you don't understand. I was telling him off. Save it, Ellie," he said, the weariness in his voice as vast as the ocean. He shouldered his bag. "It doesn't even matter." "But it does matter," she insisted, her own anger a new, desperate, and wounded kind, rising to meet his. "It matters that you won't believe me." "You'd rather believe what? I'm a gold digger? A liar? You'd rather believe that than believe I could actually care about you?" The raw, vulnerable truth of her words, "I could care about you," hit him like a physical blow. He flinched. This, his mind screamed, was the final, most cruel, and most expert twist of the knife. She was good. She was a better liar than Vance. "I just know what I see," he repeated, his voice a low, hard, and final monotone. He moved, pushing past her, his shoulder brushing hers, a cold, indifferent, and final contact. He was at the door. "Fine," she said. Her voice was not a whisper. It was not a cry. It was a snap, a cold, hard, and final sound. He stopped, his hand on the doorframe, but he refused to turn. "Fine," she said again, her voice shaking, not with tears, but with a new, cold, and terrible rage. "Go. Run. That's what you're good at, isn't it? You're a man who leaves." She saw his shoulders tense. She saw his head drop. "I don't need you," she said. "I don't need anyone." "I know," he whispered. He had not looked back. He just stepped out onto the concrete walkway, and he walked away, his heavy boots thud, 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 echoing in the night until they were gone. He left Ellie standing alone in the center of his empty room. She had won. She had driven him away.
Ellie stood frozen in the doorway of Tom's room. His last words, "I know what I see," echoed in the small, stifling space. They were a judgment. A verdict. He was gone. The sound of his boots fading down the concrete walkway was the sound of a door slamming, a lock turning, a life ending. He hadn't just left the room, he had left her. He had proven himself right. A man who leaves. She stared at the space where he had stood. The air was still, thick with the scent of his soap and the cold, metallic smell of his betrayal. "You'd rather believe I'm a liar than believe I could actually care about you?" Her own words, her final, pleading, broken question, hung in the air. And his silence, his cold, hard, "I know what I see," was the answer. He would rather believe she was a gold digger, a liar, than believe she could choose him. The hurt, which had been a hot and sharp pain, instantly flash froze. It became something else. Something cold, heavy, and hard. The grief, the fear, the humiliation, it all collapsed, compressed under the sudden, immense pressure of his abandonment, and it formed something new. A diamond. A cold, clear, and furious diamond of pure resolve. He was a fool. A blind, terrified, and self-pitying fool. He was so wrapped up in his own ancient not good enough story that he couldn't see the truth. He couldn't see her. Fine. Her wall, the one she had been hiding behind, the one he had so patiently, so tenderly, taken down, brick by brick, it did not just go back up. A new one, a fortress, erupted in its place. It was not built of fear or grief. It was built of anger. "I don't need you." She had said it. And in this one terrible, and shockingly, liberating moment, she realized she meant it. She did not need him, his faith in her, or his permission. She had her own anchor, her own plan. With a sharp turn, she walked out of his empty room and did not look back. She did not close the door. She left it open, a reminder of the gaping, empty wound Tom had left behind. Walking down the concrete walkway, she held her head high. Her eyes were not brimming with tears, but blazing with anger. She was not a victim and nobody's pawn. In fact, she was the only player left on the board. She marched, not to her own room to hide, or to the diner to cry on Doris's shoulder. Instead, she walked down the stairs, her sandals, slap slap slap, a hard, angry beat, and across the courtyard, through the mud, and straight into the motel office. The office was dark, musty, and quiet, a tomb of an almost dead business. The air smelled of mildew and Art's faint, old cigar smoke. She did not bother to turn on the light. Behind the counter, she picked up the heavy black phone. Her finger did not shake as she used the rotary dial. She did not call Marge. She did not call Art. It was too late for that. They were broken, casualties. They had surrendered to Vance. She was not surrendering. She was declaring war. So she called the only person she knew who could help her. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times, a thin, reedy, and distant sound. Gable, a voice, a dry, gravelly, and deeply annoyed, sleepy voice, answered. "Mr. Gable," Ellie said. Her voice, she noted with surprise, was not the voice of Ellie Harper. It was not the voice of Ellie Bean. This was a new voice. A voice of cold, hard, and absolute authority. "This is Eleanor Harper. I'm at the Pelican Nest Motel." "Miss Harper," the lawyer, Art's lawyer, stammered, his voice thick with sleep. "Do you know what time it is?" "It's 2 in the morning." "I know," Ellie said, her voice flat. "And I'm sorry to have woken you. But this is an emergency. It's about the sale of the motel." "The sale?" Gable was awake now. "What about it? Did Vance Peterson pull his offer?" "Oh, no. Art will be devastated." "No," Ellie said. "Mr. Peterson is still making an offer, as far as I know." "Then what? What's the emergency, child?" Ellie took a breath. A slow and steady breath. "I want to make a counteroffer." The silence on the other end of the line was absolute. "A what?" "A counteroffer," Ellie repeated, her voice steady. "To buy the motel." "Your what?" Gable's voice was a squeak. "Child, are you drunk? That motel is in ruins. This isn't a joke." "I'm not joking," Ellie said, her voice as cold as the moonlight on the mud. "And I am not drunk. I have the capital, and I'm prepared to wire the full amount tomorrow. I will match whatever Vance Peterson is offering. And I will add 15%. For Marge and Art." She had done it. She had declared. "Miss Harper," Gable stammered, his legal, cautious mind reeling. "This is highly irregular. This is madness. You can't just call me in the middle of the night." Vance is coming at 9, Ellie said, her voice cutting like a sharp, clean blade. He's coming with the paperwork to bully them into selling low. You will be here at 8:30. With your own papers. The funds will be here. We are going to sign before he arrives. Are we clear? Her voice left no room for objections. She was buying this motel even if it was through sheer, audacious, cold-blooded will. Gable was silent. He was a lawyer. But he was also a lifelong conk. He hated Vance Peterson. He loved Marge and Art. And he knew he was dealing with a hurricane from Indiana. 8:30, he said, his voice no longer sleepy. He was in. I'll be there, Miss Harper. This is going to be one hell of a morning. He hung up. Ellie placed the receiver back in its cradle. The click was like a gavel. A judgment. The deal was in motion. She walked out of the office and stood on the porch. The night was cool. The moon above was a sliver. And the world was silent. Her fortress. Her kingdom. She wasn't in the cellar anymore. She had one. Even though she had lost him, she would have her motel. And as she stood there alone, the new owner of a broken piece of land, she felt the full, crushing, and absolute weight of her victory. 9 o'clock. The motel office was a stage set for a battle. After days of scorching heat, the sun was a soft yellow, diffused by thin clouds. The air was still, heavy with the scent of drying mud and the distant, salty smell of the ocean. Ellie stood at the front desk. She had not slept, running on a cold and furious resolve. She wore the same clothes as the night before, her jeans and her white blouse. And she had pulled her back into a severe knot. Her skin was pale, and her eyes burned from sleeplessness. But she was calm. The office, soon to be her office, was clean. She had scrubbed the mud from the floor and wiped the grime from the counters. Marge and Art sat on two mismatched chairs against the far wall. They looked like refugees, brought to a place they did not understand. Marge, her hands twisting a damp, shredded handkerchief in her lap. Art was a statue, his face a gray and waxy mask. His eyes were fixed, unseeing, on the floor, a man waiting for a verdict he already knew. Mr. Gable, the lawyer, was a small, round, and surprisingly sharp man. As promised, he had arrived at 8:45 a.m., his seersucker suit already wilting in the humid, post-hurricane air. He had a battered old leather briefcase and thick black-rimmed glasses. He had looked at the weeping Marge and the catatonic Art, and had just clucked his tongue, a dry, disapproving sound. At 8:52 a.m., the office phone rang. The sound, a shrill, plastic brawling, had made Marge jump, a small whimpering sound escaping her. Mr. Gable answered it and listened. He scribbled a long confirmation number on his legal pad and said, "Thank you," before hanging up. He looked at Ellie, his brown eyes peering over the rim of his glasses. "The wire is in," he said, his voice a dry, Florida drawl. "Your bank in Lafayette confirms it, the funds are verified." Marge let out a small, wounded, half-sob, half-gasp. Mr. Gable ignored her. He looked directly at Ellie. "Miss Harper," he said, his voice firm but not unkind, "this is an act of extreme, and perhaps foolish, generosity. But as their legal counsel, and as a man who has seen a hurricane or two, I must ask you one last time, are you sure?" "Ellie," Marge whispered, her voice a plea. "Child, you don't have to do this. This will be your life. Your future. You can still walk away. We'll be all right." Ellie looked at the old woman. She saw the tears, the gratitude mixed with the terror. She saw in Marge's face her own mother, a woman broken by forces she could not control. Ellie smiled. A small, tired, and sad smile. "I'm sure, Marge," she said, her voice soft, but full of a new authority. "This place, it's special. It was my parents' special place." She held up the guest book, which she had placed like a shield, on the counter. "I'm not letting Vance tear it down." Then, Mr. Gable said, and a new expression, a sharp, sudden, and deeply amused grin, spread across his face. He snapped his briefcase open with a loud, satisfying click. "Let's sign the offer. Before the dragon arrives." He laid out the written offer. Thick cream-colored important papers. He pulled a heavy, gold-plated fountain pen from his pocket and handed it to Art. "Now, Art," he said. "Right here. This is the agreement with Miss Harper's offer." Art stared at the pen as if it were a snake. His hand, his old, weathered, grease-stained hand, was shaking so badly he could not take it. He looked at Marge. She nodded, her eyes full of hopeful love. He looked at Ellie. She nodded. He took the pen and bent over the desk, his body trembling. His pen hovered, a half-inch from the paper, the black metal nib wavering. And then, the sound they had all been dreading. The low, smooth, expensive purr. The white Lincoln. It was pulling into the lot. Marge gasped, her hand flying to her heart. Art froze, his pen still hovering. "Sign it, Art," Ellie said, her voice urging. "Sign it. Now." The car door slammed. Thud. A sound of confident, unhurried ownership. The crunch of expensive, leather-soled shoes on the gravel. Art's hand scratched. A blue, shaky, and final signature. Arthur L. Walker. He pushed the paper to Marge. Her hand, wet with tears, fumbled for the pen. Thump. 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 Vance's confident, happy, and oblivious knock on the office door. Marge shakily scribbled her name. Margaret R. Walker. "Mr. Gable," Ellie said, her voice like ice. "Lock the door." "What?" Gable looked up in confusion. Thump. 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 Louder this time. Impatient. "Marge. Art." Vance's voice, smooth and cheerful as the morning sun, called from the other side. "Good morning. I've got the papers. Let's make a deal." "Lock it," Ellie repeated. Mr. Gable, his face split by a grin that was all lawyer, stood up and walked, with a theatrical saunter, to the office door. He turned the old brass deadbolt. The click of the tumblers falling into place was the loudest sound in the world. Silence, from outside. A long, confused, and suddenly not-so-cheerful pause. "Marge?" Vance's voice was muffled, the charm faltering. "Art? Is someone in there?" The doors locked. Mr. Gable walked back to the desk. He took the signed papers from Marge and tapped them into a neat, perfect pile. With a flourish, he placed them into his briefcase and snapped it shut. Click. Click. Tap. Tap tap. Tap. The sound from the door was different now. It was not a cheerful knock. It was an impatient, irritated, and deeply arrogant tapping of a knuckle, or perhaps, a gold signet ring. "Marge, this is not funny," Vance's voice called, the charm completely gone, replaced by a cold, sharp edge of annoyance. "I'm here, as promised. I don't have all day. Open the door." Ellie looked at Marge and Art. Marge and Art huddled together, with Marge burying her face in her husband's shoulder. They were scared. Ellie was not. She walked to the door and stood for a moment, listening to his impatient tapping. Then, with her hands steady, she reached out. She did not unlock the chain, only the deadbolt. She pulled the door open, just the 4 inches the chain would allow. Vance stood on the porch. He was, as always, immaculate with a crisp, pale blue, button-down shirt and his leather briefcase in one hand. He had been in the middle of another angry-sounding knock. His hand froze in midair as he stared, confused, at the small, 4-inch gap. He saw her eye, her nose. "Eleanor," he said, his voice a mask of baffled irritation. "What is this? Is this a game? Take the chain off. Let me in." "Good morning, Mr. Peterson," Ellie said. Her voice was calm, clear, and carried perfectly through the small gap. She did not sound flirtatious or afraid. Vance's face darkened. "Mr. Peterson? What happened to Vance?" "Ellie, I don't have time for this. Marge and Art are expecting me." "No," Ellie said, her voice still calm, still polite. "They're not." "What are you talking about?" he snapped, his patience gone. "I told them I'd be here. I have the papers. With my offer." "I know," Ellie said. "But I'm afraid you're too late." Vance stared at her, his quick salesman's mind finally catching up. He saw the shadow behind her. The lawyer with a briefcase. "Too late," he stammered. Mr. Gable called out from behind Ellie, "We have sold the motel, Mr. Peterson." Vance's face went white. He pushed his face closer to the gap, his charm, his anger, all of it, gone, replaced by a cold, sharp, and reptilian calculation. "Sold?" he hissed. "To who? What offer?" "I told Marge my offer was." "My offer was better," Ellie said. He stared at her. At her eye, her pale, sleepless, and perfectly calm, triumphant eye. "You," he whispered, the word a disbelieving, choked gasp. "You're bluffing. Ellie, you're a farm girl. You can't." The sale was finalized at 9:02 a.m., Mr. Gable's voice cut in. "The funds were transferred, and they've signed the papers. I'm afraid you're the one who's too late, son." Vance did not move. He just stared at Ellie. He saw her in her jeans and plain white blouse. But with power. He had completely, totally, and disastrously misread her, misread everything. He had thought she was a pawn when she was actually a queen. And she had just, in a move he had never, ever seen coming, taken his king. He did not shout or threaten. He did not pound on the door. A shark with no leverage in a pool with no water is just a fish. He was, in this single, silent, and humiliating moment, completely and utterly irrelevant. He took a step back. He looked at the locked chain, at the dirty, ruined, and suddenly unavailable motel. With a single sharp nod, he turned without saying a word. He walked, his back straight, his steps crunch, 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 fast and angry, on the gravel. He got in his white Lincoln and slammed the door. The engine purred to life before he put the car in gear, its back tires throwing a small, angry rooster tail of shells. And he drove fast out of the lot, and out of their lives. Ellie stood, her hands still on the doorknob, and she listened until the sound of his engine was gone. She was shaking. "Well," Mr. Gable said, from behind her. "That was that." Ellie let out a breath she did not know she had been holding. It was a long, slow, shuddering sigh. She closed the door and slid the chain off. She turned, and she looked at the office. Her office. Marge and Art were standing, holding each other, their faces a mess of tears and relief. A lifetime of weight, of debt, of failure had been lifted. "Ellie," Marge wept, her voice thick with gratitude. "Ellie, child, you saved us." She stumbled forward, and she grabbed Ellie in a tight and bony hug. After a moment, Marge pulled back. Mr. Gable cleared his throat. "Well," he said, tapping his briefcase. "I'll file these. The bank will be very happy. And, Miss Harper," he smiled a kind, paternal, and deeply respectful smile. "You are a remarkable young woman. Welcome to Key West." He tipped his hat, and he, too, was gone, leaving the three of them. Ellie, Marge, Art, the old owners, and the new. The silence was heavy. "Well," Art said, his voice a rough, watery, and unfamiliar sound. He smiled. A small, broken, but real, smile. "I guess you'll be needing these." He walked, his step a little lighter, behind the counter and fumbled in a drawer before pulling out a large, heavy, jangling ring. The master keys. He held them out to her. Ellie looked at them. The keys. To everything. She reached out her hand, her steady farmer's hand, and she took them. The weight was heavy, like an anchor. "And," Art said, his new, light, and giddy voice breaking. He wiped his eyes. "I guess we won't be needing this." He walked, his step almost a strut, out the front door, onto the porch. Ellie and Marge followed. Art walked to the old, rusting, metal for sale sign, the one that had hung like a shroud for months. He did not unhook it. He grabbed it and tore it from the post, the metal screeching in protest. For a second he held it aloft like a trophy, and then, with a triumphant cry, he threw it. He flung the sign end over end. It cartwheeled, clattered, and landed face down in the mud. Ellie stood, the heavy master keys cold and hard in her hand. She looked at the space where the sign, the symbol of their failure, had been. Then, her gaze lifted. She looked at the motel. Her motel. With the peeling paint, the broken neon sign, and the flooded pool. And the broken pier, jutting like broken teeth from the brown water. It was a ruin. But it was hers. The gravel crunched under the tires of Art's ancient, rust-eaten station wagon. Ellie stood on the porch, her arms wrapped tightly around her waist, and watched them leave. Marge, her face a pale, exhausted mask, looked back one last time. Her hand, thin and frail, fluttered a small wave through the open passenger window. Art just stared straight ahead, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, a man driving away from the only life he had ever known. Ellie lifted her hand. The gesture felt heavy, the tired muscles in her arms straining. She watched the car, its back piled high with cardboard boxes and mismatched suitcases, crawl to the end of the gravel lot. It paused, the brake lights flashing once, and then it turned onto the highway, disappearing in a small puff of blue exhaust. They were gone. Mr. Gable, the lawyer, had left minutes before, his seersucker suit already rumpled, his briefcase full of signed papers. Vance Peterson was a bad memory, a white speck of rage disappearing over the horizon. And Tom. Tom was just gone. The motel, for the first time since the storm, was silent. The frantic, chaotic energy of the last few days, the roar of the hurricane, the sawing and hammering of the cleanup, the sharp, ugly, emotional collisions. It had all stopped. Ellie stood alone on the porch, at the epicenter of the sudden and deafening silence. She looked where the for sale sign had been. The space it left behind felt naked. The air, thick and wet, smelled of salt, mildew, and the faint, low-tide scent of the drying courtyard. She was, for the first time, truly, completely, and terrifyingly alone. She turned, her movements slow, her body like an aching machine. She walked into the office. Her office. The air was thick, musty, and still. It smelled of old coffee. She walked to the front door. The thin glass window was streaked with salt and grime. She looked at the open sign, its neon tubes cracked, the plastic faded. With a steady, deliberate hand, she reached up and flipped it around. The word closed, in neat, black, objective letters, now faced the empty highway. It was her first official act as the new owner. To close the motel. She walked behind the counter, the linoleum clicking under her shoes. She stood for a long moment, just staring. Art's old, vinyl-chrome chair, its seat split and leaking yellowed foam, sat pushed back, as if he had, in a great, suddenly hurry, stood up. The desk was a sea of chaotic, water-damaged, and meaningless paper. A thick black ledger, its pages swollen and warped, lay open. A cracked ceramic mug full of half-chewed pencils had overturned, its contents scattered. And in the center of the mess, like two holy relics on a ruined altar, sat the two objects that defined her new life. The guest book and the keys. She had brought the book down from her room, a talisman, her reason. It lay on the desk, its warped burgundy leather cover a dark, silent judgment. Beside it, the master keys. The large, heavy, jangling ring that Art had pressed into her palm. The keys to every room, the maintenance shed, the apartment, to everything. Her new anchor. In the dim gray morning light, it looked like a manacle. She sank into the chair. It groaned, a protesting, vinyl squeal, under her weight. She had done it. She had faced the dragon, and she had, with the cold, hard, and unexpected steel of her own spine, defeated him. Saving Marge and Art from ruin. And in the most literal, tangible, and terrifying way, honored her father's memory. She says one day she'll live here. Now she was here. She was the new owner of the Pelican Nest Motel. This was her victory. Her new beginning. The first day of the rest of her life. She waited, still and silent, her hands, pale and shaking, resting on the desk. She waited for the feeling. The surge of triumph, the relief, the joy of winning. But it did not come. There was nothing, only silence. A thick, heavy, and absolute silence, broken only by the click, click, click of the clock on the wall. Each tick was a hammer blow against the silence. The adrenaline, the righteous fury that had been her fuel for the last 12 hours, it was gone. It had burned out, leaving only this hollow, vast, and aching emptiness. She looked around the office. Her office. It was a ruin. The back wall, where the window had been, was still a black boarded-up hole, a temporary plywood patch against the world. The furniture was waterlogged, the metal legs of the file cabinets rusted. It was a grave. And she had just, with every penny she had, bought it. She had chained herself to a corpse. The silence was wrong. It was too quiet. When she stood, her chair scraped along the floor. The sound was a loud, ugly, and violent protest in the stillness. She walked to the front window, the one that faced the highway, and looked out. The world was still a mess with dead, brown, stripped palm trees, the boat and the mud-filled swimming pool. Her gaze, against her will, flew to the spot. The spot, just outside the office, near the stairs. The spot where he always parked. It was empty. The gravel was dark, a patch of dampness in the dry, gray lot. But it was not the dampness of water. It was an oil stain. A black and greasy signature. The only proof that he had ever been here at all. His motorcycle was gone. The last, fragile, and stupidly optimistic thread of hope she had been holding, the one that whispered, "He's just at the dock, he's just angry, he'll be back," snapped. He had meant it. "I'm leaving." He had packed his bag, and he had gone. The silence in the office was no longer just quiet. It was empty. She realized it was the sound of his absence. No heavy, thudding bootsteps on the concrete walkway. No low, coarse, and hesitant "hey" from the doorway. And no deep, thrumming thrum of Sal's engine from across the road. The docks were silent. Tom had run. From everything. From her. The victory, her win, turned to ash. It was hollow. It was meaningless. She had her anchor. But she still felt adrift. More adrift than ever. She walked, a ghost in her new and empty house, back behind the desk. She sank into the squeaky chair. Her gaze fell on the guest book. Her reason. She reached out her hand, and she touched the warped, leather cover. "She says one day she'll live here." "I'm here, Daddy," she whispered, her voice broken and unrecognizable. "I'm here. I did it." The tears, the ones she had held back, the ones she had refused, finally came. A single, hot, and stupid tear. It fell and landed, with a tiny, silent, and mocking splash, right on the jangling, heavy, master keys. Her prize. She had won. She had gotten what she thought she wanted. A new beginning. A way to honor her parents. But she was alone. She had never in her entire life felt more alone. She had lost him. The one who saw her. The one who tried to stay until she made him go. This win felt like the biggest, the worst, the most terrible loss of her life. Her head dropped. She rested her forehead on the desk. The hard, cold, cluttered, and unforgiving desk. Her shoulders shook. And she sobbed. Not the furious, cleansing rage of the pier. Not the grieving, broken sobs from the balcony. This was the sound of a hollow loneliness. The sound of a woman who had everything and nothing at all. 3 days passed. The world had settled into a new, grim reality. The frantic, chaotic energy of the storm's aftermath was over. And now the gravel lot, once a churning river, was only a pockmarked expanse of gray, drying mud. The island, with the stubborn, resilient insistence of a weed, was already rebuilding. Distant rhythmic thuds of hammers and the high thin whine of saws had replaced the roar of the hurricane. The Pelican Nest Motel, however, was a tomb. Ellie stood in the hot and merciless afternoon sun, a cheap, 4-inch paintbrush in her hand. The closed sign, which she had hung with such hollow triumph, swayed gently in the breeze. Today, she was painting. She had spent the last 3 days in a blur of hard, physical, and joyless labor, a repeating cycle of waking before the sun and collapsing after it set. She had dragged every single sodden and ruined mattress out of the ground floor rooms. Ripping up the stinking, seaweed-laced carpets and scrubbing the concrete floors with bleach water until her hands were raw and cracked. This was her new routine. She woke before the sun, made a pot of bitter coffee, and worked. She worked until the sun went down, her muscles screaming, her body a single, dull, aching bruise. Then she would fall into her bed, her mind a void as cold and empty as the rooms she'd scrubbed. She was not rebuilding or renovating. She was erasing. Today, she turned her attention to the sign. The tall metal pole, stripped of its neon pelican by the hurricane, was all that remained. The large wooden billboard-sized sign at its base, the one that read the Pelican Nest Motel, its pale blue paint flaking away in long, sun-baked strips. It was a monument to failure. Art's failure. Her failure. So she was covering it. She dipped her brush into the 5-gallon bucket of cheap white hardware store paint. The thick, acrid smell of it burned her nose. Stroke. 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 She was not painting something. She was painting over something. With every long, white, and obliterating stroke, she was burying the past. The work was hot, and it was hard. The sun beat down on the back of her neck. Sweat, a constant, irritating trickle, ran from her hairline, stinging her eyes. She wore the same mud-stained, and now paint-stained, blue jeans with a gray men's t-shirt she had found in the maintenance shed. Her hair had become a matted, hopeless knot, hidden under a faded red, gasoline company baseball cap. She knew she looked like a vagrant, like a woman who had lost everything. She paused, her arm burning, her shoulder aching, before she dipped the brush into the paint again. She looked, as she did, every 15 minutes, every single time she paused, at the gravel. At the spot. The dark and greasy oil stain right outside the office. His spot. It was a scar in the gravel. The only proof that he had ever been here at all. He had taken his bag, his bike, and his promise. And he had, as he had always said he would, left. The ache, which she had successfully, through bleach and paint and pure, physical, bone-deep exhaustion, kept at bay, rose. A hot and sudden sickness in her throat. You'd rather believe I'm a liar, than believe I could actually care about you. I know what I see. He had not seen her. Instead, he had seen his own, old, and ugly ghosts, the foster kid world, where everyone, eventually, chooses someone other than him. He had seen the proof he had been looking for, the proof that he was, and always would be, nothing more than a grease monkey, a coward. The hollow, aching, and terrible loneliness of her win was suffocating. She had a new home, an anchor. And she was still, more than ever, utterly adrift. Well, if it isn't the new queen of the castle. The voice, energetic and cheerful, cut through her haze. Ellie froze, her paintbrush hovering, a single, thick, white drop of paint falling with a silent splat onto the dead, brown grass. She did not turn. She did not want to be seen. Not like this. Doris stood at the edge of the gravel lot, her hip cocked, the baby, a chubby, beaming beacon of life, balanced on her hip. She held 2 steaming white coffee mugs in her free hand. She looked, as she always did, like the center of the world. Her hair was a wild, clean, and happy riot, tied back with a bright yellow bandana. She was, Ellie saw with a sudden pang of envy, so alive. Don't stop on my account, hon, Doris said, her voice full of an amused, and deeply unimpressed, irony. You missed a spot. She walked, her sandals slapping on the gravel, right up to Ellie. She did not seem to care about the mud, the ruin, the smell of bleach and old, dead fish that still clung to the air. Pausing to look at the sign, she said, with a tilt of her head. Going for the sanitarium look, are we? Less motel, more institution. Bold. I like it. Doris, Ellie said, her voice a rough and paint-fume-scented croak. She did not look at her. She just kept painting. Stroke. 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 What are you doing here? My job, Doris said cheerily. Which is, apparently, to stop you from huffing your way into an early grave. She nudged Ellie's arm with her own. This isn't a well-ventilated area, hon, you need more breeze. I'm fine, Ellie mumbled. Just busy. Lots to do. Yeah, I see that, Doris said. She took in the scene. The closed sign, the empty, tomb-like courtyard. Well, Doris said, her voice softening just a fraction. The busy can wait for 5 minutes. She held out one of the steaming mugs. You look, she said, her voice, for the first time, full of genuine concern, like something the cat dragged in. And then buried. Ellie stopped. Her arm, her brush, just stopped. Mid-stroke. The kindness, the coffee, the niceness. It shattered her fragile composure. She couldn't do this act anymore. This I'm fine, just busy. The paintbrush fell. It clattered, a wet, white, messy splat, onto the mud. Ellie buried her face in her paint-covered hands. And she smeared it, a greasy white mask, all over her face, through her tears, her grief, her loneliness. Oh, honey, Doris whispered. The word broke her. She slid, slumping, and sank to the ground. She sat in the mud. A ruined, paint-streaked, sobbing heap. She cried, her voice a muffled, broken wail from behind her white hands. Oh, Doris. I don't know what I'm doing. Doris stood for a long, silent moment. She looked at the woman sobbing in the dirt. She looked at the baby on her hip, who, sensing the distress, was now frowning, his lip trembling. Shoo, 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 Doris whispered to the baby, not to Ellie. She bounced her gently. After a long minute, the sobs lessened. They hiccuped, then stopped. Leaving just the shame. Okay, Doris said, her voice taking on a brisk, no-nonsense, diner owner's tone. Okay. That's enough of that. She kneeled and put the mugs down in a clean spot. Then she reached out and handed Ellie a diner napkin. Wipe your face, hon, she said, her voice kind, but firm. You look like a clown. A sad, paint-eating clown. The absurdity of it hit Ellie. A sound bubbled up from her chest. It wasn't a sob. It was a laugh. A wet, broken, hiccuping, miserable laugh. She took the napkin and scrubbed at her face. It only smeared the paint, the tears, and the mud together, making it worse. Come on, Doris said, standing. She held out her free hand. Up you get. We're not sitting in the dirt. Come on. Ellie looked at her hand and took it. Doris pulled, hauling Ellie to her feet. There, Doris said, brushing a clump of muddy grass from Ellie's jeans. Now. You sit. She pointed to the porch steps. And drink this. She handed Ellie the hot, steaming coffee. And you, she said, sitting down beside her, settling the baby in her lap, are going to tell me exactly what in the hell is going on. They sat on the top step of the office porch. The baby gurgled happily on her mother's lap. Ellie stared into her coffee mug. Her hands, sore and paint-streaked, were shaking. He's gone, she whispered. Yeah, hon, I know, Doris said, her voice calm. I've seen Sal at the diner. Every morning. He just sits there staring at the wall. The Queen, she's still tied to the dock. The Henderson party, they cancelled. And Sal's heartbroken. It's my fault, Doris, Ellie whispered. All of it. It's my fault. Well, Doris said, taking a sip of her own coffee. That's probably true. Now, tell me why. And Ellie did. The words tumbled out. She told her everything, about the kiss on the pier, about Tom's hopes, his staying. She told her about Vance, his return, his very forward but unwanted interest in her. And about Marge pleading with her, "Don't ruin this for us." Even about the lunch with Vance. "I was using him, Doris," she confessed, the words tasting like ash. "I was playing him. For Marge. I had to stall him. I needed to find out his offer so I could beat it." She told her about Tom, on the dock, his face, his betrayal. She told her about the beach and how Tom misinterpreted her fight with Vance. His "I know what I see." Her "I don't need you." She emptied herself. And now, she finished, her voice a dead, hollow whisper, "Now he's gone. I own this place, and I'm alone. And it's all my fault." Doris was silent for a long time. She just sat, bounced the baby, and drank her coffee. She looked out at the ruined courtyard. "Well," she said finally. Her voice wasn't sympathetic. "Well, Hon," she said, "you're right about one thing." "What?" Ellie whispered. "You're a fool." Ellie flinched. "And so is he," Doris said, her voice hard. "You're both a pair of the most stubborn, terrified, blind fools I ever met." Ellie stared at her, her mouth open. "Let me get this straight," Doris said, her voice not a shout, but a scalpel. "He's a broken man who's spent his whole life being told he's not good enough. Right?" Ellie nodded numbly. "And you," Doris continued, "are a broken woman who's just lost everyone and is terrified of being left again. Right?" Ellie nodded again. "So," Doris said, leaning in, the baby squirming between them. "This broken man, he sees you, his one hope, with a rich, slimy shark. And his whole 'I'm not good enough' world comes true. So, he runs." She pointed a finger at Ellie. "And you see him run. And your whole 'everyone leaves me' world comes true. So you let him go. In fact, you told him to. The truth. It was brutal. You let Tom's fear win," Doris said, her voice finally softening. "And Hon. You let your own fear win, too." Ellie looked at her hands. Her paint-streaked, tired hands. She hadn't been strong. She had been a coward. Just like him. She glanced at the half-painted sign, the white obliterating paint. She hadn't been building a future. Instead, she had been hiding. She hadn't bought an anchor. She had bought a cellar to hide it. A new, cold, safe, empty cellar. The truth hit her. It hit her like a physical blow. She looked at Doris. Her eyes were wide with a dawning realization. "Oh, Doris," she whispered, "the paint, the coffee, the motel, all of it, forgotten. What have I done?" Ellie sat on the hard concrete step, the paint on her face cracking as it dried. The coffee in her mug, untouched, sent a thin, forgotten wisp of steam into the humid air. Doris's words hung in the silence. "You let Tom's fear win, and Hon. You let your own fear win, too." Ellie stared at the paintbrush lying where it had fallen in the mud. The puddle of thick, white paint beside it looked like a wound, bleeding out onto the dead, brown grass. "You let your own fear win." The truth was a mirror. A hard, cold, and clean mirror, and Doris was holding it up to her face, forcing her to see the paint-streaked, hollow-eyed, and terrified stranger she had become. She had called Tom a coward. She had, in her furious and self-righteous moment, thrown that word at him like a stone. And all the while, she had been the one hiding. Doris was right. She had been a fool. Her mind thought back, an aching and reluctant projector, replaying the last few days. She saw herself in the linen blend dress, smiling her fake, brittle, flirtatious smile at Vance. She saw the calculation in her own eyes, the willingness to use Vance to play his slimy, awful game. And she had told herself it was for Marge, to get the information, to stall him, to save the motel. But that was a lie. A half-truth at best. She had done it to win. She had done it to prove to Vance, to Tom, but most of all to herself, that she was not a victim. That she was not the girl in the cellar. Not only was she a player, she was the queen on the board. And Tom, who had just offered her his entire, newfound future, had seen it. He had seen her, his one hope, smiling at the rich man in the white car. He had seen her, dressed up for him, laughing with him. And he had seen her choose. "I know what I see." His words, which had felt so cruel, so unjust, now landed with the heavy, sickening thud of truth. He had seen exactly what she had shown him. He saw a woman who valued a lunch with a developer more than a date with a grease monkey. His deepest and oldest fear, the not good enough thought of the foster kid, had been proven correct. She had not just let his fear win, but she had fed it, confirmed it. She had handed him the proof, and then, in her own wounded pride, she had told him to leave. "You'd rather believe I'm a liar than believe I could actually care about you." Her own words, her final, pleading, broken question, came back to her. And Doris's voice, sharp and clear, answered, "And you see him run. And your whole everyone leaves me world comes true. So you let him go. In fact, you told him to." A sick and terrible sound of understanding escaped her. She had, with both hands, created her self-fulfilling prophecy. She was so terrified of him leaving that she had made him leave, by pushing him away. First with Vance, and then, when he had, in his own, broken, and predictable way, recoiled, she had finished the job. She had banished him. They were, as Doris had said, a pair of blind, terrified fools. He had run from his fear of not being good enough. And she looked at the motel. Her motel. Her anchor. The whitewashed, half-painted sign, the closed sign in the window, with the empty rooms. She saw it now, for what it was. Not a future. Not a home. A tomb. A cellar. She hadn't bought a new beginning. She had bought the most expensive, most secure, and most empty hiding place in the world. And she had bought a place where no one could ever leave her, because no one would ever be let in. She had not been honoring her father, but dishonoring him. She says one day she'll live here. He had meant, she knew, with a life full of love, and son, and family. Not like this. Not as a lonely, angry, paint-smeared ghost, haunting a ruin. She had used her father's memory as an excuse. As a shield. She had let her fear win. "Oh, no," she whispered. The napkin, the one Doris had given her, was a shredded, pulpy mess in her fist. She looked at Doris, at her kind, patient, and unimpressed face. "I called him a coward," Ellie whispered, the confession forcing its way out. "I told him to go. And I watched him leave. All he ever wanted to do was to stay. He sat with me, fought the storm with me. Even came back to apologize. And then, with Vance, the horror of it, the simple, awful, and tragic misunderstanding, washed over her. He didn't run because he's a drifter, Doris. He ran because I hurt him." "Yeah," Doris said, her voice soft. She bounced the baby, who was fussing. "He did. And you did. Then he hurt you. And you both ran. You're a matched set. So. Doris stood up, her movement brisk, shifting the baby to her other hip. The tough love speech was over. So, what are you going to do about it? Ellie looked up, her face a streaked, pale, and confused mask. What do you mean? He's gone. He's a man, Ellie, Doris said, with a small, exasperated sigh. He's somewhere, probably sitting on a dock, 10 miles down the road, kicking himself. Or maybe he's in Georgia. I don't know. But he's not gone. She looked at the whitewashed sign. So are you gonna sit here, and just let him go? You gonna let this fear win? You gonna let that slimy Vance just win? No, Ellie said, the word a whisper. No, she said again, louder. The anger. It was back. But it was not at Tom. It was not at Vance. It was at the mess they had made. The stupid, the cowardly, the human mess. But the motel, Ellie said, her voice a thin, reedy, and final argument. I bought it. I have to fix it. Because I made a promise to my father. Doris smiled. It was not a kind smile. It was a sad smile. Han, she said, her voice soft. Your father, he sounds like a man who loved his daughter. You think he wanted you to be a miserable, lonely old maid in a motel he remembered? Or did he want you to be happy? The question. It unlocked everything. The false choice. The motel or Tom. The past or the future. It wasn't a choice. Oh, she whispered. She looked at her ruined, yet beautiful motel. She looked at the empty and waiting road. Then she looked at Doris. You can have both, you fool, Doris said, her voice gentle now. The motel, it's not a mausoleum. This is a business. And a home. But it's a lot of hard work. And you can't do it alone. Ellie stood up. Her body was still aching. And her hands were still raw. Her jeans were covered in mud and paint. But the weight. The hollow, aching, terrible loneliness, it was lifting. Replaced by a new, frantic, panicked, yet a wonderful, terrifying hope. She wanted the motel. She really did. And she wanted to rebuild it, to make it shine, to honor her father's memory. But she wanted to do it with him. Oh no, she said again. But this was not a realization of despair. This was a realization of time. Doris, it's been 3 days. The panic hit her. 3 days. He could be anywhere. He could be in Mexico by now. Doris smiled. Well, she said, jiggling the baby. He ain't gonna find you, you sitting here looking like a sad, paint-smeared ghost. Ellie looked at the oil stain in the gravel. She looked at Doris. Her eyes were blazing with a new and wonderful purpose. Doris, she said, her voice shaking, but strong. Sal. You said Sal is at the diner. Every morning? Like clockwork, Doris said, her eyes twinkling. Sits in the same booth. Stares at his coffee. Breaks my heart. Does he? Ellie asked, her own heart pounding so hard she could barely breathe. Does he know where Tom went? I don't know, Han, Doris said, her voice soft. But he's the only one on this island who might. Ellie wiped her paint-streaked hands on her paint-streaked jeans. She had a plan. A real one. She said, her voice a new, steady, and determined sound. I have to find him. I have to find him. The words, spoken aloud, hung in the hot, humid air. Ellie stared at Doris, her face a streaked, cracked, and ruined mask of white paint and dawning horror. Doris held her gaze, her expression kind, but firm. She did not offer comfort. She offered only the hard, clean, and unforgiving mirror of the truth. You let your own fear win. Oh, Doris, Ellie whispered again. The coffee mug, cold and forgotten, slipped from her numb fingers. It hit the concrete step with a dull thud, rolled once, and lay still. The panic hit her. It was not the slow, creeping dread of the past, but physical, violent, and immediate. It was a jolt of high-voltage adrenaline that shot from her stomach to her throat, choking her. 3 days. For a man who had spent his entire life learning how to run, 3 days was an eternity. A lifetime. He was a drifter, like seaweed on the tide. And she had told him to go. What if he had listened? And she realized, wasting time. She scrambled to her feet, stumbling on the bottom step. She did not say goodbye to Doris or even look back, just bolted. Go get him, honey. Doris called out behind her, her voice a warm, strong, and approving gust at her back. Ellie sprinted from the porch, her old, worn-out sandals slapping on the concrete. She ran across the gravel lot, a wild, paint-streaked, and desperate woman. She knew she looked like a madwoman. But she didn't care. She hit the glass door of the beachside diner with the flat of her hand, the force of it making the little, tinkling bell jangle frantically. The diner, caught in the late afternoon lull, went silent. 2 old, grizzled fishermen at the counter, their faces leathery and sunbaked, swiveled, their coffee cups pausing halfway to their lips. Doris's husband looked up from the grill, his spatula held aloft, his eyes wide with a look that said, "What in the world now?" And in the back booth, the one in the corner, sat Sal. He was just as Doris had said. A statue. He was not in his fishing clothes. His big, calloused hands held a white, stone-cold mug of coffee. He was staring, not at the coffee, but at the wall. At a small, framed, and faded photograph of a large, silver, leaping tarpon. Ellie realized, with a sudden pang of guilt, he looked exactly like Art had. He looked ruined. He looked like a man who had, for the second time, lost everything. "Sal," she said. Her voice was breathless and desperate. He did not move or register her presence. "Sal," she said, louder this time. She crossed the diner, her sandals squeaking on the clean, checkered linoleum floor. She slid uninvited into the booth opposite him. He finally turned his head. His eyes, when they met hers, were the eyes of a dead man. They were hollow, red-rimmed, and completely empty. The fire, the joy, it was all gone. "Oh," he said, his voice a gravelly rasp. "It's you. The girl from the motel." He turned his gaze back to the wall. To the fish. "I'm not hungry, hon," he mumbled. Doris already tried. "Sal, I'm not here to take your order," Ellie said, her voice shaking, her panic rising. "Sal, I need to find him." She added the name in a whisper, "Tom." At the mention of the name, Sal's face twitched. An ugly and painful spasm. He looked at her. And bitter anger replaced the emptiness in his eyes. "Tom," he spat the name, as if it were a curse. As if it were ash in his mouth. "There ain't no Tom here. That kid, he ran." "I know," Ellie pleaded, leaning forward. Her hands, her paint-streaked hands, lay flat on the Formica table. "I know, Sal. He ran. From me. He ran from you. He's a fool. Sal looked at her. He saw her, the paint, the wild, desperate, and panicked eyes. And he saw the same hurt that he felt. He broke your heart, too, huh? He whispered, the anger fading, leaving just sadness. Yes, Ellie whispered, the tears, the stupid tears, rising again. Yes. He did. But, Sal, he's not a coward. He's scared. He's a fool. And I'm a fool. We're both fools. She grabbed his hand. Sal, she pleaded. I have to find him, to fix this. It's my fault. I did this. To us both. But please, where is he? Sal looked at her hand, her small, paint-stained hand, on his. He looked at her face. He saw the truth, the love, and the hope. Then he let out a long, slow, and tired breath. He is a fool, kid, he whispered. He turned his hand over and squeezed hers. And you're a good girl. You're like my Maria. All fire. All heart. Sal, she breathed, the hope flaring into a pain in her chest. Where is he? He's here, Sal said, his voice flat. Here? Ellie's heart leaped. In Key West? He didn't leave? He couldn't, Sal said, a bitter, broken smile twisting his lips. His bike. It's broken. The engine's shot. The water got in. He can't fix it without a part from Miami. He's stuck. Just like us. The irony. It was cosmic. The one engine in the world he couldn't fix. His own. Where? Ellie said, her voice a command. Where is he, Sal? He's at the docks, Sal said, his voice dropping, his dead eyes suddenly alive. Alive with a new and sudden gleam. He's been sleeping on a derelict boat at the end. He doesn't think anyone knows he's there. But I know. Ellie was out of the booth. She didn't say goodbye or thank you. She just ran. Ellie ran. She was out the diner door, the bell jangled a frantic, desperate alarm. She was a woman on a mission, her mind screaming a one-word prayer, please. She ran past the Pelican Nest, her own empty room a monument to the stupid, cowardly choice she had made. Her newly painted sign lay on the porch where she dropped it, a symbol of her own fear. She ran past the dock with the Neptune's Queen, past the sounds of hammers and saws, past the other charter boats, past the smells of fish and diesel and new, raw, sawn lumber. The world was rebuilding, but she and Tom were still in the wreckage. She ran to the public dock. It was older, more splintered, more dangerous. The planks were loose, rattling under her flying feet. The storm had hurt this place badly, and it was a long, lonely walk to the end. Her lungs were on fire. Her sandals, the same ones she had worn in the storm, slapped on the hot, splintered, sun-baked wood. Slap, slap, slap. Please be there. Please let me be in time. She was not the girl from the farm and not a woman who hid, not anymore. She was a woman who fought. And she was running to him. She reached the end of the dock, the very last slip. It was isolated, quiet, the sounds of rebuilding distant. And there it was. It was a wreck. A 30-foot-old, green and white cabin cruiser. It was a perfect, heartbreaking, and literal metaphor for how Tom saw himself. A piece of wreckage. Half sunk, adrift. And waiting. Tom, she called out, her voice thin, trembling, and terrified. Tom. Are you here? No answer. Just the gentle lapping slap of the water against the rotting hull. Her heart, which had been pounding with the run, now seized with panic. He's gone, he already left. I'm too late. No, she had to check. She grabbed the railing. The wood had rotted and was slick with mildew. She hauled herself up, her sandal slipping, her knee banging hard against the hull. A sharp, shooting pain. She cried out, but she didn't care. She tumbled onto the deck. The boat listed, making a sick, sucking, gurgling sound. The deck was soft under her feet. She shoved at the cabin door, a warped sheet of delaminate plywood. It scraped, a high, thin, terrible screech. She peered into the darkness. The cabin was a tomb. The smell from room 101 had been nothing compared to this. This was ancient. This was mold, and diesel, and gasoline, and time. Water sloshed in the bilge below. And he was there. He was not asleep. He was sitting on a ripped, mildewed, vinyl-covered bunk, his back pressed against the bulkhead. His olive-drab duffel bag was on the floor at his feet. His arms rested on his drawn-up knees. He was just staring. Staring at the opposite wall, at a patch of peeling, bubbling, water-stained wood. He was the loneliest, most broken, and most beautiful thing she had ever seen. He turned his head. Slowly. His eyes in the gloom were dull, hollow, and empty. He was not angry or sad. He was just gone. Then he saw her. And his face shattered. It was not anger. It was confusion and absolute pain. "Tom," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Ellie," he said, his voice a hoarse and disbelieving croak. What are you doing here?" The question in his wounded voice broke the last of her restraint. "Don't go," she cried, the words a sob, tumbling out. "I mean, don't do this. Don't be here. Please. Tom, please don't leave. Go home, Ellie," he said, his voice as dead as the air in the cabin. He looked away from her, back at the peeling wall. "Go back to go see Vance." The name, his name, from his mouth, was a physical blow. He believed it. He truly, genuinely, believed it. "No," she cried, and she stumbled into the cabin, the floorboards groaning under her feet. "You have it wrong. You have everything wrong. I was wrong. And you were wrong. And, I'm in love with you." The words, the final, terrifying, and true words, echoed in the small, stinking tomb. Tom's head snapped around. His mask, the flat, empty one, cracked. His mouth fell open. And his eyes, which had been so dead, were now wide, staring, and full of a naked and terrified confusion. "Ellie," he said, his voice a low, warning, wounded sound. Don't play with me." "I'm not," she sobbed, the injustice of it, the pain that she had caused him, making her voice raw. "I'm telling you the truth." She had to make him understand. All of it. Fast. "Vance is a creep," she said, the words tumbling out. "He's a predator. I wasn't choosing him, Tom. I was trapped." She saw his face change. The coldness was being replaced by a dawning horror. "Marge," Ellie cried, her gaze locked on his, willing him to believe. "Marge begged me to be nice to him. At the time, Vance's offer, his stupid low offer, it was all she had. It was her only way out. She begged me, Tom," Ellie wept, her voice breaking. "She made me promise. When she saw how he looked at me, She asked me to be nice to him. To smile and to flirt. And not to scare him off. She said, "Don't ruin this for us." She thought we would ruin it. "Oh, Marge," Tom breathed, his hand coming up to cover his mouth. He saw it. "That lunch wasn't a date," Ellie choked out. "It was a lie. I had to go, to gather information. I need to find out his number, Tom. His offer." She had to tell him the rest. The part that mattered. "So I bought the motel before he could." The words landed. Tom's hand dropped. His face was shattered. "What?" "I bought it," she said, and her voice was suddenly strong, echoing in the small, dark space. "With the farm money. It wasn't a curse, Tom. The motel is my anchor. Just like the Queen could be yours." She was sobbing, but she wasn't weak. She was strong again, the farm girl again. "I thought I was honoring my parents," she cried. "I thought I was buying a building, a memory. But Doris was right. I was just hiding, running, being a coward. I was choosing a pile of bricks over you." She looked him right in the eye, the tears streaming, but her gaze did not waver. "It's just bricks and wood, Tom. It's nothing without you. I don't want the motel without you." The confession was complete. Tom stared. He looked lost, hopeful, and terrified all at once. He opened his mouth. A sound, a croak, came out. "Ellie."
Tom heard the words, but they were distant, a fuzzy noise from a world that had suddenly snapped into a sharp and terrifying focus. He saw her, Ellie. She was standing only a few feet away, covered in paint and tears, her body shaking. And she had just, in a broken and desperate gasp, said everything. "I love you. I used him. I bought a motel, Tom, and I don't want it without you." The last wall, his cold, hard shield, the one he'd been hiding behind his entire, lonely and cowardly life, did not just crack. It disintegrated and vaporized. He saw her. He saw his Ellie, the woman who had held the board steady in the storm, who had, with a stubborn strength, pulled a guest book from a ruined room and discovered memories. She had cried on his shoulder and was as broken, as scared, and as stupid as he was. And she was standing in a broken boat, covered in filth, crying her eyes out, and telling him she loved him, the man who wasn't good enough. He saw in a single, blinding, and horrifying flash what he had done. He had seen her at her most vulnerable, her most terrified, and he had, in his own blind, wounded pride, called her a liar. And he had taken her pain and twisted it into a weapon to justify his own retreat. He was a fool. He was a coward. She was right there. She was a mess. The white, drying paint on her face cracking like a porcelain mask, tears cutting clean, white paths through the grime. He did not care. In one fluid motion, he stood and crossed the room to pull her into his arms. He didn't hug her. He grabbed her, crushed her against him, his arms wrapping around her, one hand tangling in her wild, paint-stiff and matted hair, and the other low on her back, pulling her in until there was no air, no space, no world left between them. He buried his face in her hair. It smelled of paint, bleach, and her. The salt, the sun. She was real. "Eleanor," he whispered, his voice broken and unrecognizable, his lips against her temple. "Ellie, Ellie, I'm so sorry." "No," she sobbed, her voice muffled, her face pressed hard into the clean, black cotton of his t-shirt. "No, I'm sorry. I pushed. I was a fool," he said, the words torn from him. He pulled back just enough to see her. His hands, big and warm, came up to frame her face, his thumbs, calloused and rough, wiping desperately at the streaks of paint, tears, and mud. "I was a coward. I saw what I wanted to see. What I always see." He looked into her wide blue eyes. "I was so afraid of not being good enough for you. When I saw him, I ran." "No," she whispered. Her small, trembling hands came up to grip his wrists. She was clinging to him. "No, Tom. You're good enough. You're the man who sat with me and helped to hold the board. Now you're my anchor, Tom. And I was a fool. I was so scared that you would leave, that I made you leave. We were both a pair of fools," he whispered, the truth of it, the simple, shared, human stupidity of it, settling over them. And match set, she breathed, a small, wet, and broken laugh bubbling up at her chest. He looked at her, this strong, beautiful, and impossible woman, his partner. The not good enough feeling was gone. The seaweed on the tide, thoughts was gone. All that was left was her. And love. A love so big, so terrifying, so real, it hurt. He did not have words, so he leaned in and kissed her. It was not the first gentle and hesitant kiss from the pier. Not the kiss of a man asking if. It was the kiss of a man who knew. A wholehearted kiss, desperate. It was a kiss of relief and of arrival. Messy with salt and paint and tears in them. But it was a promise. It was an anchor. He cupped her face, his hands holding her as if she were the most fragile, the most precious, and the most important thing in the world. And she kissed him back. Her hands, her small, paint-covered hands, left his wrists and came up, wrapping around his neck, her fingers digging into his hair, pulling him closer. She was his, and he was hers. They stood on the dock, two broken, foolish survivors, and they held each other. They anchored each other. They broke apart, finally gasping. Their foreheads rested against each other. They just breathed. The hiss of the surf, the cry of a distant gull. The world was still there. I thought I lost you," she whispered, her beautiful, ruined, red-rimmed eyes still closed. "You can't," he whispered back, his voice thick, his own throat aching. "You can't lose me. I'm here." He kissed her forehead, her paint-streaked, sweaty, perfect forehead. "I'm staying." A loud, sudden, and deeply inappropriate wolf whistle cut through the air. Well, about time. They jumped. They sprang apart, startled like teenagers. They spun around. Sal. He was leaning on the railing of the boat, his arms folded. He was grinning. A big, broad, shameless, matchmaking grin. His anger, his grief, his betrayal, it was all gone. Ellie hid her face, her bright red, paint-streaked face, in Tom's shirt. Tom laughed. It was a new sound, a genuine laugh, rusty and rough. It was the best sound Ellie had ever heard. "So," Sal called out, his voice booming, "I'm guessing this means you're not going anywhere." Tom looked down at the top of Ellie's wild, tangled head, tucked so perfectly under his chin. He smiled a wide smile. "No, Sal," he called back, his voice strong. "I'm not running." "Good," Sal boomed. "Because I'm still a man without a chief engineer and a Henderson party. I convinced them to rebook for next week." He grinned, his eyes twinkling. "The job's still open, if you want it, partner." Tom looked at Ellie. She lifted her head from his chest. She looked up at him. Her face, it was a mess. A beautiful, streaked, perfect mess. Her eyes, though red-rimmed and swollen, were shining. They were blazing, full of love for him. He locked his eyes on hers. Although it sounded like he was talking to Sal, he was talking to her. "I'll take it," he said, his voice a low, steady, forever sound. "I'm staying." Ellie's smile was like the sun, the one that came out after the storm. Tom grinned. He looked over his shoulder at Sal. "We'll be ready." "Darn right we will." Sal whooped, and he slapped the railing. "Now go. Go. Go clean yourselves up. You both look terrible." Tom laughed again. He turned back to Ellie. "He's right," he whispered, his own eyes twinkling. "You're covered in paint." "And you," she whispered back, her paint-streaked fingers reaching up to touch his face. "You look like you've been in a fight." "I have," he said, his voice soft. "With a gigantic idiot, myself. But I think I finally won." He did not let her go. His arm was a hard, warm, and permanent bar around her waist. He took her hand, not the hesitant beach walk handhold. This was a grip, his fingers laced with hers. Solid. Locked. He pulled her gently. "Come on," he whispered. "Let's go home. We have a motel to fix." They walked back down the pier, hand in hand. The pier, which she had run down in a panic, was now a path. The ruined docks, the broken slips, they were not a graveyard. They were just a project to work on. This was their neighborhood now. Ellie looked at their joined hands. His clean but calloused. Hers, raw and covered in paint. A matched set. Tom looked at her. He was still terrified. This was life. It was messy. It was unpredictable. But he wasn't running. He was anchored. To her. And she was anchored to him. They were starting. They were starting their new life.
A week. 7 days had passed since Ellie had stood, pain-streaked and shaking, on the dock and confessed. 7 days since she had, in a raw, broken, and terrified confession, told him she loved him. And he had, with his whole and equally broken heart, set it back. The world, which had been a chaotic, churning, and colorless mess of mud and survival, had snapped into a bright and terrifying focus. The silence of the Pelican Nest Motel, which before had been a hollow and lonely tomb, was now just quiet. It was the quiet of a Tuesday morning, just before 9. Ellie stood behind the long, formica counter of the motel office. Her office. She had spent the last 2 days, not in a frantic, mindless haze, but with a clear and steady purpose. She had scrubbed the office from top to bottom. The floor was a clean, if faded, checkerboard of black and white tile. That back window, which had been a gaping, boarded-up wound, was now a new, shining, and professionally installed sheet of glass. The front window was open, letting in a breeze that smelled not of death and decay, but of salt and coffee and the faint, hopeful, and distant scent of sawdust from more restorations down the road. The closed sign was still on the door. But it was no longer a sign of defeat. It was a promise. A coming soon. Ellie was working. She had a new, spiral-bound, and completely blank ledger open on the clean desk. On the first page, in her neat, practical, and steady hand, she had written 2 words, capital outlay. Below it, a single, terrifying number. The wire transfer. Her entire liquefied Indiana life. She was not afraid of it anymore. It was not blood money. It was only ink, a number to use as a tool. The bell over the office door jingled as Tom came in. He moved, she thought, with a new and satisfying familiarity, as if he belonged here. He wore his usual work clothes, faded, clean blue jeans, heavy boots, and a plain black t-shirt that stretched across his broad shoulders. His dark hair was still damp from a shower, and he smelled, as he always did now, of soap and salt and the faint, clean, metallic tang of his engine room. He was, Ellie thought, her heart giving a warm thud, the most beautiful and the most solid man she had ever seen. He was holding 2 steaming white mugs. "Doris saw you," he said, his voice a low, morning rough rumble. "She said you looked like you needed reinforcements." He smiled. A small, private smile, the one that was just for her. The one that still, after the past week, made her stomach do a slow, dizzy, and terrifying flip. She was right, Ellie said, her own smile blooming in return. She took the mug. "I've been staring at this number for an hour. I think I'm becoming scared of a ledger." "Good," he said. He didn't laugh at her. He came around the counter to lean over her, with his hand on her shoulder and his thumb brushing the back of her neck. "You should be scared," he whispered, his voice a warm vibration in her ear. "It's a big number. It makes all of this real." She leaned her head back against his chest. He was her anchor. And she was his. "Are you scared?" she whispered. She felt his chest rumble, a soft, rusty laugh. "Ellie," he said, his voice full of that new beautiful smile. "I'm terrified. Every single minute." She smiled. She reached up, her hand covering his. "Good," she whispered. "Me too." A car door slammed. It was time. Tom squeezed her shoulder. He did not move away. He just stood there, his presence a solid promise saying, "I'm here. I'm not running." The door opened. The lawyer, Mr. Gable, came in his crisp seersucker suit. He was smiling from ear to ear. And walking in behind him, Marge and Art. But they were different. It had been a week of sleep, of relief, and a week without Vance. Marge was not the broken, worn-out woman anymore. She wore a bright yellow traveling dress. Her white, curled cloud of hair bounced as she walked. She looked bright and happy. And Art stood taller, his shoulders were back, and he sported a white guayabera shirt. He looked 10 years younger. When he looked at Ellie and at Tom, standing together behind his old desk, he beamed. "Well, now," Mr. Gable said in his dry, yet amused, official drawl. He placed his battered old leather briefcase on the counter. The thud carried the sound of finality. "Looks like everyone is ready." He looked at Tom's hand, still on Ellie's shoulder. His eyebrows rose, just a fraction. He smiled. "Miss Harper," he said, and his voice was full of a new, deep respect. "Mr. Lane." The signing was quick. This was not a funeral. It was a celebration. Mr. Gable laid out the final papers. The deed and the title transfer. Along with a very big check for Marge and Art. Enough to last them the rest of their lives. "Now, Art," Mr. Gable said, handing him the pen. "Right here." Art took the pen with a steady hand. He looked at Marge. She was crying, but they were not the old tears. They were happy tears. She nodded. Art signed. His name, Arthur L. Walker, was not a scrawl. It was a flourish. Marge signed her name. Margaret R. Walker. A wet, beautiful, inky blot. Then Mr. Gable turned the last page. He handed the pen to Ellie. "Miss Harper," he said, his voice soft. "Right here." Ellie looked at the line. "Owner." She looked at Tom. His eyes, his steady, hazel eyes, were locked on hers. They said one thing. "I'm here. I'm not running." She took the pen with a steady hand. And she signed. Eleanor J. Harper. The J. Julia. Her mother's name. She had never used it before. It felt right. It felt whole. "Well," Mr. Gable said, snapping his briefcase shut. "That is that. The bank received the payment. I will file the title. And Marge and Art, you are officially retired." A sound. A loud, happy, gasping sob from Art. He buried his face in Marge's white hair. "We're free, Marge," he wept, his voice a thick, broken, joyful sound. We're free." Marge held him. She looked over his shoulder at Ellie. Her kind, wet eyes were shining. "Thank you, child," she whispered. "Thank you for our lives." Ellie could only nod. Her throat was too tight to speak. "Well," Art said, pulling back, wiping his face unabashedly with his sleeve. He smiled. "She's all yours, Ellie. Treat her well. She's a good old girl." "I will, Art," she whispered. "I promise." Marge and Art did not linger. Marge hugged Ellie, her small, bony arms a fierce, tight, grateful squeeze. "Be happy, child." Art shook Ellie's hand. A firm, formal grip. Then he turned to Tom. He looked at the young man, but he did not offer a hand. Instead, he pulled Tom in and hugged him. A hard, quick, man's hug. A father's hug. You take care of her, son, he rasped, his voice thick. Both of 'em. The motel. And the girl. Tom's hand clapped Art's old, thin back. I will, sir, he said, his own voice thick. And then they were gone. Mr. Gable held the door. Marge and Art walked out and did not look back. And they were gone. Ellie and Tom were alone in the silent and suddenly vast office. Well, Ellie whispered, her voice small in the quiet. She looked at the keys. Her anchor. She looked at Tom. Her other anchor. He was smiling at her. That soft, easy Tom smile. Well, he said, his voice warm and happy. Miss Harper. As the new owner, what's your first act as the boss? Ellie looked at the keys. She looked out the window. At the sign. At the peeling, faded, half-painted white sign. A monument to her old loneliness. I think, she said, her voice a little stronger, I think we need a new name. Hold on, I've got an idea, Tom said. With a grin, he left the office and went to the maintenance shed. He came back with a hammer and nails. And a plank. A long, thick, beautiful piece of driftwood. Sanded and stained a dark, rich cherrywood color. I found it, he said, his voice a little shy. On the beach the other day. It must have washed up after the storm. I thought, it looked strong and you could use it for something. Ellie touched the smooth wood. It's beautiful, Tom, she whispered. He also carried a can of white paint and a small, thin artist's brush. I'm not a painter, he said. You should do the honors. Ellie smiled as she took the brush and dipped it in the paint. This time, her hand was steady. She looked at him. Sunrise Cove sound good? My father always likes to say that every sunrise is a new beginning, a chance to start again. She said. He nodded. Sounds great, Sunrise Cove. She painted the name. Their name. In clean, strong, white letters. SUNRISECOVE. MOTEL. It was not perfect. It was a little wobbly. But it was hers. It was theirs. Now, he said, his voice full of a new, happy purpose. We hang it. It was a two-person job. It was a partnership. Ellie lined up the holes and held it flat. He hammered the first nail. Thwack. It was the sound of a beginning. Thwack. He hammered the second nail. Thwack. Then the third nail. Thwack. He stepped back. He pulled her to him with his arm around her waist. They stood, side by side, hand in hand. They looked up. The old, peeling Pelican Nest was gone, replaced with a beautiful wooden sign. Sunrise Cove Motel. They stood there. Under their sign. Looking at their home. The boat was still in the pool. The palm trees were still stripped. There was a mountain of work ahead of them. It was overwhelming and terrifying. Tom let out a long, slow breath and squeezed her hand. Sunrise Cove Motel, he said, testing the name. I like it. He looked at the mud and at the peeling paint on the railings. Well, he said, now the real work begins. Ellie smiled. She did not look at the mud. Instead, she looked at him. She leaned her head on his shoulder. Good, she said, her voice soft and sure. I'm not afraid of hard work. For months later, the air had a different taste. The heavy, wet blanket humidity of late summer had finally broken, replaced by the bright, clear, and almost cool edge of November. The sun, which had been a brutal, white, and punishing eye, was now a friendly, golden presence, casting long, soft shadows across a courtyard that was, almost impossibly, green. Now the sign, the one they had made from the salvaged piece of driftwood, hung from a freshly painted white post. The words, Sunrise Cove Motel, were the first thing you saw from the highway. The motel itself was no longer a pale, peeling, blue-gray ghost. It was a warm and welcoming white. All the doors to the rooms, once a faded and cracked brown, were now painted a bright, cheerful turquoise, the color of the shallow, clear water just offshore. The courtyard, once a sea of stinking gray sludge, had been resodded. The new grass was a vibrant, almost electric, green. And all the naked, stripped palm trees, which had looked like skeletons, were gone, replaced by younger, healthier trees. Hibiscus flowers, their blooms the size of teacups, lined the walkway. Bougainvillea, a riot of hot pink and purple, climbed the new, white, wooden trellises that Tom had built to hide the air conditioning units. The gravel lot was gone, replaced by a clean, white, and crunchy path of crushed coquina shells. And the swimming pool, its bottom once home to a wrecked fishing boat, was now a sparkling, clean, and impossible shade of blue, the new tile glinting in the morning sun. A new vacancy sign buzzed, its neon a confident, steady, and brilliant red. Ellie stood behind the front counter of the office, in a simple, faded, floral print sundress that swished around her knees. The office was no longer a dark, musty, and cluttered tomb. Now it was bright and clean. The walls were white, a simple, sturdy, wrought tan replaced the old, waterlogged desk one. On the counter, in the center, on a small, wooden stand, sat the old, warped, leather-bound guest book. Beside it sat a new, identical book. Theirs. Ellie was finishing the books for the week. The new ledger, the one that had terrified her, was now half full. Her handwriting, which had been so shaky, was now firm. A new and hard-fought heading had replaced capital outlay. Now it read, October revenue. It was not a large number. But it was getting better. The bell over the door, the same old brass bell, tinkled. Ellie looked up, a warm and genuine smile already on her face. A young couple stood in the doorway, blinking in the bright, cool light. They looked, Ellie thought, a little lost, and a little rumpled from a long drive. The man, tall and thin, with kind, nervous eyes behind thick, black horn-rimmed glasses, held his wife's hand. The woman, a pretty, dark-haired girl in a light pink sundress, clutched a straw handbag to her chest. They were young. And they were, Ellie saw from the matching simple gold bands on their left hands, very newly married. "Excuse me," the man said, his voice polite, a little shy. "Is this the Sunrise Cove Motel?" "It is," Ellie said, her smile widening. "Welcome. You must be Mr. and Mrs. Todd." The couple looked relieved. "Oh, thank goodness," the young woman, Mrs. Todd, breathed. "We were a little worried." The man at the gas station, he'd never heard of it. He kept calling it the Pelican Place. "We're the new owners," Ellie said, her voice easy. "We've been renovating. This is our first weekend, officially." "Oh, wow," Mr. Todd said, his face breaking into a wide, cheerful grin. He looked around at the clean walls, the bright white wrought tan, and the bowl of bright pink hibiscus on the counter. "It's beautiful," Mrs. Todd breathed. "It's just charming." "Well, we like it," Ellie said. She pulled their reservation card. "Now, you have the Queen tomorrow, right? With Captain Sal?" "We do," Mr. Todd said, his face lighting up. 7 a.m. sharp. It's the whole reason we came. My father, he used to fish with Sal, years ago. He said he's the best. He is the best, Ellie agreed, her heart giving a small, warm, and happy squeeze. Sal's legacy was now Tom's legacy. She's a wonderful boat. Ellie handed them their key. Room 101. The room she had found the guest book in. It was no longer a grave but their best room, the honeymoon suite. It's just down the walkway, Ellie said. The first door on the left. It's got the best view of the ocean. Thank you, Mr. Todd said, taking the key. This is great. They turned to leave, their bags bumping. Oh, Mrs. Todd said, pausing in the doorway. We heard about the storm. Hurricane Alma. It must have been terrible. It's a miracle you're even open. Ellie smiled. A deep and knowing smile. It was a lot of work, she said, her voice soft. But we were lucky. This place has good bones. She walked them out onto the porch. It was a beautiful day in the Keys, the air was clean, and the sun was warm. It was quiet, with only the whispering of the waves. Until a thwack 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 broke the silence. A steady, rhythmic sound was coming from the pier. What's that? Mr. Todd asked, his head tilting. That, Ellie said, her heart doing its slow flip. That is my partner. Tom was on the new pier. It was not the old, splintered, rotted structure from before the storm. This was all new wood, strong, thick, and golden yellow. It was only halfway done. It stretched out about 30 feet over the calm turquoise water, a solid, beautiful, and unfinished promise. He was kneeling, a box of nails at his side, his hammer rising and falling with an easy, practiced grace. He looked up and saw them, saw her. He smiled that same easy Tom smile, and he stood. Wiping his sawdust-covered hands on his jeans, he walked over, his boots thudding on the new, solid planks. Afternoon, he greeted them. Tom, Ellie said, her voice full of a warmth that needed no explanation. These are Mr. and Mrs. Todd. They're on the Queen tomorrow. Tom's smile widened. Welcome, he said. Heard you're here for the tarpon. Sal's got just the spot for you. The water's been perfect. You're Tom, right? Mr. Todd asked, his nervousness fading. Sal's partner? That's me, Tom said. And I'm also the head of pier construction. He gestured to the half-finished pier, a look of hard-earned pride on his face. So you two, you run this place together? Mrs. Todd asked, her gaze flicking between them, her face bright with a sudden, dawning, and romantic understanding. Ellie felt Tom's arm slide around her waist. It was a simple, casual, and utterly possessive gesture. It was the gesture of a man who belonged. That's right, Ellie said, leaning her head, just for a second, against his solid shoulder. I'm the front of the house. I do the books, the painting, and the everything else, Tom finished for her, his voice laughing. She's the boss. I do the heavy lifting and fix what she breaks. I do not break, Ellie started, turning to poke him in the ribs. He just laughed, catching her hand in his, lacing his sawdust-covered fingers with hers. The Todds just stared. They stared at the comfortable and obvious love between the two owners. Wow, Mrs. Todd whispered to her husband, her voice full of a newlywed's awe. They're perfect. Mr. Todd, his own arm sliding around his new wife's waist, just nodded. He looked at the sparkling clean pool. And at the new, strong, half-finished pier. He looked at the vacancy sign, buzzing in the clean, salt-scented air. Then at the couple in front of him, at their joined and capable hands. "You two," he said, his voice full of respect. "You two have really built something special here." The words landed, a soft, perfect, and final punctuation. Ellie looked at Tom. He was already looking at her. His eyes, those clear, steady, hazel eyes, weren't terrified or haunted. They weren't lost. They were happy. "We had a lot of help," Tom said, his voice a low, grateful murmur. He was thinking of Sal, of Art and Maria, of Doris. Ellie squeezed his hand. "And a lot of hard work," she added, her own voice soft. She looked up, past his shoulder, at the new wooden driftwood sign. Sunrise Cove Motel. It was not a cellar or a grave. It was theirs. He squeezed her hand back. "Yes," he said, his voice a low, sure, and final promise. "Yes, we have." 1 year later, the Sunrise Cove Motel was no longer a promise, it was a destination. The sun, a fat, molten gold coin, began its slow, lazy dip into the Gulf of Mexico, painting the high, thin clouds in shades of apricot and lavender. It was a quiet Tuesday evening in Key West, the start of the high season. The air was cool, dry, and alive with the clean, sharp scent of salt and the distant, sweet perfume of night-blooming jasmine. A no vacancy sign, its neon a warm, steady red, glowed at the edge of the highway, a beacon of welcome. The crushed coquina shell parking lot was full. Station wagons from Ohio sat next to VW Beetles from Gainesville. A few motorcycles, none as beautiful as Tom's rebuilt Triumph, were parked in an orderly line by the office. The motel itself, only a year ago appealing, waterlogged, and blue-gray ghost, was now a crisp, warm white. Guest room doors were painted a bright, cheerful turquoise. The new green sod was soft and manicured. A stand of young, healthy palm trees rustled in the evening breeze. The trellises Tom had built were now invisible, completely consumed by an explosion of vibrant pink and purple bougainvillea. The swimming pool was a sparkling turquoise jewel, its surface shimmering under new, soft, underwater lights. And the pier, which before had been nothing but a few splintered, broken teeth, was now whole. Tom had finished it, plank by plank, by hand. It was a masterpiece of strong, golden yellow, marine-grade lumber, stretching a full 50 feet out over the calm, shallow water. Simple, warm, yellow lights lined the railing, casting a perfect, golden, glittering path onto the gentle, incoming tide. Down the beach, the Neptune's queen, her own engine thrumming, was just sliding out of her slip, Sal at the wheel, taking a new group of tourists on a sunset charter. Their businesses, the motel and the charter, were two anchors, holding their shared corner of the island steady. This was the new normal. It was a life not of chaos but of work. Of purpose. Of peace. The old rundown owner's quarters, the apartment behind the office, was no longer the dark, grief-filled space where Marge and Art had hidden from their lives. It was bright and open. The wall that had separated the tiny, dark kitchen from the cluttered, cramped living room was gone. Tom had taken it down with a sledgehammer. Now, the space was one. A wide, airy, and open room, with new, clean, white appliances, simple, comfortable, rattan furniture, and a set of wide glass French doors that Ellie had insisted on. The doors stood open to a new, private back porch, letting the sound of the surf and the cool, salt-scented air fill the apartment. It no longer smelled of old fried food and faded roses but of sea air, fresh paint, and, faintly, of Tom, a mixture of soap, salt, and clean engine oil. It smelled like home. Ellie sat at the wooden desk in the corner. She was not the pale, haunted woman from a year ago. She wore a blue cotton dress. Her dark hair, clean and shining, was tied back in a simple, loose knot. Her hands, which had been raw, blistered and shaking a year ago, were now calm and soft. A small calloused ridge on her palm, from sanding drywall, was the only remaining physical proof of the war she had waged to get here. On her left hand, a simple, thin, gold band gleamed in the warm, yellow light of the desk lamp. She was finishing the books. The ledger, the one that had terrified her, was now just a tool. She ran her finger down a long column of numbers, utility bills, landscaping, linens, maintenance, and she smiled. She wrote the final calculated number for the month at the bottom of the page. It was a solid positive number. She had done it. She was an innkeeper. The door behind her opened. She did not look up. She did not need to. The sound of his boots, the heavy and familiar thud on the wooden floor, was as much a part of her as her own heartbeat. "You're late," she said, not turning, her pencil still moving, ticking off the last, small receipt. "Doris said you were picking up the new filters at 4. I was." Tom's voice filled the room. But Sal thought he heard a tick in the port side injector. "He gets nervous." "And was there?" she asked, still writing. "No," he said. "Just Sal being Sal. I think he just enjoys watching me take the engine apart." Ellie laughed. "He likes you, Tom. He thinks you're a miracle worker." "I'm just a mechanic," he said, the words no longer a shield, but a simple, proud fact. She heard him set something heavy, down on the floor by the door. A scrape of cardboard. She finally turned, her chair squeaking. He stood by the door, his shoulders slumped, not in defeat, but in the simple, bone-deep exhaustion of a long, good, hard day's work. He was, she thought, watching him rub the back of his neck, the best man she had ever known. And he was, she realized, her man. "What's that?" she asked, nodding at the large, heavy, and slightly greasy cardboard box at his feet. Tom looked at the box. He looked at her. A slow smile touched his lips. "That," he said, his voice quiet, "is the last." "The last of what?" "Of me," he said. He nudged the box with his boot. "Room 205 is officially empty. Swept clean. Handing the key back to you, I guess. This is the rest of my tools, from before." Ellie stood and walked over to him. She looked at the box. His last box of tools. He was, at last, moved in. "It's about time, Mr. Lane," she said, her voice a little thicker than she wanted. Tom smiled. That Tom smile. The one that still, after all this time, made her stomach flip. "Well," he said, holding up his wedding finger. "I figured it was safe. Figured you might let me stay." "Maybe," she said, her own smile trembling. "We'll see how the probation goes." He stepped forward laughing and closed the gap. He was home. His hands, his grease-stained, strong, and calloused hands, settled on her waist and pulled her in. And he kissed her. It was not the furious, desperate kiss of the pier. It was not the first, gentle, hesitant kiss of the sunset. This was a Tuesday kiss. A welcome home kiss. A "wow, I'm tired, and I love you" kiss. He pulled back, his forehead resting against hers. He breathed her in. "I love you, Elle," he whispered, his voice a low, rough, and certain sound. "I know," she whispered back, her hand coming up to touch his face, his stubble-rough jaw. She smiled and pulled back. "Go," she said, pushing at his chest. "Go shower. You smell like a bilge." He grinned, his eyes twinkling, and let her go before picking up his box. His last box. He walked with it into their bedroom. Ellie watched him go, her heart so full it ached. She turned back to her desk. Her ledger. Her work. This was it. Her life with her husband in their home. She sat and picked up her pencil. She was about to close the book on the day. But his arms came from behind her. His strong arms wrapped around her. He pulled her back against his chest. His body, her anchor. He buried his face in her hair, his chin resting on her shoulder. She felt his lips. A warm, soft kiss, right on the curve of her neck. "Ready for our new beginning, Mrs. Lane?" His voice. It was a low, happy, teasing, loving rumble. "Mrs. Lane." Ellie smiled. She did not turn or move. She just leaned back into him, into his strength and his love. Her hands came up and covered his. His greasy, strong, engineer's hands that were locked around her. Her new, thin, gold band pressed against his. A matched set. She looked out the open French doors at the cool, clear Key West night. She could see the pier. His pier. The lights and their golden, warm path. She could hear the surf. She could feel his heartbeat. Thud thrum. Thud thrum. Beating, steady, against her back. "It's already begun," she whispered.